The hell are Tommy chase everybody off? What the hell, Albatross? What you doing?
Not much. Just thought I'd pop in, see how it was going.
Guess it's going as well as any other day.
Fair enough.
Well, you fucking or asshole. I'm right in the middle of the fucking lane.
I feel a bit guilty. We have 5 viewers and really nothing going on. So, Bob, I think you're stupid and wrong.
Well, I'm never wrong, but I might be stupid. Yeah, the 5 viewers, they're probably just bullshitting at each other in the live chat.
No, surprisingly not. Live chat's pretty quiet.
That's what a lot of them do because they ain't got the balls to come in here and say anything.
Oh, I imagine that'll spark some controversy.
Well, it's funny, it's funny. I'm on mobile, so I can't see the live chat. So no matter what I say to them, they can say all the shit they want. I'm not going to know what they're saying. So it's pointless for them. Yeah, it's completely fucking pointless. They're talking to themselves at that point, right?
Hmm.
And I think that would piss them off more than anything. I guess Darwin's dumbass had a hangout yesterday. Simon,
Oh, is it?
I was getting ready to go to bed, and Simon PM me or direct message me and gave me the link for the watch link. I guess the join link was in the watch link, in the description where. I'm like, I'm not fucking going to watch this shit or join his hangouts. He's fucking wasting time. Simon's like, well, he already kicked out like 5 atheists. They're begging for atheists to come in, but Darren already kicked out like 5 of them. After a couple of minutes of talking to each one, it's like, well, you expect anything different from him?
Oh, that's where my copy of Don Quixote went. Okay.
Oh, I thought it was funny. I don't even know why anybody would go in there in the first place. Except for they didn't know who he was,
Hmm.
But I guess Galvis Girl and Josh were trying to get in there, and he got booting them and laughing about it. Then we had fun this morning. Shamos come in this morning,
Oh, yeah.
going off on everybody, thinking he's so much more intelligent and better at philosophical arguments than everyone else. He's like in the 90% top percentile of
Mm-hmm.
And he argued for like half hour, 45 minutes about people because people were talking to Mark Thomas, and nobody was having just having a conversation, just trying to basically get figure out his language and everything, right? Nobody's actually trying to have an argument with him. And Shamos is going all off like, you guys can't even, you're fucking everywhere, like nobody's really fucking trying to have an argument. We're just bullshit with him, trying to tell him what a dumbass he is for the shit he's saying. So that was fun arguing with him for a half hour.
Yeah. You know how some people like to make notes of poignant Bible verses? I do the opposite. I take notes of the very pointless verses.
Yeah.
Like Romans 16:14. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Greet Asyncritus, Phlegon, Hermes, Petrobus, Hermas, and the brothers with them. Yeah, just completely pointless. Not deep or profound at all.
Or you should find the one in Kings. I forget which Kings it is. Where two women were talking about, I guess there was a famine or something going on. So the women boiled the one woman's child and ate that one night, and the other woman was supposed to boil her child the next night, and she didn't. So the first woman got all mad, went to the king, and started bitching at the king, and the king took off his robes or something and stood on the wall. Some fucked up crazy shit.
There's one part that I can't find again now, but it's I forget which book it's in even, but it basically goes to list this long ass genealogy, and then it mentions two people who were denied entry into some place because they couldn't produce records of their genealogy. And it's just such a Shaggy Dog story almost.
He will not divide us.
I mean, everybody comes on here for something different. Nobody comes on here anymore for, good Christian arguments anymore. Everyone got bored with it.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of been done to death at this point.
Oh, fucking drivers. You're going to drive the exact same speed of the guy in the other fucking lane. Get behind his ass. I mean, I guess it all, because I really don't, there ain't a whole lot I want to talk about. I still like arguing about the Bible. The flat earth, I'm not interested in all. It's just, something, like Red got interested in it. He can argue the flat earth. I don't give a shit about it. I know what shape it is. Yeah, I know. I know what shape it is. There ain't no point in arguing it. it doesn't even interest me. I don't even want to study, the points on it to try and even prove any of them wrong. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, the really hardline flat earthers, like, nothing you say will convince them anyway, so there's not much point in trying.
That's like the philosophical stuff. That doesn't interest me at all. I mean, for a little bit there, I tried understanding all the terminology and everything about the philosophical stuff. And I'm like, nah, I really don't care. I'm more along the lines of evidentialist, I guess, and argue the Bible itself.
Yeah.
That's what I said, Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bob, you're going to hell.
You having fun at work today, Tom?
I'm just doing emails and stuff like that right now. Paperwork stuff.
Yeah, I got my boss to give me a job delivering down to Baton Rouge. I'm gonna go kick fucking dumbass's ass.
And I says,
Yeah.
you gonna meet up, Dio?
Yeah, we're going to get some ice cream.
What are you gonna drug me and fuck me? What the hell?
Yeah, I'm going to face fuck you.
You faggot.
That's hilarious.
Tom, are you still sick?
No.
I still got a runny nose.
What do you call it? What do you call a deer with a runny nose? Full? Yeah. You've heard that one, haven't you, Tom? What do you call a hooker with a runny nose?
No.
Full?
That's very disrespectful towards women.
Well, Bob's mom with a runny nose.
That's why I said, what do you call a deal when the runny nose full?
Annabelle's back in a big way, it seems, huh?
Well, she was gone for a while.
Yeah, she hadn't been around for quite some time.
We gotta set it up where Molly and her go at each other. That'd be fun.
I don't really think Molly's interested in doing that. The ones I'm interested in hearing are Simon and Michael Ann. Doesn't really see just a lot of these things, like, they don't really ever happen because one person doesn't really. I mean, I don't want to say they're not interested, but it's kind of like they're scared, basically.
I don't know. You get Simon on here and you keep having him talk about Mike Land and her vitamin C or her little beauty parlor. I think she'd get pissed enough to join.
No, she's been in here, like, in the live chat while he's been in there, and, like, we're talking about it, and she's like, she'll do this thing where she says, like, it's not worth my time to, like, go in there and talk to him, but then she'll sit in the live chat and, like, waste her time talking about him and to him in the live chat. So
Yeah.
when people do that, I'm just like, okay, this person is just, like, not wanting to come in, right? That's what it just comes down to.
Well, she's just looking for shit. I notice whenever she comes in, pretty much first fucking words that she types is insulting somebody, calling somebody a dumbass, and fucking insulting Annabelle or whatever. It's not, talking to anybody nicely or anything. It's an insult right away. It's like, well, I don't discuss shit with her anymore either. It's like she tagged me, in some health bullshit, like community tagged me and shit like that, talking about me, and then you can't comment or nothing, and it's like, and then she'd make posts and tag people and then disable comments. It's like, that's just pretty dishonest of you bitch.
Yeah, I dislike that. Anybody who disables comments, I don't like that. Like a very Brett Keen thing to do.
Yeah.
You're disabling comments, you're doing it for a reason.
Yeah, because you don't want your opinion challenged. You just want to spout shit and not be proven wrong.
Yeah. Well, oftentimes. Speak of the devil.
Yeah, Simon tried to get me to go in a fucking Darwin's hangout last night. I'm not even going to watch this hangout. Fuck him.
Everybody just ends up going into their own hangouts and kicking the other people out when they could just, like, go talk to each other. People, I mean, this community is, I think the nature of it is just that people, that's what happens. If it goes long enough, people just stop talking to certain people. I mean, I hate Simon, but, like, I'll still let him in my room. He's worthless, but he can still come in. That's just how I do things.
That's okay then, Tom. I'll leave.
Yeah, well, I mean, it gets to a point where if you try having a dialogue with someone and someone just twists everything you say, it's like, why? I'm not having a dialogue with. That's like Teal Summers, right? Eve. I had tried to have conversations with her, and everything I said, she just twisted, make it sound sinister and bizarre. And I'm like, that's not what I meant. This is what I meant. Then she fucking twisted again, and I'm like, you know what? And then she's like, well, I'm not gonna have these. I'm not debating anybody, and nobody can, show me anything. If you wanna, I'm like, let's just, let's just have discussions like we had before, you know, talk about anything and bullshit and whatever. She's like, well, I'm not interested in having discussions, you know. And then people are kind of, she'd post stuff and people would comment on it. And she's like, well, I'm going to start blocking mofos, you know. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. So I'm going to block your ass. I'm done with you, you know. Twist, you know, it's like, you're going to be dishonest, twist everything I say, threaten other people. You know, hey, I'll fix it for you. You don't have to worry about it no more.
Simon's so sensitive. So sensitive, Simon.
Simon left. Don't worry, Simon. Tom doesn't like anybody.
Right. I don't even like myself.
I had a dream about you last night, Tom.
Where did I
suck at
finish?
dick.
Where did I finish?
Well, like I just, it was something like we're at a like, well,
Your mouth?
yeah, Josh was in it too. And
Can you hear me now?
Where on your body did I finish? Yeah, we can hear you.
no, it wasn't that type of dream.
You finished
Please
on
not
me?
laugh.
But Josh was in it, and I don't really. It's the only part that I remember. The part that you were in it was when we're at a university, and
Were you guys doing a London Bridge? What?
you were talking shit, and I caught you, but you were like, I never saw you before, but when you started talking, I
You recognize my voice.
Uh-huh.
You recognize my voice?
Yeah. Because you, for some reason, for some reason I was blocked out of the university, but you were in the university. And I couldn't get in, but you like went outside to smoke a cigarette, or you went out like outside the perimeters. And then you were talking to some other Asian guy. I think I confronted you about it, and I think that was it.
Interesting.
You felt jilted for an Asian guy? Is that what you're saying?
There's a lot of people. My ex-boss was in it. It was... Who else was in it? All kinds of fucking people are in it.
Come on, be honest. You, Tom, and Josh were having a London Bridge, and you were in the middle. Weren't you, Dio?
Yeah, that's it.
Dio, did you check your Tinder yet?
Yeah, I just checked it.
And?
Yeah, I got another hit, but it was, I didn't get any reply from the other. She hasn't been on. It tells you when the last time they've been on.
Yeah, I just like how Dio just has no respect for me. He just like checks his shit, doesn't tell me about it. He makes all his decisions on his own. You know, I mean, just so disrespectful.
Yeah.
I mean, after you go out of the way to hold hangout so he has some place to go so he's not all lonely.
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm doing Tom the service. I'm keeping Tom from being lonely. I'm the one being charitable.
I think Tom actually has friends.
That's debatable. I have some friends, but I don't really hang out with anyone in real life nowadays.
Why? Most of them have families?
Yeah. What's up, Justin?
Sup, dude?
Dude, I was just thinking about you yesterday or today. I can't remember which.
Dionysus spends a
Thanks,
lot of time
faggot.
thinking about other dudes.
Justin, I think when you start approaching 40, I think like the world's gonna collapse on you and you're gonna commit suicide.
Oh, Justin, have you been paying attention? We've played Let's Play Tinder with Dionysus several times. Justin was there originally when we did the first Let's Play. There's been no progress made at all.
No, there was, but I fucked it up. Remember the girl that I could have face fucked?
Okay, Justin, I don't know. I don't remember exactly what was the standard opening line, or if we even got that far with you before. But do you remember what Dionysus' standard opener is on Tinder?
No, I've never actually seen him use it.
Okay, all right. So just imagine that you're a girl, you get a match on Tinder, and the guy messages you, and you open up and it says,
All right.
"Are you still active?" What's the reply?
Not anymore. You know, I would say something shitty back to them, I think.
What? First of all, what do you think that means?
Sexually active. I mean, of course, that's what they're going to
It's
assume.
ambiguous on purpose, right?
Oh,
It's not ambiguous.
I'm not sure that ambiguity works in your favor.
It's not ambiguous.
It could mean like, do you exercise? It could mean, are you online, or are you sexually active? So that's why.
but see, Dionysus wants to say that it's like a question that's purposely ambiguous to see like what she said.
That's a horrible opener, dude. Do not use that.
Yeah, that's what I told him. He won't listen to me though.
What do you
Immediately
say?
makes them
He
dislike
says it's
you.
good because they respond, right? And I don't think that a response in itself is a good judge of whether or not it's good.
Yeah, no, that's not. They're just going to be a dick to you.
What kind of impression do you think it sends when like the relationship starts off with confusion?
Yeah, that's true.
Mysterious
That's also.
guy on that era.
Like, do you think that you're like an assertive, confident guy that they want to pursue?
That's a good point.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, not all of the meanings one could draw from that really help you. I mean, like, if they interpret, still active as meaning online, it makes you sound a bit kind of desperate.
Yeah. Like you're like messaging these girls who are like 10 minutes active, active 10 minutes ago, and you're just like chasing for whoever will talk to you in real time.
Yeah, play the school teacher card.
Play what?
Play the school teacher card.
Oh. Like what part? The cyber
Dionysus,
stuff?
why don't you give Justin a little bit of an idea about how your dialogues usually go? I mean, you should. I think you should show him.
Screen share?
Yeah, let's see your.
Yeah, I want to see.
Let's see from beginning to end your dialogue with the one girl who you fucked it up with.
No, it's gone. She removed me.
Oh,
That's too bad. I would have liked to see that.
this sounds
Okay,
promising.
so
He's
explain to Justin how things went sour. Right? She said something about a play, and then you said what?
I used to be a Shakespeare fag.
I think I missed something.
That's pretty good though. Yeah, see, the problem is
And-
you're approaching these conversations like you're talking to people in here because we would find that shit funny. They just think this motherfucker is crazy.
Right.
She was like,
Stuff
"Excuse
doesn't
me,
translate.
fag?" And I was like, do you still go to that fag bar, the radio bar? Because it was like part of her picture. I knew what bar she was at when she took the picture. And she asked
That's
me,
even creepier though. Yeah, just
she's
play the
hot.
school teacher thing. You're good with kids. You're like
He's not
to
though.
better the community. Yeah, but lie,
Plus
just
it-
lie.
But he says he's
Plus,
looking
it
for a
opens the door for
relationship.
some schoolgirl uniform role play.
Yeah, leave all that shit out. Just play on the fact that you've got a degree in chemistry, which we all know is not. There's just all kinds of things you can play to your advantage. Try to avoid the word fag, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot.
Yeah.
She's very classy. Dio says this is her type. He pulls this kind of tail all day. That's what he says.
I'm actually kind of shocked Dio matched this girl.
Why are you shocked? That's like poor for the course.
Poor for the course.
Must
Also,
be different in New York.
Dio is a chronic misspeller and makes grammatical errors just constantly in
Oh, we
almost
know
every
that already.
in almost every single message to these women.
Her profile also says that she's 20, even though her age says 26.
That's weird.
So that now
That's-
explains why she matched you.
Why? I don't
Seems
get
like
it.
a bot then.
She's not a bot.
She's fucking. I mean, hit it. I'm not saying don't. I'm just saying she's a fucking child. Message her. What'd you say to her?
Nothing.
No, I did.
What did you
Oh.
say?
What'd you say?
Oh, look at this one.
Ugh.
That's right up Dio's alley right there. Because she's
looks like she has
Jewish.
Looks like she has a good personality.
She's Jewish and Dio wants to face fuck someone, right? He wants to find someone to face fuck. So this is like
I don't think.
his ultimate fantasy. I mean, he searches for black porn where the guy fucks a Jewish girl.
Why does she have New York everything in her profile?
Yeah, that was strange.
She probably went to NY.
Oh, she's a Knicks fan? Fuck that. Run away. Run far away.
This one's online right now.
That
What the
one's
That's all
fuck is
you
this?
do.
Are we trying to find Dionysus a wife?
Yeah, we're doing a let's
Uh,
play with Dionysus.
sort of, yeah.
Yeah, but she's got kids. Look at that shit. Like, I want that.
She is not attractive.
Look, just because a woman has kids doesn't mean that you can't face fuck her. Like, that's what you said your stated goal was, right?
Exactly.
Are you kidding? Don't you have to have a dick to face fuck somebody?
I mean,
That one's your best bet.
are you kidding me, Justin?
We have to help him.
That girl is at least a 7. At least a 7.
I
There's
think
no
she's
way
an 8.
Dio's gonna pull that. He's just wasting his. I don't even think she's real. The mistake with the age thing is like a Scream is like some sort of like fake bot to me.
No, usually if it's
Uh-oh.
just it doesn't have. It doesn't go into detail about her being offensive.
Also,
Oh,
there's like
exactly. No, I think it's-
also like a telltale sign like this bot type stuff, like fake
This is a
stuff.
bot. This is a bot right here. See, watch.
Look, there's tons. They use tons of like smiley faces and LOL type stuff, and which she has in her profile.
Yeah, which basically means that there's somebody in Indonesia trying to hook you into some kind of scam.
Hey, Dio, how many
What's that?
times? Dio,
Jeez.
how many times?
How many?
I
Sorry.
was asking Dio how many times he cheated on.
On Simone, I only cheated on her like twice.
Okay, how long were you guys together?
Like
Like
over-
actually together, not like this fake stuff together where we just like are in close proximity for 10 years.
10 years. So when you say tail left and right, years ago that you were doing that?
Yeah, I was pretty faithful. I slept with most of the girls I slept with was in like high school, right after high school.
Look, being pretty faithful doesn't include cheating on her twice, right?
I was just wondering how many goddamn things Dionysus has on his taskbar.
I was thinking that earlier.
That's Windows 10 for you, man.
No, I mean,
Windows 10 for you, man.
I got Windows 10 as well, but I've got like 5 things on my taskbar, not fucking 28.
Well, he likes to have things on his taskbar. It's not going to hurt anybody. At least he doesn't have a whole bunch of fucking windows open at the same time.
That's true. There are greater sins.
Actually, the greatest sin of all. What's on your desktop? Hey, let's look at your
Yeah.
desktop. Come on.
Nothing
Let's see.
I cannot stand when people have like just a desktop full of icons everywhere. Like there's not a blank space inside.
Shortcuts to files and shit.
Yeah.
Install files. Yeah. Yeah, install files.
Don't show the hangout, dumbass.
He's trying to make a point. He's hovering his. he's-
hangout. Great carry. These fuckers. What the hell are you doing? Man? Go ahead.
What I'm kind of curious about, though, is why there are 2 Google Chrome icons on his taskbar. Unless he's got multiple windows open, maybe. But that doesn't make sense.
This is Dionysius. He swims in a sea of madness. It's best not to ask these questions.
Yeah, fair enough.
When 20-year-old is real, but I suspect some kind of issues there.
Well, actually, a much better question I've thought of now is why do you have both Chrome and Edge pinned to your taskbar? Like, do you alternate between the two? Like, can you not decide on a web browser?
Yeah, Dio, Jesus, you piece of shit.
Yeah, how old are you, Dionysus? You must be close to 30 by now. You don't want no 20-year-old girl, man. That's a chick with daddy issues.
I'm almost 37. No, I want, because the younger they are, the more they can do it.
Don't show the hangout window, you dumbass.
Dionysus, like all the talk about Josh, you know, face fucking godless and just indulging every desire he has and the bliss that he seems to be in constantly. That seems to have sparked that something inside of you, right? You want to experience that also.
Or, you know, so the basic touch of a woman, I think, at this point.
Well, that too.
I mean, let's not overload his senses, eh? Like, let's not give him the full fucking Monty right off the bat. We wouldn't want him to die or anything.
Yeah, I know I keep harping on this, but dude, you've got Firefox, 2 Google Chromes, and Microsoft Edge pinned to your taskbar. Do you have Safari on there somewhere too?
It is what it is, Albatross.
Is there a DOS box prompt too? the emulator for Windows 3.1? Listen, he's the kind of guy that when it comes to computers, he likes to wear a belt and suspenders, okay? The hell is Justin doing? Maybe he's really trying to find Dionysus a woman.
Shopping for a new bed frame.
A new bed frame. Oh, yeah.
Did you go to the hospital, Gus?
I'm still in the hospital, tiny teeth.
Damn. How long have you been there now?
Well, they're warehousing me until they can get me into a bariatric rehab program. And the thing in the States is that you pay, but up here you wait. Because it's like
Is the place they want to put you in like a nice little resort though for you to like detox basically?
To tell you the truth, I'm not exactly sure what that place is, except it's designed to make you thinner. So it can't be a fat farm. It's too damn cold up here for one of those.
Yeah, you gotta be careful of that bariatric shit. I've heard the ones that get the stomach smaller, it's like 1 in 700 die on the table. And if they go in with a rubber band or something, it's like 1 in 500 or something that die or some shit like that.
Well, you know, you got to die of something. And besides, there are other options to that, anyways. But by far, the most people who get that kind of surgery, if they stick to the regimen that they're supposed to stick to afterwards, they're usually pretty safe.
Just do it.
Yeah, she didn't get resection. She got a lap band. So essentially, they put a sleeve around her stomach and squeezed her stomach smaller.
That's right.
She seems happy.
Yeah.
It's tough to tell. It's tough to tell with her, but she seems happy. Personally, I think Josh has brought her more happiness than lap band surgery ever would have.
Yeah, no, they seem to make a good couple.
Imagine their kids.
I mean, you don't need that surgery if you can control your eating habits and stuff.
Well,
I mean, you know, sometimes
that's debatable.
What we know about about gaining weight and keeping weight and stuff. I mean, we're still there's a lot we need to learn, but there's a whole bunch of factors that go into it. And for some people, it's not as simple as calories in, calories out. It's just not that simple. The problem is that medical science hasn't pinned down exactly what that X factor is. I mean, part of it is genetics, although medicine really, our society really doesn't want to assign a great deal of weight to genetics because it sounds too much like predestination. You'd be amazed. You'd be amazed how Western people balk at the notion that certain things in your life are decided for you when you're born, and that's that. You'd be amazed at how Western people will balk at that. And then it goes all the way up through our institutions as well. But there are other things too. I mean, we're still trying to get a handle on exactly how metabolism works for people who it doesn't work the same way as everybody else for. I know that sounds like a weird statement, but
Yeah, well, no, I understand. If I eat 3 meals a day, taking about 3,000 calories, I lose weight. If I only eat once a day, taking like 2,000 calories, I gain 40.
Yeah. Part of the problem is that in particularly in Canada and the United States, what we've been told to eat for the longest time has been influenced by commerce rather than health. It's only in the last 10 years or so that the Canada's Food Guide, and I guess the America's Food Guide, which is probably the same as Canada's Food Guide, only in the last 10 years has it put vegetables at the top of the list as to what you're supposed to eat the most of. Before, 10 years ago, it was still saying breads and grains. And the reason it was still saying breads and grains is because essentially the bread and grain lobby, the cereal growers lobby, was beating the hell out of government, saying with their own packet of science on the matter.
Hey, Justin, Xbox is getting face fucked by PlayStation right now. I just want to pass that on to you because you have
What up?
It's getting face fucked right now by the PS4 Pro.
Who is?
Who is?
Xbox?
Yeah, PlayStation's just dominating it.
Well, maybe. But you know how that normally works, right? For a while, PlayStation comes out on top. Then for a while, Xbox comes out on top. Then it shifts back and forth.
Well, the thing about it, the difference between like the Xbox and the not only are the titles better, but it also they're getting ready to release a firmware update for the PlayStation Pro that's going to overclock the Pro chip. The Pro chip is like twice as powerful as the regular PlayStation, and then they're going to overclock that. It's even like Fallout 4. It actually will run now on boost mode. It'll run at the highest settings that a computer.
I thought overclocking was a bad idea in general for computers.
Not necessarily.
Sometimes.
I knew guys back in the day when you stuck a P in front of your right, and back in those days, like guys with 233s and 266s and stuff were overclocking their computers to like into the 300 series and stuff, and they were causing their chips to turn into slag.
It's going to be interesting if Xbox with the Scorpio, like how competitive the Scorpio is going to be at the end of the year when it comes out. I still think the PlayStation is a better buy.
Well, I mean,
Probably.
You're not going to get 4K, native 4K on a console. Not at this point.
I mean, they need to be careful though, because for the longest time, one of the greatest draws of the home video game thing was that it was relatively accessible to everybody, but the prices are beginning to climb to the point where I don't think the average, because that was a nice thing about the Atari 2600, right? And I'm going back a ways, but the nice thing about the Atari 2600 is the average schlub could buy it. The average schlub could buy the cartridges, and that was that. There was, But nowadays, I mean,
well, the PlayStation 4 was cheaper than the PlayStation. I heard the PlayStation 3 when it first came out was like $700. The PlayStation 4 Pro was like $400.
Yeah, that's true. And the PlayStation 3 the PlayStation 3. Oh, I was thinking of PS2. Yeah, I owned a PS2. I never owned a PS3.
I've owned every PlayStation. I never owned the Xbox. So.
I did own an Xbox for a little while. That was pretty cool. There were some nice games for it.
That's right. And the other thing I've noticed, sorry guys, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the other thing I've noticed that consoles have started to lose like one of their primary advantages. Like in the old days, you know, one of the advantages of console was being able to just pick up and play. You didn't have to install the game or download updates and all that shit. But nowadays,
yeah,
it's just as bad as it is on a PC. You know, you got to install the things to the hard drive, download updates for, download trophies, and all that bullshit.
Well, it just makes it. Well, there's two bad things, right? Like on the one hand, it allows them to modify where their bugs at. So if there's a bug, they don't have to recall the game. But on the bad side is that it allows them to put out a game that's half finished.
Yeah, that is another problem as well.
Well, in the old days,
the thing is, though, Dionysus, that argument might hold a bit of weight if it were optional to install it to the hard drive or optional to download updates, but it's not. Like it's still lost that main draw that you can't just plug a cassette into the thing and start playing it.
Yeah. Well, one of the constant problems and one of the extant problems even today is piracy, right? So what these console companies really want to do is they want to prevent you from getting a physical disc, because a physical disc can be copied. Now, game console discs were some of the hardest discs on earth to copy, but they could be done, right? And now if you're getting everything as DLC, then I mean ultimately what they want to do is you just get the console, bring it home. No part of it opens or has anything inserted into it at all, and then you just hook it up to the internet. You get your game as a download like Steam. Like that's the ultimate goal, I think, for the console makers. It's very hard to pirate Steam games unless you really know what you're doing.
Yeah, it does look like they're going a lot more kind of the direct download versions of things.
But you're right too, though, is that they're also, using the DLC notion as an excuse to release games that are half finished, and at some point, that's going to jump up and bite them in the ass. But same soon.
Yeah, I mean, like back in the days of GameCube and so on, before we had consoles connected to the internet constantly, you couldn't get away with releasing a buggy game on a disc because and you can't just patch it remotely. People would, if it's something game breaking, people would actually have to go in and trade in their copy.
But we kind of screwed ourselves.
Yeah.
We kind of screwed ourselves in a way because there was really so much piracy that game companies really started looking for a way to sort of to try to make sure that you were only allowed to have what you paid for.
Yeah, but it's funny though that also kind of backfired in its own way. Like some of the DRM they put out for certain games have been so obnoxious that people would actually prefer to just pirate the game and get a crack for it than have to deal with the DRM.
Oh yeah. I mean, in many ways, they're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't, right? If they seek to protect their intellectual property, they're condemned. If they don't seek to protect their intellectual property, they lose a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'll be fair. That that fairly new Denuvo DRM has actually been pretty effective. Like, there's still not a crack out for Dishonored 2, for example.
Oh, I remember back in like the late '80s and early '90s when game companies were trying everything they could think of to keep from copying. You remember the old instruction manual copy protection?
Oh, yeah.
It's like look at page X and tell us what's on it. You had to have the instruction manual, or you wouldn't be able to continue to the game.
Yeah, it's kind of a bitch, right? Because like some of those old DOS games are pretty much abandoned, where nowadays you can download them for free from pretty much anywhere. But then they still got that feature with them, and of course you don't have like an instruction manual.
Yeah.
I remember the remake of Leisure Suit Larry that they did with the point-and-click interface instead of using a keyboard.
Right.
They had a thing that was supposed to kind of like validate your age, but since this was made in like the 90s, right? So If you are now 18 or so, you probably wouldn't know most of the pop culture trivia they ask you like from the 80s.
Right. Pretty funny stuff, though.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember in the early 1990s, my friend got a hold of X-Wing, and X-Wing, it took 33 discs to install X-Wing on his computer.
Jeez.
And if there was a problem with the installation on any of those discs, you had to go back and start the process all over again. This was before the invention of the CD-ROM. We'd had CD-ROMs for a while, we'd had CDs for a while, but we didn't have CD-ROMs until they weren't really widespread until the mid '90s. Basically by 1995, we got our act together, and essentially everything came on a CD-ROM. But before that, man, you were like Windows 95. There was something like 60 or 70 disks to install Windows 95 on your computer. Like, mind you, the first iteration of Windows 95 was just a mess. I mean, people forget how much everybody was in arms over Windows 95.
Yeah.
Windows 95 was just a royal pain in the ass on a whole bunch of levels, but it got used to everybody thinking the way Microsoft. Now we're good little Windows users.
It's still better than any.
Still better than a DOS. Yeah, it's still better than ME. Yeah. Like better than a DOS prompt. I still think Windows 7 is probably the best Windows that was ever released.
I must say, though, I do find it kind of humorous that, so we started off with DOS, we didn't start off with DOS, but, back in my day, we started off with DOS, and then we moved to graphical interfaces that became progressively more flashy. But then I started getting into servers, and they're all about, just stripping out everything and just having a PowerShell prompt.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. It's kind of funny to think about it that way.
A server's desktop display has maybe one icon.
No, I mean, like Windows Server, you can have it with a graphical interface, which is nice, as opposed to something like Ubuntu Server, which by default has no graphical interface, and you just got to command line the shit out of everything. You can install a graphical interface, but it slows it right the fuck down, so don't bother.
Yeah. Just type your code, son. Just type your code.
Yeah, become comfortable with bash scripting.
Please, I couldn't code to save my life. I could not code to save my life. I don't have that good an attention to detail.
Yeah, it's an art that I've never really had sufficient reason to learn. Because when I deal with servers, I mainly look for scripts, and generally speaking, if I have a need to do something, somebody else has already made a script for it.
Right.
When are you getting out of there, Gus? Gonna have to break you out of the clink or what?
I don't know, man. I have no idea. They're warehousing me now until they can send me out to another place. This is definitely a winter of my fucking discontent, boy, let me tell you.
You still paying rent at your old place?
It ends at the end of this month. All my stuff is going into storage, so I'm going to have to. All those plans have been made. So technically, at the end of February, I'm homeless. Garbage? Yes, please. Lunch. Let's see what the kitchen, what domestically calls chicken a la king. Yeah. They gave me my chicken a la king.
Watch out, chicken out,
My-
king.
And my 125 milliliters of milk. I don't know what that is in the backward measuring system you guys use over there. I don't know how many pints to a swizzle puss that is, or whatever the fuck.
The U.S. officially uses the metric system.
Yeah, sure they do.
Yeah.
No, they do. That's Reagan did that.
You did, eh?
It's just that nobody actually uses it, but it's the
No.
official standard.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so it's kind of, you know, de jure but not de facto type thing.
Yeah.
Hell, that's got to be small. 125.
25 mils is not much. That's about half of a normal tin of Coke.
I think a CC is a 1-to-1 with a milliliter.
Well, let's hang on. Let's see here. That's
16 ounces, which is about a bottle of water in America. It's 500 milliliters.
There we go. Let's see the.
So it's like 4 ounces, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, chicken
There we
was
go.
good.
They call that chicken a la king.
Looks
Chicken and
cute.
rice.
Looks like a Marie Callender looking frozen dinner.
And that is 125 millimeter milk.
I like how it says
It's like
2% milk, as if only 2% of that is actually milk.
So
So
there
you're
we
getting
go.
2% of 125 milliliters of milk.
Yeah.
It's crazy how they do the milk. They when they homogenize, they take all the fat out, and then they put, if you want 2%, they only put 2% back, and the homogenize, they put a lot more back, and 0.5%, they only put 0.5% of it back.
I didn't
It's like
even know there was such a thing as 0.5%. Wow.
I don't know why they bothered taking it out in the first place. They're going to put it back.
Yeah.
There's two ways they heat the milk to pasteurize it. The one way is they heat it up to a certain temperature, and that kills about, I think it's supposed to be like 30 to 90% or something like that. Not a whole lot. But then there's a high temp pasteurization that's supposed to kill like 99% of the bacteria and shit in the milk. And I guess if they do the high temp pasteurization, the milk lasts like a month, where the regular pasteurization only lasts like a couple weeks or a week.
Yeah. Actually, in my house, we buy a lot of this, like what they call long life milk. It's probably the same ultra temp pasteurization type stuff, and that stuff lasts for a while. Doesn't taste quite as nice as relatively fresh milk, but you know what? I will gladly take a slight decline in taste quality to having to go to the store every other fucking day.
It's like my cousins, they got chickens, and when the chickens lay their eggs, if they don't wash the eggs, they can leave the eggs sit there for about 4 weeks before they even have to worry about eating them. But if they wash them, then you got like a week before.
That's weird. I wonder how that works.
Because I guess there's a protective coating on it. So if you wash it, you wash out the protective coating, and then the bacteria can get in.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I kind of miss the days of floppy disks because I was at school at the time. So if I had like a computer project to turn in, I could just pad the size to be like 4.6 megabytes, and then gain an extra day or two by just saying, I'm sorry, it's too big to fit on a floppy. Let me try and compress it or resize it.
I don't know anything about computers, so
Well, kind of the last incarnation of floppy disks, I forget the exact specifications of them, but if I recall, their maximum size was about 4.5 megabytes. So anything bigger than that wouldn't fit.
I know a little bit about computers, but hell, I don't even know how to set up a VPN or anything.
Yeah, sorry, I was wrong. It's not 4.5 megabytes, it's 1.44. That was the maximum capacity of pretty much all of the 3.5-inch floppies.
I'll be back, Fax.
Huh, apparently at some point I made 120 megabyte floppies. Wouldn't have guessed.
I'm gonna invite a bunch of people. Get this
Too
party
excited
started.
Just too exciting for you. Clothes off. Drive down the road naked.
I need to anyway because that way I can just keep posting the link in here with everybody invited.
I wonder if Darwin figured out a way to not let anybody snipe.
There's lots of ways you could do it.
Because he had his hang set up last night, I guess. He had Simon sent me a link to it. Said there was a join link in the description or something shit.
Yeah.
You can't set yours up that way because it wasn't a corporate. I don't think it was a corporate account. No,
Wait, he did what?
with Darwin, he opened a Hangout last night and put the link in the description box.
Oh.
So but I don't think it was a corporate account.
And you're saying he didn't get sniped?
I don't know. I didn't watch it or go on it, but it seems like you'd have to ask Josh or Godless because Simon told me that they kept trying to get in and getting kicked out. So you think if one of them would have tried sniping it?
Yeah.
Maybe there's a new way of doing it now. Then you can open up your Hangouts, get more people in. So I think that's a lot of reason people don't join up is trying to find a link or ask for a link. Because there's times that I've asked for the link, like every 5-10 minutes, I'll ask for the link sometimes, and either nobody's paying attention or they miss it.
Yeah.
So. Then fucking Mr. Campbell, Mr. Rankin Campbell, wants to have a hangout with me.
Really?
Yeah, Arcane posted this thing about astronauts, right? Some astronaut said that we can't go out, can't get past Earth's orbit, right? And Arcane made this stupid ass meme, right, with the astronaut, I forget what his name was, and says we can't get out of Earth's orbit. We can't leave Earth's orbit. And Arcane said some shit like, what does this tell you? And something about, ball earthers or something will say some bullshit, right? And I went and found the quote, and I fucking posted the whole entire quote to Arcane, and what he was saying was, the astronaut was saying was, yeah, we can't get out of Earth's orbit right now because they don't want to spend the money and they don't have the equipment to send people that long out in space, right? That far out in orbit, because the moon's in Earth's orbit, right? So you got to get further than that, you got to get out there, and they don't have the life support systems in these rockets and shit now to to send people out and bring them back alive and safe. They just don't have it. That's why we can't get outside Earth's orbit. That's what basically the thing says. And I posted it up and I told Arcane, nothing like being honest. Why don't you post the whole fucking thing instead of quote mining it and take it out of context? And I go, oh yeah, and I said, oh yeah, dumbass. If you're gonna quote someone and saying that we can't get out of orbit, and that's part of your argument that we can't leave Earth's orbit, there is no orbit on a flat Earth. So you just shut down your own fucking argument by putting the word orbit in there. Well, I screenshot everything because we know how Arcane is. I screenshot everything, so he deleted the post and deleted the comments and blocked me. So I made another post of that, and Red copied it and shared it, and some other guy, some new guy on here, Amar or something like that, and he copied it and shared it. And so I went on there and I asked Arcane and this other guy that goes on Arcane's channel, because I went on one of my other accounts and went and looked at Arcane's channel, see what he was and shit, and he added some other thing about Pepe, about how Pepe's crying, right? You know, the Pepe the Frog is crying, and Arcane's like, well, this is what ball earthers do, you know, because they're afraid. You know, they won't click like on my memes because they're afraid their family's gonna find out and laugh at them or some shit, you know. And I'm like, no, it's because you block everyone and no one can actually respond. And if they do respond, you delete their comments, right? So he blocked me again on that other account, but I had another one, and I seen that this guy David Hamilton and fucking Rand Campbell were laughing LOL and going, yeah, that's truth. So I recopied the thing that Arcane made, and I went online, or I posted it, and I asked that Hamilton guy and Mr. Campbell, I go, well, let's talk about, why would Arcane lie? Why would he say this bullshit and then delete the account and then block me, right? And this fucking Dave Hamilton did everything he could to actually give an honest answer, right? He just, in my opinion, I don't have enough facts to know if he was lying, and I showed him all the proof right there, where he quote mined the quote and and wrote down this shit, and then the other thing was the Pepe shit, right? And I'm like, well, how the hell am I supposed to respond to the Pepe thing if he blocks me, I'm like, don't you think that's kind of dishonest? Don't you think that's actually lying? And fucking Hamilton's going off on, well, I don't know, and I called his ass out, and he just fucking never answered after that. And so fucking Campbell, he's going, me and him are going back and forth, and he just come up with all kinds of bullshit too, I'd make a point, instead of addressing the point I just made that shot him down, he'd go on to something different. And I'm like, yeah, that's it, Rand. You just keep fucking doing this shit. And then Rand's like trying to go, well, let me explain to you what fucking Bob is. Bob's the guy that supported Nadia for months and months, and and got all butthurt when she didn't show him any love or some shit, and show love to somebody else or something or another. And I'm like, well, no, it was never like that. I didn't support her for months and months. I gave her a place to live for a little bit, but I didn't give her food money and shit.
Yeah.
So I wasn't supporting her for a long ass time. And I'm like, and then he's like saying all this other bullshit about, I wasn't a real Christian and all kinds of shit. I said, well, go ahead and prove that shit. Show me all the evidence of all this shit. And he's like, well, I don't need to show evidence. You're not worth it. And I'm like, you fucking liar. And I says, if you don't show the evidence, you're just going to prove that everything you just said was a complete lie. And he said some more bullshit. So we went back and forth a couple more times. And he goes, you want to have a hang and discuss this? And I'm sure. I says, but the minute you start being a disrespectful and a bitch, I'm going to fucking just leave. And if I start being that way, you can kick me, right? And he's like, well, I might have to chastise you a little bit, and put you in your place. Well, I says, no, I'm not your son, and I'm not a child, and I'm definitely not your child. You're not going to be doing any chastising, or fucking forget it. So he wants to have a hangout to discuss it and show me why I'm wrong.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's supposed to be sometime today or tomorrow or who knows what. He's supposed to get a hold of me.
Hello, Tanya.
Hello, Tom. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I've got a cold. Other than that, I'm pretty good.
Hmm. Michael
So,
Douglas says that he got throat cancer from giving cunnilingus.
oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Pardon the pun.
Yeah, Helena Handbasket also posited that it's possible that having a cold would be really good for blowjobs.
If you don't like breathing, I guess, which, I'm kind of into anyway, so yeah, I can see
I
that.
think the idea was the excess mucus would facilitate
Oh,
the
okay,
whole
I
thing.
see. Yeah, that would keep things slick.
Now I hear that you're a Christian again, and so is Eve Real, and you guys had a powwow with G-Man. What the fuck is that all about?
Yes, we sure did. Yes, we
Hmm.
sure did.
What's
Yeah,
going on?
like last week or whatever. Yeah, it was fun. Got to talk to G-Man. That's always exciting.
Mhm. So G-Man thinks you're a Christian? Are you a Christian?
I am. Yep.
You are. So
Mhm.
you've done away with this nonsense situational theist bullshit, right?
I have. I've decided to become a full-timer.
So you realize that that was a nonsensical title, right?
It was what I refer to as sarcasm.
Okay.
Yeah, I do that a lot.
All right. So you are a Christian, and why
Yep.
did that happen?
Oh, all kinds of reasons. Probably because,
Give me the number one.
well, I was going to say, I think the
Was it
number one.
G-Man's answered prayer argument?
No. No, it was
Okay.
not.
Was not that.
It
Gotcha.
was probably honestly because, I was raised a Christian.
Mhm.
That seed was always planted in my head,
Yeah.
and
Right. Yeah.
I don't know that it's ever going to go away, honestly. I tried. I really did. But, I guess
I don't think it. Yeah, I don't think it's always that either. It's to me. I think a lot of people believe because like some people like certain types of music. They like certain types of food. You can't explain why. Like you like a certain type of pop over another one. I mean, you can say it tastes better, the music sounds better, but it's why does it sound better? You really can't explain. You can say the melody and the lyrics, but it's still why are those melodies and those lyrics good? You really can't explain it. And I think for a lot of people, the Christianity's like that too. It's just something they really can't explain. It just they like it. It makes them
It's
feel good about something.
like
yeah.
asking a guy, why do you like boobs, right? He's just programmed to.
And I took this personality test recently,
Oh, God.
the Myers-Briggs test or whatever.
Right.
Fucking blew my mind. It was so accurate. But when I was reading about myself,
Mhm.
it was interesting because it was so right on, and it talked about how I'm the kind of person who's always searching for answers to the meaning of life and all of this kind of shit. And that's true. I've always been that way. So I wonder if that might have a part in it too, and that I just don't feel like I can be content unless I feel like I have an answer. And the only answer that I can fucking come up with is that there's a God, I guess. That I think that may have something to do with it too.
So then why the Christian guy? Just upbringing?
Probably. I like
Isn't
the
that kind of like
concept.
self-defeating though? I mean, you're just saying,
Well,
it's
I think it
obviously
brings
not really related
comfort.
then.
It's comforting to know to think and know that if I die, that because death has always scared the shit out of me, my whole life. Even as an atheist, more so when I was an atheist, actually. And so I don't know. Maybe the idea of having an afterlife and happy heaven and all that stuff is just what I need to be content with things. I don't know.
So that's
Yeah,
what
but
you're
if the
gonna-
Calvinists, yeah, but if the Calvinists are right, there's only 142, 144 that get to heaven. The rest don't, right?
The elect. Yeah. Well, I will fucking
Yeah.
believe I'm one of those. Damn it.
Hmm.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, Mark.
So between now and the end of life, Tanya, you're just kind of gonna be content now, right? Because bam, now you believe in God, maybe, maybe Christian, and now you're like, hey, so now what, right? I'll go into a chat room and say hi to Mark. Talk about
You
sex
summed it up fucking beautifully, Michael. Thank you. Yes. That's right. And if I die and nothing happens and I'm dead and I'm just don't exist, then you know what? Then that's just what it's going to be. And I'm okay.
You're not going to
with
know
that.
the difference You're not going to know the difference anyways.
Exactly. And I'm okay with that.
So you don't really think that, after you discover God, you don't really think there's anything that you really need to do. Just make certain that your belly's full and you're warm, and you kind of give people a little shug on the shoulder, and then you die, right? That kind of approach, right?
Well, I used to think when I was a Christian before that I used to have to do a lot of shit. But I don't think that this time. Things are a little bit different for me, I think, this time around.
Right.
I'm less concerned about what people think and the approval of getting the approval of others by doing things. Even getting the approval of God, I'm not really interested in that either. Either he's going to, if he's there, if I'm right, he's either going to accept me as I am or he's not. And that's just the way it's going to be, because I am done making myself fucking psycho trying to please this God thing, right? I'm not going to do that with my life anymore. And that's what I was doing before when I was a Christian. And it almost drove me insane. So I'm not going to do that this time. I'm just going to kind of, trust in the process and trust that he's there and that he loves me, and I'm going to go to heaven. That's what I'm going to believe.
So you think you're closer to being a deist or a Christian?
I don't know. I looked at the deist position too, but that didn't really do much for me because I don't know. It just didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. If an intelligent designer is going to create something, I can't understand why they wouldn't want anything to do with it. You know what I mean? Like, that just doesn't make sense to me, I guess.
So I did hear you before. I don't think my microphone was working.
I said hi.
Oh, hello. I wasn't going to talk to you because you're not a true atheist. You weren't ever a true atheist.
Oh God, fucking
You
Mark.
swapped sides again now. That meant you couldn't have possibly been a real atheist.
I was faking it, okay? I was the whole
So you weren't faking it. It's lying.
I was lying. The whole 2.5 fucking years.
You lied to all the Christians before, and then you lied to all the atheists. You've got no friends at all now.
Mark, you weren't supposed to fucking say anything.
Well, no.
Oh well, the cat's out of the fucking bag.
Just Muslims for you. That's it now. Christians don't want to know you because you lied, and the atheists don't want to know you because you lied.
Damned if I do, damned
Just
if I
Muslims
don't.
and G-Man, the only people that love you.
Yeah. That's so sad.
And Rand, he loves you probably.
Oh yeah, there's Rand.
I like all the obvious people. Amount of things I've seen comments like, well, obviously Tonya and Eve have been brainwashed by Rand Campbell and G-Man again. Like,
God, people give them too much credit. Like, like really? Come on. Like, really? They're gonna no.
That's all it takes. A couple of hangouts and a Facebook chat with Rand Campbell, and you're a Christian.
Yeah. It was the phone sex. Honestly, that's what.
Oh, is that what it? Oh,
yeah. I wasn't gonna say anything, but
is there phone sex involved in being a Christian?
well, like I said, I'm not really worrying about sin. So
I'm in then. I'm in. Not with Rand though.
Well,
Not with Rand, though.
No.
how do you have phone sex? Like, say, I have Rand, I have your nut sack in my mouth. How do you say that while convincing him you have his nuts in your mouth? Never mind. Back to you guys. Go ahead, Mark. Sorry to cut
Well,
you.
it's
Tanya,
role
sorry.
playing. You can just kind of, talk like this, or like, oh God, something's in my mouth. Something like that.
Something like that. Right. That's what I want. Because I'm unfamiliar.
You just flop
With
it
Rand.
and he says, well, what have you got in your mouth?
Yeah.
Piece of
Yeah.
shit.
He likes that.
That's all there is to it. Next day, you're a Christian.
Yeah, just like that. It's kind of nice.
So it's kind of a utilitarian argument. So it makes you feel good to believe this sort of thing. So that sort of takes precedence over whether or not it's actually true or not. Is that
That's
fair to
it.
say?
Keep the humor going, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff. God damn. Just put it. Okay. I thought about that, and no, because I actually do believe that it's the truth. I really do. If I didn't, I wouldn't believe it. So, yeah. So I mean, that's kind of what's going on with me. I really.
Tanya, you don't know what it is.
You just said, right? If it's right, and then I'll go to heaven, and if not, then whatever, right?
Yeah.
If you believed it to be the case, period, you just be like, I'm going to heaven, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm not so arrogant to think that I know for sure. Because I mean, I've never, seen God with my own eyes. So yeah, I wouldn't. I can't ever. I don't think I'll ever be able to make that claim that I know 100% for sure. It's
You
just
seem to
what
be
I
sort
believe.
of fine-tuning it towards your preferences. Like you say, you're not really concerned about sin and the kinds of things that might make this not such a great worldview. So you've determined it to be correct that there's this God, and that as a happy coincidence, all of this stuff that you've determined to be true happens to fit in with your wishes and what you want to think. Is that fair to say, or no?
Well, I don't care about that. I was joking about that. We were kind of being sarcastic for a while there, but yeah, I think sin is a real thing. So that is a concern. I think sins have consequences, all that stuff. I just don't think that I'm going to burn in hell for eternity because I'm a sinner. I don't believe that. And I used to believe that when I was a Christian before, but I don't believe that now.
Well, and that's what Jeff meant by the utility, right? Because, I mean, if you believe that, then you'd go fucking just batshit, tearing your hair out every day, trying not to die. And so you're like, well, I got to bag that kind of belief and just, like, relax a little bit, right? Think positive things. Bunnies, Christ, bunnies in Christ, white bunnies, white Christ, and then comfort and kind of rub yourself and chug people on the shoulder and occasionally talk about, I got your balls in my mouth. I see how it goes.
Don't forget the white lines either.
It's like you summed up my life in 2 seconds. That's amazing.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know why I came into the room today. Korea just launched another missile, and I was like, holy shit. Holy shit.
Uh-oh. Was that today?
Yeah, I
believe it was today, yes.
Crazy bastards.
And of course, Trump's reaction is because their missile could really only reach the coast of California, and since California is sanctuary cities, it's a blue state. They didn't even vote for him. He just said, "Hey, fuck it, blow California off the map," was his response. So it looks like I won't be going to California for vacation this month.
California is going to be seceding from the nation.
Yeah, the hard way.
Well, there's
Yeah,
only
I don't
one
think that's
country
ever
that's
gonna happen.
actually used nuclear weapons on civilians, and some of us are there now. So far, nobody's done that, including North Korea.
What are you living in Nagasaki right now? Or?
No, I'm living in the country that launched the attack.
Oh.
Oh, they didn't launch the attack.
Oh,
they didn't launch the attack. That's a hoax, man.
The U.S. didn't?
No, that's all a hoax. It's a false flag, dude.
False flag on the part of whom?
That whole Nagasaki, that whole atom bomb stuff, that's all false flag, man.
Oh, I hadn't heard that.
You've been hanging out in the wrong rooms.
Apparently so. Yeah. I get most of my news from Google Hangouts and YouTube, but hadn't heard that one.
But that's from a man that drinks his own piss, so, I mean, how much can you believe?
Yeah, there's that.
Which man doesn't drink his own piss? I mean, come on, think about it. Like what's her name? Annabelle. She's into eating her own period, I hear. And I mean, who doesn't eat their own shit?
Ew.
Come on, let's get back into the nitty gritty conversation.
She doesn't, she doesn't do that. She doesn't do that. Don't go spreading that rumor. Fucking.
Yeah, that was not what she said. I heard at least most of that conversation.
I'll spread any goddamn rumor I want, Annabelle, and all y'all.
You gotta fix your stuff there, Michael. You're echoing bad.
It's the inside of your truck. I don't think anyone else is reporting that. Anyone? Anyone else? Am I echoing?
Nope, not I don't think.
Well, he doesn't echo when he speaks. It's when he's got his mic open and somebody else speaks, it's echoing.
Oh.
Hey, Dio, you're in New Orleans, right? You're in the city itself, right?
Who?
Well, Dio, I figured he was like in Louisiana. I was trying to figure out how the city was post-hurricane, if Mardi Gras is really going to go or if it's going to be just slop down there.
Yeah, I think he's in Baton Rouge, actually.
Oh, okay. So, Bob, where are you headed?
I'm heading down to Baton Rouge. I'm gonna fucking beat Dio's ass. I just got to give him the give up where he's at. I'll be there tomorrow night.
I saw this meme going around of people on the subway singing "Somewhere Over the Rainbow," and I kind of thought that everyone in the hangout, we could all open our mics and start singing "Somewhere Over the Rainbow," just to like help Tom's views and like have something really positive before Dio gets his genetic test back. What do you think, Tom? Is that?
I don't know. It's raining pretty heavy now. Can we sing "Rain, Rain, Go Away"?
Nuclear bombs go away. Yeah, shit, I'm a downwinder in Utah. I mean, there are nuclear explosions all over mid-Utah. I don't think anyone died immediately from those.
So you're penning down.
So look how. So you're penning down my phone. Oh, I just need to sign it. Yeah, it's done. But look how swampy it is wherever you are. That's it's upsetting. Come on a hang when you get down there. Tell me what you hear about how Louisiana is. I mean, I'm curious. I'm a theist, right? And I don't think I can just like be really comfortable with shit. And I think that part of what I need to do is go down to Louisiana for Mardi Gras and go through that whole Fat Tuesday, Ash Wednesday, Mardi Gras, Lent, repent, Easter thing, and then and so I need to figure out whether or not it's going to be there. I got to get as far away from California as possible, apparently.
Yeah, I think today is up in Detroit. Today is Fat Tuesday for the Polacks up there.
Okay, well, that's all I had to add for the next 20 minutes, so take it away.
Let's go back to convincing Tanya why she's wrong.
No.
We'll get her to flip flop. Next week should be atheist, and then back to Christian again. I know. Tanya commented on one of Gala's mom's posts, and then we all started having a conversation about it. And then she's like, "I don't want to start debating again." I thought that was funny.
I know. I try not to. I really do, but it's hard to resist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's pretty much what everyone here, everyone has discussions, but it's mostly argument, right? Everyone wants to argue with everyone. It's been a habit for years for everybody. I mean, there's groups out there that have hangouts. If you just want to talk to flat Earth or talk, Christianity or talk atheism, that's, you don't have debates. You just have flat out conversations like that, So.
Yeah, that's what, like, people like you, I like talking to, because you're one of the people that I can debate things, and we don't turn into like raging assholes, so that's what I'm gonna stick with. If I do feel in the mood to discuss things, I'm just gonna stick with the people that I know and that I like and that like me, and that I can carry on an actual conversation with without it getting crazy.
Yeah, without all the screaming, holler, and insults and everything else.
Yeah.
Tanya, you like Bob because he's not really driving a rig; he's driving a short bus, right? So you guys are kind of on the same page.
Yeah, I'm just looking for somebody. I'm looking for somebody I can face fuck on the internet. That's what I've been. Can't let Josh.
Quiet, Dio.
Just out of the blue, Tonya speaks. Dio says, "I'm looking for someone to face fuck."
Hi, Dio. How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
So how's your search going? Are you having any?
Your account was blowing up last night, and now they haven't been on since.
Oh, okay.
I put my application in, so I'm still waiting.
I think his successful attempts are so far amount to slightly less than 1.
That's rough.
But I mean, in all honesty, I don't put my heart into it.
Oh well, no wonder that's obviously the reason you're failing. Then your heart's just not in it.
Oh God.
It's nothing to do with you being an absolute psychopath. It's maybe Arthur's. Oh dear.
You never know. Dio might get lucky when I get down there. He said he was going to go out and buy some ice cream. I like ice cream.
You probably end up with most of it in your beard, though, which is what would happen if the face fucked you as well. So,
Dio, when I get down at Baton Rouge, are you gonna let me know where you're at so we can have some steak or something?
Of course.
All right. I should be down there tomorrow night.
Sounds good.
Just sorry, dear. It sounded like you were actually masturbating as you were talking. Then.
No, I was clearing my throat. I'm playing a video game.
Sounds good.
So, Bob, did you ever did you kill Christian Hillbilly? Like, did you meet him and then wrestle him, kill him, and bury him? Is that why he's not showing up? I mean, 'cause I knew you guys were gonna do that mud wrestling, that greased up oil wrestling thing.
Christ, hell of a hole.
No, I kind of bumped into him on the freeway. So yeah, we took care of that one.
Checking. Oh, hey, Godless isn't Godless also down in that New Orleans area, that Louisiana? Isn't that? Or is that is that Josh? One of the two's using that.
I don't know. According to Darwin's DD, fucking Godless is everywhere.
Dionysus, you'd be better off taking a Godless out for a steak. You wouldn't have to pay for it then.
It's all right, Godless. This is Josh on our account.
So Bob, I didn't mean to give you a rash of shit, right? But someone was having a dialogue. I forget who, like a while back in a hang that you weren't in, and you came up in conversation as somebody, as the atheist that likes to rage, against theism in like a rah sort of very Rory sort of way, because they suspect lost the last entanglements of your theism, and so you keep re-identifying with it, or because your daughter's a theist and so you rage against those who are theists, and they were just kind of noting that they suspect that was your something neurotic about you, obsessive.
No, I just get all bitchy and yelly when people talk over me, and especially when I'm on my cell phone, because I get cut out a lot. So I think if I raise my voice, maybe I'll be able to be heard better. So, but no, it's there's no going back for me. There's no loss. I tried keeping my Christianity for 10 years, and I realized it was all bullshit, and there's no going back for me for that. I mean, I fought to keep it for 10 years, and
Well, it seems kind of, to me like you might, being an atheist, you might be a secularist, like a live and let live, but maybe there was too much, do you hold hard feelings towards the whole thing? I mean, are you sore about having all that time with it, or is it really important to just, when you get a theist like that, who you guys call that new pedophile Scottish Mark guy, you really want to fucking hammer it down? Same thing with Tom. All you guys just fucking beat the shit out of, and then Seth comes in and tries to. Oh no, go ahead.
I just want to have an honest conversation. If I ask a question, respond to the question I'm asking. You don't run off on some other bullshit because you don't want to answer my question. And I have no animosity. I mean, I can talk to. It all depends on what Christian it is too, right? A lot of Christians they say things in a certain way to get you to yell at them, purposely. To you can call it trolling or just get your goat, right? So you'll end up losing the argument. I'm bad for that. I get up a little bit, and but the other thing too with that is some of the Christians who speak like Grant Campbell, about how he's always going off on homosexuals, right? Talking that bullshit, and like with Mark, what's his name? Not Mark Thomas, but the other Mark. Or no, Mac Mac. You know how Mac used to go off and, about homosexual being, this is all bad and wrong, and, you people are wrong for the way you feel, right? I used to get pissed at them and like, yeah, I go off on them because they got no fucking right. They don't know for sure God exists. They don't know for sure it's wrong. And for you to sit there and tell someone else and make someone else feel bad, fuck you. I'm going to get up in your ass. But the other Christians who want to treat it like a hobby, just talk to people, and they go on about their day the way they want, and they're not pushing on anybody. Yeah, go ahead. Be what you want.
Yeah, I kind of find it interesting that someone like Rand Campbell, like he can really like capitalize on all the Cubans or wherever the hell he's living, right? And then on the other end, you get Mark, the Scottish pedophile, who
Rand Campbell does. He preaches in his church. And I guess he runs a drug rehab or some shit like that. So he's converting the druggies and the rehab to Christianity, right? So he's running this shit down there.
Well, yeah, and I mean, it was reading William S. Burroughs' line that I took to heart, where he says, "Never do business with a religious son of a bitch, not while they have God backing them on how to fuck you on the deal," or something to that effect. And I thought of Rand when I heard that. Oh yeah, and that reminds me of Rand. But then again, you take a good hardcore atheist like Dio and you put him head to head with Rand's indiscretions and with Mark the Scottish pedophile's indiscretion, and it's a weird kind of combination. It's almost like they could go hand in hand. I mean, I shouldn't be throwing that out like it's just the smiley face guy. Yeah, maybe I'm right. Maybe he's not Scott. I assumed, but
I wouldn't call him a pedophile.
Well, and I'm just throwing that out, right? I mean, I don't mean if he's not, he's not. But I mean, I just thought it was kind of a name that was catching on.
No,
just
pedophile. No.
Mark the theist Scottish pedophile.
No.
Okay, well, I'm off for the next. Oh, no pedophile. Okay, something about a princess email, some nonsense. Anyway, it didn't matter. I just thought, like Dio and those guys could, if we had to do like an atheist-theist handshake and take a photo of it, like those guys would be, get those guys together. Because they have so much other things in common, drugging women here, pedophilia there, fucking people over on this. It'd be like bringing the world together in perfect harmony between the
First of all, not. I don't even know where to begin with that. Sounds like virtue signaling.
Let's talk about something interesting. So. I'm not all that interesting.
And I'm just going to take the blame for Tanya leaving. Sorry, guys. Sorry, you guys got me and not Tanya. I'm off for the next 5 minutes. I'm just going to listen. Let Dio kind of regather himself, throw some sort of other empty accusation my way while I try to generate a decent fight in here.
Yeah, I was going to talk to Tanya and let her know. I mean, like I still talk to Tanya. I don't know about you, Mark, but I tried talking to Eve. I don't know if you read that one post we were in. And she just kept twisting everything I said. And she threatened one time or another to block somebody. I said, forget it. You know what? I don't need your shit. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. And she told me, well, I don't need your conversation. I'm like, all right, fine. So I blocked her. I'm like, whatever. I don't.
Yeah, I saw that thread. I had a quick chat to her, but I'm not going to fall out with her over it. I said to her, look, just we agree to disagree. It's not worth it, really.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just that post. It was another one, too. I was trying to talk to her, just, have a discussion with her, It wasn't like I was trying to prove her wrong. I I mean, I even sent her links to Flat Earth Hangouts where that's all they discuss is Flat Earth, and they Mr. Poncho Pete or whatever, where they'll get an atheist there and make fun of him, and I gave her his link, right? I'm like, fine, if you want to believe Flat Earth, go ahead, but we can have conversation and shit. And she got all up in my ass about it, like I'm trying to change her beliefs and her ideas, and like she hasn't done the studies, and I'm like, no, I'm just having conversation with you. Why are you getting all pissy with me?
I just won't converse with anybody about flat Earth. It's just not. It's not as if there's a controversy or debate to be had. The Earth's not flat. That's the end of it. It's just not. Yeah. So I've seen a few of those hangouts, the flat Earth discussion hangouts, and Poncho Pete and all that. They're just idiots.
Yeah. But it wasn't like I was trying to change her mind. I was just trying to talk to her about it, and she just I'm like, I don't need you to treat me like shit. I don't need you to sit there. I'm trying to manipulate you and do all kinds of other bullshit and you're threatening to block people. Forget it. I'll just block you and we'll be done with it. You won't have to worry about me no more.
That's a shame.
And then I heard her a couple of days later in somebody else's hangout or something, and she's like, oh, she made a post that I seen. I watched her post that she made, and she's like, well, yeah, I come back, I told everyone I'm a flat earther and a Christian again, and now everyone from the atheist side is just leaving and dumping me or whatever, some shit like that. I'm like, it's like when she became an atheist, the Christians did that to her, kind of like just dropped her at the wayside. And I'm like, I tried talking to you. I didn't just drop you at the wayside, but it was unbearable having a conversation with you, and I'm not going to go through that.
I think it's early days. Things might change, as I said to Tonya. I mean, they're both friends of mine. So I regard them as friends. So I'm not going to fall out. The roller coaster they've both been on it's a bit of a journey. They may change again. Who knows? So just see how it goes, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's Tonya and Eve have become, for want of a better word, have been a bit of a unique novelty as such, because there's not that many that change from one quote unquote side to another, and then change back. I don't think there's many others in the community that have actually changed their beliefs that I can think of, apart from Eve and Tonya, really.
And they both did it about the same time, right?
Yeah, wasn't well, they're good. They're friends. They're good friends anyway. So wasn't MK an atheist and then became a Christian?
Yeah, when he first joined the community, he was an atheist. Well, he was a Christian before that. He got mad at God because God abused animals, and he was under this protect animal thing, and so he was hating God for that. So he was an atheist. And then he went back to Christianity.
Right. I don't count Brett Keane because he's an idiot, but.
Yeah, well, Brett Keene's not an atheist. He's just a scammer. He can get more money from Christians because he knows atheists aren't going to give him any money.
Yeah. So I would say probably Tonya and Eve and MK, the only three that I've known of that have changed their beliefs and then changed back again in the case of both Tonya and Eve.
I mean, like I was a Christian. I really believed, I believed so much that I actually thought I was supposed to be a healer, and I actually thought I seen Jesus Christ in church one day, putting his hands on the associate pastor while he was praying over someone. That's how much I believed, right? And it took like 10 years for me to lose that belief.
Yeah, I believed in God when I was younger, up until the age of about 14, 15, maybe a little bit younger than that. I was more a cultural Christian than it was only when I read the Bible properly a few times that I thought it was a load of shit.
Yeah. Well, that's what I got. When I got to after and praying to God and not having any answers prayers at all, and then reading the book, and it says, well, just believe in me and pray, and your prayer will be granted, right? And that never happened. I'm like,
What's the problem?
Yeah, that never. So I fought. Like I said, I fought for 10 years to keep my belief, and it just every little thing led me away from it. The more I read the Bible, it just kept. I'm like, no, and I look for the Christian apologist arguments for it, and I'm like, no, that just don't sound right. And it just,
It's like when they knock the door. We get Jehovah's Witnesses around here sometimes. Then they say to you, "Excuse me, do you have a minute to talk about the Bible?" And I said, "Well, I'm an atheist, and it's going to take a lot longer than a minute for me to explain the Bible to you."
Well, Bob, you played with Hot Wheels when you were a kid. I bet you were really stuck on the diesel Hot Wheel. I bet God did grant you your wish, and you're just forgetting about it.
no, I never wanted to be a truck driver. I wanted to be an underwater welder.
Well, you say that, right? Huh. Well, there's always the future. You're just one decision away from being a welder.
Yeah.
You could dump that truck, and it could turn into a big bolt of massive molten metal, and try to do something to get your leg out of it. There's a lot of shit to do to become a welder, Bob.
Yeah, I don't want to be a welder anymore. I pretty much retired. I'm only doing this because it got boring sitting at home. All my friends are still working. All my family, all my cousins and everything, but everyone's still working. I'm like, I got bored. I'm like, well, let me give me something where, in this company here, I can take off whenever I want. My first year working for these guys, I took 2 weeks off to go hunting, and they had no problem with it. But if I ever want to take a couple of days off here and there to go do stuff with my kids, or make a long weekend, they got no problem. I don't work weekends. And both my kids are grown, so I don't have them at home every day that I have to be there to take care of them. So like I said, I got tired of sitting around the house, so I figured, well, I'll go drive a truck, go see some shit, get off my ass. I don't have to work in a shop. I didn't want to go back to work in a shop and, being a fucking greeter at Walmart or some shit like that. I talked to the boss.
I don't know whether or not
once or twice. Huh? I was just gonna say I talked to the boss. And saying I don't have to deal with other employees. People in cars, they drive by, they might piss me off for a minute, cut me off or something, but it's not like I have to sit there and discuss it with them. If I don't want to talk on here, if I get fed up talking to somebody and argue with somebody, I just, push the off button. So.
Well, all I was going to say is that I'm glad you're truck driving, because I get to live vicariously. Like, I get to see what it's like to travel just by watching my camera through you. But then I thought, when you brought up Walmart, that if you were working at Walmart and had a body cam, that I might actually enjoy that more than seeing the truck thing. But I'm still glad you're a truck driver, Bob.
Yeah, there's some crazy people at Walmart. I've seen them videos. I'm in Nashville, Tennessee right now.
No shit. That's what it looks like, huh? That's what the music capital of the world looks like right there. Must have been Johnny Cash's broken car down on the side of the road. I saw you just pass. Yeah, here we go. Over to the right. Are you going to exit? Are you going to exit? Are you going to go downtown? Are you going to go to Jimmy Buffett's Cantina downtown Nashville? What are you going to do in Nashville, Bob?
Nothing. I'm driving through Nashville. I'm going south, a little bit south of Nashville. I'm going to stop for the night and then drive on down to Louisiana tomorrow.
Oh. Shit. And Jeff left the room. I haven't had a good talk with Jeff in a while. Then again, I haven't had a talk with any of y'all in a while. So I'm not going to talk, actually. I'm going to listen. Sit back for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know when you talk, you chase people out of the room. You chase Tanya out. You chase Steph out.
And now I've got to go to cook dinner, so I shall catch you guys later.
All right,
Thanks
talk to you later, Mark.
Cheers.
Well, really, I didn't know about hopping in a hang. I hadn't really thought about it. I had a lot of shit to do over the last few days, but then, the last hangout I was in, it was iron and his genetic links and all that, and I had to read like half of all these studies that certainly he didn't read, because the half of the studies that I did read had no basis for his overarching thesis of superiority of a gene set, gene complex, gene clines and clusters. And I thought, well, God, shit, he was in there last night spewing his regular yacht. And I thought, well, Dio's in, and Dio's kind of like a carrot for Iron to come into a room. It's kind of like a snack, a Scooby snack. So Iron likes to chase Dio in, and then they get to do their little double tap bang. And yeah, but it's still good to just kind of hang with the crew out there, listening to my ramble bullshit, and talk to you, Bob, since you're really the only one talking. And just imagining Dio locked in a room, looking at a screen. And this just gives me pleasure somehow to be amongst you guys, knowing Tom is in the background, probably doing some sort of nonsense work, thinking about Tinder, being 22 years old, fucking like Shamos, blah, blah, Dio, blah, blah, Tinder this, Tinder that, horny young men, rating women 1 to 10, talking about the way the world, the sexual universe works. It's all really impressive, from the outside. But I just feel more comforted being in the room now. Feel a little more snuggy, a little snuggled up with you guys in the room. It's kind of cozy. Feeling good about it. Yep. And with that, I'm going to take about 5 minutes off, and we just sit in the background, not say anything.
I guess that's the cue for somebody else start talking. I'd like to make a public service announcement at this time, and all you people in the live stream watching in the live chat, commenting in the live chat, fuck you all. So there you go. Have at it what you will. I can't see your comments. I hope that pisses you off. Say what you want. I won't be able to respond.
Well, G. Whistler's having at you a little bit, so that's kind of nice.
I think it's funny because I can't see what they write, so they're fucking talking to themselves and thinking they're actually accomplishing something. It's like, you fucking dumbasses.
No. All right, Alexander K's jumping in. Yeah, maybe we should do a little chat room shout out. Wait, I'm shutting. There's like 4 more minutes. I gotta shut up.
Share the love, y'all. Drive safely. Share the love. Valentine's Day tomorrow. And poor me, I'm heading down to Louisiana to meet Dio. You gonna give me a box of chocolates, Dio?
Today, Bob. You won't see him until the lovin's gone. Lovin vacate the day at midnight tonight. I think you're going to be fine. When you meet Dio, you can be as cold and stoic as a regular heterosexual man meeting a mentally ill, drugging women type of guy that Dio is. And I'm just going to sit back for.
Nobody out there wants to join the hangout?
come.
Well, I know they're going to come, but are they going to join the hangout?
Mm,
If you build it, they will come. If you build it, they will come.
Hey, Dio, I think there's a Sims game you could play where you actually get to drug your neighbor women. Isn't there? Do you guys know if that drug your neighbor women Sims version's out yet? I thought instead of all this money going to his DNA thing, I would just kind of help fund a.
I think I'm going to the box.
Oh, you're gonna go to the bar tonight. Oh, well, I hope you got your drugs ready. I hope you're, you worked on your like 2-card money. Kind of now you see it, now you don't. Tap them on one shoulder.
Oh, it's called sleight of hand.
That's it. That's the phrase. Right.
See me now, you don't. Now you don't.
Did you say it'll keep you honest, kind of?
Actually, I don't really have a problem with women. Like, it's pretty easy.
Well,
like, it's almost too easy.
It's almost too easy. Now you have
Like,
Bob down there to fucking take the body and put it in the back of his rig and get rid of it. You don't have a problem. See how you guys work in tandem now.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
What's shooting fish in a barrel there?
Just getting women. I've seen guys all hard up still around 38 trying to get women, and I think it's just a vanity thing, because I mean, if you still really want a woman, like in your 30s, like that's just some type of crisis you're having because it's something that you liked when you were younger. But I don't feel the need to don't get me wrong, sleeping with a 20-year-old that's really attractive, like the girl that's on Tinder, that's very appealing. Yeah. But like for the most part,
that's a good way to say that. Yeah, you really don't want to sleep with a 20-year-old. You're not going to be able to sleep with a 20-year-old. Is not going to want to sleep with you. So
the last girl I slept with was 23. So.
Well, yeah, she was a coke whore too, a fucking stripper or hooker or some shit. You're down there in Vegas, right?
No, she's an ex-student of mine.
Right? Is that the last one? When you fucking did drugs with all night?
Uh-huh.
Well, yeah, you had money. Of course, you had money for drugs. Of course, you got to sleep with you. She's a fucking porn star hooker. What the hell? Like you had to work for that shit.
She was no.
She didn't give a fuck what you look like as long as you had money.
Whatever. Don't be jelly.
I'm not. I'm not jelly at all. You talk like you got game. You don't even know what the fuck game is. You haven't had game in 10 years. You fucking been with Simone, and then you cheated on her twice. You haven't had to do any game in 10 years. You haven't had any fucking game in 10 years.
I had to push them away.
Yeah, right. And even if that's true, that was 10 fucking years ago. You're a different person you were back then. You're older and uglier.
I've aged like wine.
Yeah, wine gets pretty fucking turns to vinegar after you leave it out too long.
Not yet. That's you.
Yeah, see, they put me on that. I'm a vinaigrette. They pour me on that salad there.
Wait, would you say you've been tossing salad lately? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm tossing salad, eh? Is that what you're hoping I'll do to you when I come down here?
It's all right to be a fag.
Do you want me to toss your salad, Dart? Is that what you want?
Are you offering, Bob?
No, I just wonder if that's what he wants.
Swoosh, swoosh.
far as who has game and who does it, who I really, I really didn't expect it, right? But it was Shamos, who when listening to that guy, right, I was like, this guy is going on and on and on. Like, he was creeping me the fuck out. Just on the outside, I felt like, everyone was, talking about, what's his nuts, the black Hebrew light needing to shower when he hugged his wife on her period type of thing. And I thought, God, just listen to Shamos talk about Tinder. I was like, fuck, shut this off. Quit getting the shower. Just, ugh. I felt like I was mentally raped. Just, 'cause he's rotten deep down. That old Christian. No wonder he bailed on the God thing to, start his new shtick as a creepazoid.
Like Shamos has got game too. He's been celibate for 3 years.
And I was thinking, because there was some report that said, women talk, they say like 24 something thousand million words in a day, where men only say 17,000 million words in a day. And I thought, well, that's not true. You go to these hangouts, and mostly, with the exception of Annabelle, right, obviously, but everybody, it seems like men are talking quite a bit more than women. And then I think of Iron, and Iron's kind of just like a woman. So I'm like, he can babble all he wants. So I'm trying to.
Hey Tom, you there?
Yep.
All right. I had a question for you. Fuck. What was it about? Fuck it. I'll think about it.
It's about that rash you got on your lip. Go see a doctor.
I didn't think Shamos was creepy last night. That's kind of an odd thing to say.
I don't know. You guys started talking about your bullshit Tinder. I turned it off and left.
That's my favorite.
Well, Shamos and I came to the same conclusions most of the time when we were looking at the women and trying to figure out, put them in a box,
No.
He said, yeah, you nailed this one, Dio.
Yeah, he said that like one time.
Never.
See, I can understand Tom getting into it. Right, I can understand Tom getting into it because he's a young guy, right? He's super horny. He's got to figure out all the shit and get set and straight. But no, well, I know, but Dio and Shamos, these are older guys, right? And they're still going around like they look at women and then just her jaw's a little thick, or she's got these creepo eyes, or look, she's in, just listening to Shamos like belittle every woman, except for then he has some woman that's apparent. I thought, without looking at her, that she must be like an orangutan, because I thought, well, Shamos would get along most naturally with an orangutan-looking woman. So I peeked, like, who are they looking at? And I thought, oh, yeah, that makes sense that Shamos would like her, but then just belittles the fuck out of every goddamn nook and cranny of these other human creatures as if they don't have any,
I think it's
fun on the planet. Jesus, women have so many.
What?
I mean, they do it worse to us than we do it to them.
When?
They treat us, it's all about the, how much energy.
Example?
I don't talk about them.
Citation?
I don't talk about them like that.
All right. Well.
Lolly's in there. There's somebody that shrank herself to nothing, probably due to expectations and of.
Nah, not really. That was that was. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm sure there was an element of that, but that was not the reason.
Who is this?
It's Michael.
Michael.
He's muted now.
Bad Michael.
He muted himself. No, that's not the reason. It was definitely a feeling thing, but no, that's not the primary reason.
Well, I once had a skeleton that I was jealous of. I did. Because that could be the only other no, I'm kidding. How you doing?
Well, no, I mean, I still find that aesthetically tempting, but it wasn't like social pressure or anything.
Well, but did you guys see them hammer that woman's ass? That one, they were. I mean, sorry, but yesterday.
No, that stuff grosses. No, that stuff grosses. That grosses me out to the extent that I need to turn off.
God damn it, Michael! I hate you, Michael.
Just
ruin your fun.
Just put on your headphones, dear.
Yes, Michael, fix your echo, dude.
It's just headphones. You just need to.
It's annoying as fuck.
It is. Yeah, I don't watch that. When the conversation goes there, I turn it off.
I have an audience, Michael. All right. They don't tolerate shit like that.
They're
Oh my
not
God.
hearing the echo, are they?
Oh my God.
Can you hear? So you're telling me I have an echo? Is that what's up, Tom? I'll go get a headset.
Do you have a window? Do you got the live window open? I mean, do you leave the window open? Because
I think it was just the combination of him not having a headphone and other people having their mic open, and but he didn't have the string going or anything. It was just, open.
So how you doing, Lydia?
Trying to remember why I moved back north. Ready for springtime before I fucking die.
It's 46 down here in Nashville and raining.
Okay. I'm in Connecticut now. It's not.
Yeah, I know.
There's a foot of snow.
I live over by Detroit. I think it's rained or snowed twice, and then we had like a light dusting. But I mean, we've had 2 snows where you really had to go out and shovel, maybe 3. So far this winter. I mean, usually we have snow all winter long, and a couple inches on the ground. It's been nuts. Can't you go out ice fishing?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a mild winter, knock wood, but I mean, I'm just not used to it lasting this long. I'm a big wuss. I was in the South for too long, and I became a wuss. Thickening up slowly.
Somehow, like a bead, like when Godless came in, it pushed Bob out of the room. Oh, here he is.
And the little one said, "Roll over, I'm crowded."
A Gallus just joined. That's what kicked me out. Sometimes when people join, it kicks me out, or when somebody leaves, it kicks me out. It's weird.
That's because you're spiritually tied through them from the Google network, right? We're all bounded now. Great, I have to live with you guys in my afterlife somehow. Nah, Tom's rabbit.
Your volume is louder than everyone else.
It's louder?
No, Bob's.
Yeah, it all depends on where I'm at. I notice on cloudy days, I get a better reception because I think the signal bounces off the clouds or something from the cell tower, so it seems to work a little better. But That, and it all depends too on what part of the road I'm on. Like when I change state lines, when I just went through Kentucky, Tennessee, switching states, the cell towers from state to state, it gets really screwed up too.
Oh, fuck. Sorry.
So I heard you tried going into Darwin's hangout last night, Gallus.
Yeah, he kicked me. I knew he would kick me.
Why did you give him the pleasure, the satisfaction of doing that then?
I don't know. I guess I wanted his attention.
Oh dear. Don't say that.
Oh dear.
We need to break you of this. You need to not give a shit about him.
Why?
Now. Because.
YouTube channel to me then. I don't know EF's YouTube channel, so I'm just kind of curious because
Well,
I
mean,
want to join.
Well, I mean, you come in here to get abused by me, so it's kind of like the same thing, right?
Who are you talking to?
No, I'm just fucking with you. I said you come in here to get abused by
You
me.
flatter yourself, dear.
Oof.
He's on the Darth Dawkins. His YouTube channel is Darth Dawkins.
Oh, that's Darth Duck. Holy shit. Okay.
But he had Brojo Saves in there. Some other guys, who knows. Yeah, Simon gave me the link last night, and I'm like, click on it, and I noticed this Darth Dawkins hangout, and I thought it might have been like Brojo's or somebody's, or somebody else's, and Dawkins is in there, and I'm like, well, fuck this shit, and I left. I'm not wasting my time on him.
Hey, Lily, you smoke cigarettes, don't you?
Who are you talking to?
You smoke, don't you?
My name is Lydia.
Lydia, you smoke, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You know, you can call this number, and they'll give you like a free free patches so you can quit smoking.
They gave me that. I did that.
Yeah,
then they fucking, after they give you the patches, though, they fucking harass you on the phone.
I don't need free patches. I have Nicorette if I want to go that route.
The vapor is the best way to quit, though.
Yeah, I tried that for a while. I'm not convinced that it's that much better for you.
Yeah, I don't see how sucking oil in your lungs is any better than tobacco.
It doesn't have tar in it.
But it's oil.
No, it doesn't have tar. You're absolutely right. I don't see that it could be worse for you. Well, it could be, but I don't think it is. I'm not convinced that it's that much better. I mean, it's on the list. It's the next one to go. Just not right now.
It's a fucking lot cheaper. Whether it's healthy or not, it's a lot fucking cheaper.
That's the truth.
I think that you can like blow a big soap bubble, and then if you inhale like a big lung condom before you smoke, you guys could do yourself a good. You do yourself good to do that.
Be a good party trick too.
I don't know. I've been one of the lucky ones. I've never smoked in my life. Never even tried smoking. Besides pot, my buddy had pot. I smoked pot and I smoked hash, but never.
I want to fucking cigarette right now.
Anything that I can potentially get addicted to, I tend to. So I'm pretty glad that I ended up with as few addictions as I did. And I pared them down to this is pretty much the one I have left. So.
Did you get addicted to black guys?
No, dear.
Wasn't like once you go black, you never go back. Wasn't one of those things.
Another stereotype proved wrong.
Oh, I'm just curious.
I think that was a Bill Maher joke about, like when President Obama lost, the presidency and Trump came in, Bill Maher said, "It's proof that once America goes black, you can go back." I thought it was pretty. But, yeah, what are you going to a comedy club called Black Guys or something, Lydia? Is that what he's talking about?
No, he cannot let go of the fact. He can't let go of the fact that he's somehow, I don't know, fascinated by the fact that I dated a black man once.
Who is?
Dionysus and his pal.
I think what the problem is that you would rather choose a black man over him.
I would rather choose a person with green, pimply skin over him.
Oof. Wow.
Well, where's Von Helton to point out the reptilians when we need them? Yeah, just a person would be better than Dio. But yeah, the whole thing. When I lived in LA, I really only had the occasion to make out with this English woman, from England, that happened to be black, and boy, was her spit sweet, just like the saliva itself was like, and it's like it had sugar or something in it. And I was thinking of the phrase, once you have black, you never go back. But it was just a midnight, long stranger conversation that ended up into a, one of those things. Anyway, so I can only imagine, and since vaginas have taste buds, I know that must be sweet also from the bottom end. But
I don't have a comment really, I guess, except to laugh. And I was going to say Michael is a saliva connoisseur, from what I gather.
Can almost pick up my cannon. This would be nice.
Yeah.
You gotta get it's like Dungeons and Dragons. You gotta get so many points before you can use certain equipment. I gotta level up. So been working on it all day.
Sounds like a very worthy pursuit. A good use of your time.
Well, I'm trying to Facebook this girl on Tinder as well.
You said it's not worth the effort, though.
What's that?
You said it's not worth the effort.
Do you Facebook?
He's obsessed with face fucking because he hears Josh having the time of his life. He wants some of that action, Godless.
What position do you face fuck in, Dionysus? You want to face fuck in?
What I usually do is I put up like the last girl I Facebook. What I do is I twist her around the bed where just her neck is hanging off the bed. And
like upside down face.
This is awful. Yeah.
So like her nose is touching your balls like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The unspeakable.
That's how Josh and I always face fucked in the beginning, but we had to stop that because I have fake eyelashes put on at the salon all the time, and they use eyelash glue, and when he face fucks me like that, it makes me gag and tear up, so I have all these fucking tears come out, and it messes with the eyelash glue, and it makes my eyelashes come off. So when I do it upside down like that, the tears go to the eyelash glue. So I can't do it upside down anymore.
Well, did you ever get a photo afterward where his brown eye had your eyelashes on it? His asshole with your eye. Never.
I wanted to try this where you give the girl a bunch of Skittles and then you also face fuck her, and then that way it's more of a mouthful. I saw this video on it. It looked really interesting. They kept feeding her Skittles, and she was drooling, and it was rainbowish.
What the fuck?
I'll send it to you. Not right now, but I'll send it to you.
Dio was watching a big dick get sucked. Is what he's trying to say. And the girl had Skittles in her mouth.
I think it's just more adversive, it turns some guys off to be a little bit more sadistic. And I think when they give them the girl Skittles and stuff in her mouth, I think there's more of a gag factor involved. You ever watch that porn video called Gag Factor? That used to be a big hit when I was younger.
See what I mean, Godless?
What?
I never heard of that. No.
Now, Godless, have you told Josh that you used to be a man yet? I'll take that as a maybe. Did you guys know in the karmic universe after you die that you have to like be the person that you perform everything on to somebody else? So if you're gagging, then you get to be the gagger, the gaggy. Shit, I got it all confused. Yes, it's very flip side. It's the inverse. You get to live in the inverse future direction. So you'll be able to face fuck Josh, Godless. It all works out karmically. It's well balanced, and Dio gets drugged and porked, and Tom gets made fun of for his big fat ass. It's all lovely. Hey, Godless, are you in Louisiana or that area where you part of that hurricane thing? Do you know what is there slop residue all over again? I mean, I know a dike didn't break, but are you not down there?
What, Hurricane Katrina?
What, Hurricane Katrina?
There's some recent big old shit storm that hit New Orleans.
I live in Florida.
No, I live in Florida.
Oh, you're in Florida. Well, are you on the inside coast or?
No, I'm on the east
The
coast.
Gulf Coast?
East coast of Florida.
Oh, you're on the East Coast. Okay. Okay, well then never mind. Huh.
How much do cigarettes cost in Louisiana? Dionysus. Is that
Oh,
what-
sorry. 1 second. I'm gonna say I gotta get my echoes back. It's like depends. Like you can get like the shit tier cigarettes, like the Newports for like under $5, but then like your premiums around between like 6 and 7.
Do they have like the Indian generic brands like Seneca's?
I'm sure like one of the local tobacco shops may have it. I mean it's just gas station cigarettes. But yeah, I get tired of spending fucking money on cigarettes, so that's why I'm quitting. It's too fucking expensive.
With the vapor.
I just can't. You just look like an asshole when you do the vapor.
Why?
I just can't take anyone serious. Like, especially all these fucktards that come on here and do the vapor. They just look dumb.
Just don't do it in front of anybody.
That's like when Dio saw the first person use a cell phone. He was like, "Oh, they look so dumb." Vapor. Sorry, back to you guys. I'll sit back for a few minutes.
You keep saying that, but you never do.
I'm personally pleased that Michael was here because he was the reason I came in.
I know Michael's fun to talk to. I'm just yanking his chain. You keep saying that because he said that before that he started piping in again.
Yeah, I agree with you though, Dionysus. They seem to think the vapor looks cool. I don't think it looks cool.
That's because you can't blow big smoke. When you start blowing big puffs of smoke where nobody can see through and making smoke rings, then you'll be cool.
Yeah, I can't do that.
You're just jelly.
Godless, isn't Florida mostly like young prostitutes and retired New York people? Isn't that kind of what makes up that whole state?
There's a lot of young people. There's a lot of old people too, though. I was in a restaurant the other day, and there's this really old guy, like this 60-year-old guy, with this like 18-year-old girl, with her arms around him, like kissing his cheek and shit. And I couldn't help but like I stared a couple seconds too long, like more than once. I didn't want to be rude or anything, but I couldn't help it. So the guy noticed that, and then like I had to walk by them later, and he like I don't know, he like looked at me like kind of like gave me a dirty look because he had thought I was staring because I was judging them. So like as I was walking by, he like looked at me like because he thought I had been judging him, and I was thinking like, hey, dude, I'm fucking more power to you. You know, I wasn't fucking judging you. Good for you. You know, you got this fucking hot 18-year-old girl. I wasn't fucking judging you. Good for you. That's what I was thinking.
Do you think an 18-year-old has more value?
What?
Do you think an 18-year-old has more value than an older person? Than you do? I don't think so.
Does
I
our
think
society
I think you're much more.
value youth? Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah, the society. I just meant like I don't think that you have any less value than an 18-year-old. In fact, I think you're probably much more interesting than an 18-year-old.
Well, so God,
But I guess it depends what they value.
Wanting to tell the 18-year-old not to wear stick-on eyelashes when getting upside down face. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
They'll figure it out. They'll figure it out.
Yeah, they'll figure.
It's okay with you, Godless, that doesn't hurt you.
Choking on cock?
Yeah.
Choking doesn't hurt, but it's unpleasant.
Isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's I find it awful myself, but it's just taste, I guess, so to speak.
No, I like rough sex.
Well, yeah, there's that, but then there's I don't mind rough sex. That's
Yeah, well, I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted, right?
Right. Yeah, me too. But I mean, I
like getting slapped.
I like
like
getting slapped is one thing, but getting like immobilized and that is different for me.
Well, yeah, it's pretty brutal too.
And sometimes like you can hold their nose so they can't breathe.
To whatever. Yeah, I'm not trying to judge.
Oh, when the cock is that far
I'm not
down
trying to judge
your
what you like. I just was curious whether it was really
Dionysus,
okay.
when the cock is that far down your throat, you can't breathe out of your nose.
Well, you just want to ensure that they can't. That's all.
Oh.
You repulse me, Dionysus.
That's because Dio's cocking long enough.
Just on Olivia.
During that situation,
It's
Dio,
not pissing me off. It's just confirming my opinion.
I like to jam a pen through their throat and give them a tracheotomy at about that point in sex to make it really rough and, make certain they got a blowhole. Yeah, I don't think Godless is even into that.
Yeah, I couldn't do rough sex or the talking dirty, the cussing and calling names. I couldn't do that.
I like a good belt, but not a cock down my throat like that. That fucking sucks.
Yeah, I never done that. I couldn't do that. I don't know. It just, to me, it seems wrong doing it to someone. I mean, I can see how people want to do it, but I just couldn't get myself to do anything like that.
Some girls like it.
I don't even like doing anal sex.
He's obsessed with it, Godless. See this?
What?
All I can think about.
I can't hear you.
He's obsessed with it.
What's obsessed with it? What's obsessed with what?
Dionysus.
What? Dionysus is obsessed with what? Cocksucking?
Face fucking.
He's jealous.
Oh.
And he thinks it's edgy.
Dionysus, you're gonna have a hard time finding it. If you want to face fuck a girl like Josh face fucks me, you're gonna have to pay for that shit.
Yeah. Because I think Douglas has pretty unique taste, and she's unusually accommodating, which I.
What you do? No, it's easy. What you do is you get a girl and you make it like it's all romantic and stuff, and she's just giving you like a normal like PG-13 blowjob, and then you just slowly just start like ramming it, and then she can't.
Like and then hopefully she calls the cops.
Yeah, then she squeezes your nuts and puts you on your knees on the floor. Yeah.
My whoa shit, my mic's off.
None like there's that sneaky ass shit again, Dio. What's wrong with you and you're fucking doing sneaky ass shit?
Like, what crime is that if you don't rape a girl, but you start off with a consensual blowjob and then he just starts brutally raping your throat
assault.
In the middle?
Straight up assault.
That's like what's wrong with Mike Tyson getting his ear bit off during a fight. It's just a fight.
Well, I mean that's like asking a question. What's wrong with you? You start having sex with her and you just start burning her with cigarettes. I mean, I'm sure she didn't agree to that part.
Though, like, what's the name of that crime, though?
I think it's assault.
Yeah, it'd be assault.
And don't get me wrong, I've been in that position and I've done absolutely nothing about it. So I'm not judging you at all. I'm just curious about the dynamics.
You've been in what position?
I was in a relationship where that was a regular practice, which is why I find it so horrifying now.
Getting throat fucked?
Yeah.
And you didn't like it?
Not in the least.
Why'd you do it then?
Because I felt I had to.
Oh. Yeah, I used to not like doing it. I used to not like sucking dick at all, and I used to suck dick, not get throat fucked, but I used to suck the dick because I felt obligated to.
It's just, it's not. It's a sore point. It'll go away. I'm just curious because I respect your opinion and I respect your relationship with Josh, and it interested me, and I'm not trying to pry. I'm just, the dynamic of something like that being okay is something that.
Oh yeah, I'm just lucky that I like it now.
Yeah, it's cool. That's good. That's good.
Well, Godless, do you think those people that had those really elongated skulls, do you think they face fucked? Never mind. My head's going in. You guys are a bad influence on me.
That's way too easy to do, Michael. You're easily swayed into trains of thought.
Well, about the whole thing. My dick is so flat. It's like a little pancake, and so even like the idea, like they're thinking, oh, over the teeth and through the gums, watch out, throat, and I just get over the teeth, and then it's like plus I come real fast. So oh man, it's just nonsense. It's like I used to be a woman. I'm actually the tranny. I'm a hidden tranny. You guys didn't know it. I'm a tranny. And I don't actually have a penis. It's just a little flat, nubby clit. Okay, well now I am done talking. I think I shared enough with this community. Where's Nadia now? When I need a friend.
He's taken my title of the Queen of Too Much Information.
Well, no, I was going down on this this woman, a few women do this, but then they like one of them just grabbed the back of my head and started fucking like, and I was like, what the fuck? You know, my teeth are like going right into the pelvis bone, and I'm like, what the? And then so it was like, you know, it's like, hey, you're gonna get some damages.
Sorry, I just probably should preface that I don't ever do anything to a girl that I wouldn't let a girl do to me.
You would let a girl face fuck you with her dick?
Well, I mean,
strap on.
I mean, I like to abuse women in bed, but like I'm sadistic in bed. That's what I'm trying to say. So like I let her do it back to me. Like I wouldn't do anything
Yeah,
to another person.
I've seen your Tinder profile.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't believe it.
Believe it?
I don't believe it.
Neither do I.
Oh, okay. I don't really care.
The ones who shout the loudest about how rough they are.
And I can prove it.
Probably not.
I can prove it.
Okay, prove it.
Okay. Someone who's into being sadistic, and like you said in your Tinder profile, you said you're into whips and chains, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm not really into
That's
whips and chains. I was fucking around. But go ahead.
Oh, so you're just fucking around. What else were you fucking around?
But I'm still rough. Like I like to choke them.
So what do you have? So you own 0 whips and 0 chains, right?
Well, I have belts.
You have something that would double as a potential function as being in that.
As long as it you can make them feel uncomfortable and create pain. That's what I like. It doesn't have to be whips and chains.
Right,
Yeah,
but you don't
when you're at the bar.
You don't own any kind of stuff that you could show us on camera. That's specialized for that.
Which is odd because he has so many things that he likes to show us on camera to prove.
I don't think you have like a single piece of equipment that's dedicated to.
I can show you.
Yeah, let's see your riding crops.
I don't even know what that is, but let's see that. I don't even know. Do that.
Well, show us the bottle of roofie pills that you have, or what? Because when you're like, "Hey, roofie me," you challenge them to roofie you on the sly, right? That's what you meant by you do to them what they do to you. Or come on, just show us your roofie pills.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how I deal with the pain punishments. Michael, I'm not going to entertain you. I just mean as long as it's understood that they can do it to you, I don't think there's any reason to feel guilty for it, right?
I think this is something you feel like exploring. You know, you've been exposed to it. You see people having fun, and now you're like, oh, I'm about this too.
I agree. I am curious as to because you don't even seem to.
Which is okay, Diana.
You don't seem to know the dynamic that goes along with it, like finding out what the other person's preferences are and finding a partner who likes to be dominated.
Yeah, you can tell.
No, you can't.
Okay.
There's a whole method that goes along with it, including negotiation of this stuff before you get into fucking choking someone out.
I think it's funny. Dio hasn't been with anyone but Simone and some hooker in 10 or 15 years, and he keeps talking like he's just doing all kinds of shit every weekend. Fuck, Dio. You don't know what the hell you're talking about at all. Quit lying.
Okay.
You're making shit up, dude.
Haven't you had casual sex, Dionysus?
What's that?
You've had casual sexual encounters, haven't you?
Yeah, I just recently had. Well, about 6 months ago.
That was that hooker you met in Vegas, and she did it because he had drug money.
I thought you had sex with those heroin addicts.
Yeah, that was the last one.
I thought you just had a Tinder date 2 days ago or something.
No.
We messed that up.
Why don't you go to more sites on Tinder?
Was that the Shakespeare fag incident, Tom?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a yeah.
Why don't you try more dating sites than just Tinder?
I just don't have the heart in it.
Well, you seem to be really, really interested in face fucking a girl, right? Seems to be a bit of a contradiction. You're showing him extreme amount of enthusiasm for this, and interested in pursuing it and talking about it an awful lot, but then you're just like, I'm not into it enough to like do it.
You know, Sour Grapes is the name of his game.
It just takes it takes a lot of work, and usually I find that it usually happens when you don't try to plan for it. Like,
But yeah, you check Tinder every day.
Only because you guys asked me to.
No, that's not true.
You had the profile.
Well, I will admit that I go to
I mean,
once every couple of weeks. I'll open it up and see what's going on. But like,
You
I
said
mean,
you told me just the other day you check it every day.
I don't check it every day.
Now, why are you telling the truth? When are you lying? This is the question. Yeah, if you're trying to pull off that you are just waiting to see what happens in your life, what comes along, what comes around the bend, what the next crossroad brings you, going on dating sites and making profiles and checking it every day kind of is not the best thing to promote that image of yourself if that's the one you're trying to put forward.
Well, I wouldn't date any girl, like seriously date any girl from Tinder in the first place. So that's why I don't. I think
You
there's a lot.
said you were looking for a relationship on Tinder.
I never said that. No, you
You
guys
said
are.
that yesterday.
You guys are mishmashing different things that I said and putting them together.
So you said like yesterday.
How many dating sites are you on?
We were talking with Shamos, and then we're like, well, what is it you want? And you're like, I want a relationship. That's what you said. Point blank.
Point blank. With Shamo. He meant with Shamos.
Do you not remember saying that? You remember, right?
No, I know. If you remember the conversation correct, I don't know why you have such a poor memory, but like, if you remember the conversation correctly.
Yeah, because that's an allegation that's oftentimes levied against me.
Okay, so I'm gonna maybe refresh your memory, all right? So I said, no, I don't really take this seriously, but I am looking for a long-term relationship. And then someone said, well, I know somebody from Tinder that has had a long-term relationship because they went on Tinder. I said, well, that would be nice, but that I don't really expect anything from Tinder. I have low expectations.
Well, your expectations is not really relevant to what you're looking for, what you want.
Tinder is just, I said this last night, I said it's just for entertainment value. It's not something I really have my heart in.
Unless you get a live one, and then it's not, right? It's like if you fail at it, it's just for entertainment. If you have success, then it's like it's due to my game, right?
Which goes back to my Sour Grapes theme, and also the entertainment value of denigrating other people's appearance, which is awesome.
I think you should message that Jewish girl, Melody, 26, 2 miles away.
No, she's in New York.
Oh, it says 2 miles away.
Yeah, but yeah, maybe she's like in Louisiana. It said like New York.
Well, she said it says New York Knicks, New York University.
I don't find Jewish people attractive. Well, some Jewish people I do. But
wasn't the whole idea that you degrade them? I mean, like what? It's can't figure out what the parameters are for your. I mean, I don't understand what you want exactly.
Dio, I can tell you how to have a great date with a Jewish girl. Just get the date going, and instead of flowers, you bring a wrapped glass, and then right when you get sitting, you just drop it in front of you and you smash it. They love that shit. I think it's hilarious. I was thinking, Dio, because you won't let go of the apple, right? You're like the monkey apple trap that won't let go of the apple. Right. And I think that's your problem, right? You keep saying you can't have your heart in it. You're tied to this woman, and you're going to continue to be tied to her for finances or whatever and hope for. But, if you let go of the apple and you finally get out of the box, then I think maybe some shit will happen for you. And you can even go at it roofie free. Just some advice from a guy that's never been there and never done that.
Thanks for the feedback.
Hey, it doesn't look like you're on the highway anymore, Bob. It looks like you got off the highway. It looks like you're going through Nashville, and that's what Nashville looks like. It looks like some sort of, like there's po' boys and poor people on the side of town and some sort of outback cafe you could pull into.
Are you going through Nashville, Bob? Oh my gosh, I turned my camera on.
No, I'm in Shelbyville. I'm south of Nashville.
Oh, okay. Nice. I was like, we're in my hometown. Go by my house.
Yeah, I took 65 to 24 east and down 24 east. So
Yeah, right there. I know where that is. I was gonna say my house is gone. I know it got bulldozed. I'm actually really curious to see what they did with it. What they did with the lot, rather.
You
next
have to
time,
send me.
Next time you go through, go down, get off 40 at Hillsborough and go up Ashwood there and tell me what's on the corner of 20th and Ashwood.
Yeah, you have to send me the address so I can look it up.
Well, I just told you, but not that I expected you to write that down. I want to see. I should really just Google Earth it and see.
Well, the Google Earth, their pictures are only updated every couple of years, so.
Oh, never mind. Probably still show the house. The rumors were that 6 condos were going to go where my one sprawly old house was.
Isn't there a banjo shop on every corner in Nashville, or some sort of
a lot of churches?
How to play music?
A lot of churches on Church Street. There's only one strip where there's actually honky tonks, and that is no one goes there except for people who come to Nashville for honky tonks. Nashville's just another city. It doesn't look anything. The only people who wear that shit are the tourists. The only people who go to Broadway are the tourists. Yeah, it's really just an isolated 3 or 4 block strip.
Yeah, actually, we were going down to Alabama for a friend's graduation, and we stopped over there to, they got some TV show, Pickers or something, where they go picking people's
the antique shit, yeah.
Yeah, the antique pickers, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they opened a store down there in Nashville, and we stopped there. And but it was closed when we went by the first time, and then second time we went by, it was the line of people must have been 75 people outside.
Trendy. It is a trendy town. That's one of the reasons I'm glad I left, because it's packing people in like sardines. Most of whom are yoga pants and UGG wearing, just that high-end nouveau riche shit. Many condos. Yeah, it's really crap. It's just awful. No character, no class. It's wonderful.
And relaxing a bit. Just kind of a greasy area with no uppityness, just no character, no class.
Oh no! I'm saying that they think that's what it was before. It was like eclectic and had all sorts of different kinds of people, and I don't know. It just seems like it's losing its character and turning into a Starbucks. One big Starbucks.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I mean, I've never been to Nashville, but if I went there in like 5 years and there were like a bunch of Muslims playing the banjo, doing honky tonk, plunking on some elastic bands,
that would be nice.
That'd be something fun.
That would be nice. Unfortunately, that's one of the area. That was one of the, not in Nashville, but about half an hour south of Nashville was where one of the big "Don't Build a Mosque Here" controversies went off on in Murfreesboro. That was a big thing. They wanted to build a mosque.
We're going to build a mosque here. Boing, da, da, boing. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Who knows what's... I saw some video of a Texas town. I don't know what it was. And they had white nationalists with a bunch of guns and machine guns. And then they had all these Black Panthers and and then they had these Muslim groups, and they were all like clash and shit. And I thought, well, those Muslims should go to Nashville where they're welcome.
Well, yeah, I mean, where I went to college was, I mean, we had a large Muslim population, actually. We have a big Kurdish population. I keep saying we. There is a large Kurdish population in Nashville. They teach Kurdish at the local community college. It's interesting.
Kurdish.
Yeah, I don't know. I keep hearing everyone talk about the Muslims. How bad they are, and I live by Dearborn, and I deal with them a lot on weekends, and then just driving the truck, with other companies and stuff, and delivering down there. I've never had a problem with Muslims. I mean, the one meat shop I go buy my meat from, they're all Muslim, and
people are people.
Yeah. One of my daughter's friends, they're from Yemen, so they're all Muslim. So when I got a barbecue, I got to get her own grill and make all beef hot dogs. I can't have any pork. I got to use special tongs. Make sure the tongs don't touch the pork hot dogs.
This is just great. I've got all these visual images now. It'd be called like burqas and banjos, and Godless could be out there since she's forgiving of Muslims now, kind of doing some knee slapping to the. Well, but she'd be actually getting throat jammed by Josh would be doing the clapping to the burqas and banjos, and there's an illustration in there.
Well, that's the thing, though.
I support that.
Dearborn, I don't see. In Dearborn, I don't see that many of the women actually wearing the burqas.
Right. No, I mean they wear hijab. A lot of people that were few and far between that I went to school with who wore full burqa, but most people either wore just a very simple hijab or even nothing at all on their head.
I mean, basically it's just so silly. It's just a scarf. I mean, their whole face is open. They don't hide their face. It's just a scarf that basically goes over their neck and underneath their chin, around, So.
Speaking of someone who doesn't want to show their face, look who just dragged Joseph in the room. Or look at Joseph in the room.
Joseph likes to show his face because he's so handsome. But he said he was cutting off his hair, which pisses me off.
Cutting your hair off?
He's cutting his mop. I tried to dissuade him with a loud typeface scream of no, but to no avail.
Maybe he could auction off the locks.
I was informed, Dionysus, that your DNA test shipped yesterday or the day before, so you should be getting it in a few days.
Was it 21st?
The suspense.
Yeah, Joseph, see, you might hang on to cutting off. Dionysus might need a donation of some black hair.
Yeah. It'd be like
I might
Insta fro.
I'll give him I'll donate my fro to Dionysus if he comes back black.
And if I don't, I'll donate pubic hairs to you.
And I have nice hair too, Dionysus. So it's not like that nappy froey hair.
He's got what black people refer to as good hair.
You won't be accused of culturally appropriating it?
I have good hair.
That would be awesome. Make a wig out of it, and Dionysus have to wear it around.
Oh no!
Oh my God, that would be amazing.
I love it.
That's legit cultural appropriation, right?
Right, exactly. It'll be legitimate.
Could you see it now, Dionysus, with that fro and that little Hitler mustache?
Yeah.
That would be an amazing combination.
And a yarmulke balanced on top.
We're gonna need some real Photoshop talent to do his profile picture, maybe a huge clock you know, like a rapper would wear over in like necklace or something.
Flavor
like
Flav
that.
clock.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
something like that. Yeah, that's what I want.
Run DMC Photoshop there.
I just can't wait for you guys to get disappointed.
What's that, Dionysus?
Can't wait for you guys to get disappointed.
then
gonna
then
love
let
that.
us savor it while we can.
No, because I don't care either way. I really don't care. That's why I didn't donate or help support this.
Well, and neither did I, because I could give a shit less also, but it is you should be grateful, Dionysus, because this is really the only reason you get any attention around here.
That's gonna be great. Got a lot of people interested in this.
Into the mix is part black that we all get together and buy him a penis enlarger. Can we do that?
Yeah, I'm not saying there's not
fuck
people.
that.
Yeah, there's not people interested. I know there's people interested. They want to.
We won't
He
even
buy
have
his
to
own
do
damn-
that. If he's black,
buy
he's
his own-
big in virtue of just being black, right? He doesn't need to enlarge it. It
I
is
wonder
big.
if it would like spontaneously like catalyze into a growth spurt. I don't know. I think he can pay for his own damn penis enlarger at that point because he has to catch up to his peers.
My dick's already big.
No, it's not.
It's not
You
like
know how I know?
choke a woman out without.
You know how
it,
you know how I know that people don't have big dicks is when they talk about how big their dicks are.
Well, it's true for me.
Come on, dude, you can't even choke a woman out without squeezing her nose, dude. You probably reach it. You can't even fucking get past the back of her tongue.
Yeah, if you throat fuck her, you're not going to restrict her breathing at all.
Well, he says he doesn't. He says he's got to pinch her nose. So you know his dick ain't that big.
I'm 7'8".
Dionysus, when we find out you're black and Jew, will you update your Tinder profile to reflect that?
What I want to know is how is Dio's arguments all going to go now? Because he says that intelligence is genetic. When he finds out he's fucking half black or something, what's the hell? How is that all
He'll
going to
just
happen?
rationalize it and say that it's just such a small portion of it.
Well, he's an outlier.
Right.
He's an outlier. He'll
Or
be an
he's
outlier.
an outlier, an anomaly.
I mean, he's not going to be very majority black or Jew. I don't think so. Wouldn't even really count as an outlier.
And I think he's self-aware enough to know that he's like not above average. I hope so. I think he would rationalize that if he has both Jew and black, they would kind of cancel each other out.
Well, I'm
in
actually
averageness.
I am above average. I'm 115. That would be.
I was waiting. I was like, I need
Hold
to.
on, what is that? I thought around
You're so easy.
Average is 100,
So
right?
easy to.
average
It's
is
like
about
I'm
115.
beginning to believe in behaviorism because I can make him do anything I want.
Yeah, no, Dio average is about
Dude,
150.
she's saying she plays you like a fiddle.
It was like, do you remember when I made him show his Nietzsche books? I made him spout out his
Dionysus, congratulations. You played yourself.
You're predictable as fuck.
And Dio, there's a difference between the average on the scale being 1 to 100 or whatever, where the middle is, and what people average on that scale.
Europeans are usually the average for European whites is 100.
I think it's 115, 120.
What's a 137?
Jesus Christ, I read
What's a
Delker.
137? What's a 137?
Not
Above
you.
average.
What?
Above average.
Is it above average?
Yeah.
137 is average?
137 is
137
significantly
not average. 137 is
It's-
above average.
significantly above average.
Right.
Is it? Oh.
It's broken up into. I've seen the scale before because mine's like 149, 153 is where I hit on it, but it breaks it up into marks.
Yeah, when I took it, I really didn't care. I mean, it didn't
Right.
seem like it makes, everyone's got intelligence in one thing or another. So
Yeah, I don't put any weight in it.
That's the truth. I don't put much credence in it. I mean, there are things that it measures, and those things, yes, it measures them, but it doesn't measure anything that's the most important thing.
It's a predictor of
So
success.
I don't think.
I mean,
No, it's not.
okay.
I mean, anecdotally, it's not, at least.
What do you say? It was a predictor of success.
Yeah.
It's
That's
a
like
very reliable predictor.
I'm really successful, I guess.
I would stand as a
Everybody in here
example.
thinks their IQ is
Right?
140,
That's what I'm
130. It's
saying.
fucking bullshit. There's nobody in this room. There's nobody who comes in these hangouts that probably has an IQ higher than a 120. Okay.
I just told you my IQ. I'll take a test on air.
I'm not going to.
Well, just the fact that you can take it on air is a bogus IQ test, right? They keep that shit
that's true.
pretty.
Well, no, all you have to do is get the questions for the IQ question or IQ test and give them to me on air.
It doesn't matter what you think, Theo. So
it really
But
doesn't
that's
matter
it's like
either.
timed. It's administered by a professional. I mean, like
Yeah.
No, I'm
in my
serious.
case, they
I mean,
give
like-
it to. They do. They give it to you in a closed room, and you don't leave until you're done, and blah blah blah.
if you said I want to get an IQ test, it probably costs you like what? They're like thousands of dollars or something like that.
It's not that high. It's actually a lot cheaper. It's like 200.
200.
They did mine when I was 15 years old in a mental hospital on suicide watch. I mean, what the fuck was
medical
that
wise can order
about?
It's mine was ordered through medical stuff too, through a mental evaluation stuff.
Didn't seem like the optimal conditions to
Right.
find out an accurate score. I was like, this is an interesting
Yeah, I mean, I
decision
remember
on their
one
part.
time that guy admin 4, it was like I just took an IQ test and I got all 10 questions and it told me I'm a genius and he was serious.
Which kind of countermands the whole premise. He was
I mean, it was just like, dude, that's just a bogus fucking test, right?
Yeah, that's just like a
Literally
gimmicky
means nothing. Yeah, it's basically just clickbait for fucking Facebook or something. It's like, no, it's real. You flatter people, it's amazing, like what they'll believe. Van the Man, hello.
Hola. Hola.
I think there might be validity to like a certain above average, but not much above average. That's a predictor of success. But I'm pretty sure that drops off. Like, I don't know, around 140. Yeah, bell curve, yeah. Thing. Not the bell curve, the book, but there's probably a hump there where there's a comfy medium that works well with society.
I still stand by my idea, or not my idea, but the idea that intelligence is not the largest factor for success.
Right.
Yeah, I would.
Drive far and away outstrips.
Drive and ability to cope with the world.
Work ethic, that's also important. You don't tend to get very far by being brilliant but lazy.
Well, drive
think,
covers
yeah.
the work ethic.
Exactly.
Tell me about.
All these things have been covered in the bell curve. If you might take time to read it, I'm not
well,
going to go there.
The debunked book, The Bell Curve.
Here's the thing. Like drive and work ethic all are contingent on the fact of accepting what society tells you is success is and feeling that is a legitimate pursuit. And that kind of goes along with not thinking too much about it, in my opinion.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if we want to start trying to define what success is, then we can be here all night.
Well, once we've determined that, I think a general one would be, not productivity, but rewards from productivity. Would that be it?
Wouldn't care about nepotism and cronyism and all kinds of other things.
I think it's just when you have kids and then you kill yourself like a salmon. I think that's pretty much the definition.
It's as valid as anything else.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of things you can point to and call a success. I know people who don't make much money who I would consider successful.
Right.
Well, sure, but I'm saying, I mean, I don't know.
You know what? I think if there was one thing I would say would qualify as the indicator of success, it's quality of life.
Yeah, I would agree with that one. But I also think that
No,
it can be a negative.
From a biological definition, success is when your kids have kids.
I don't care about that.
That doesn't really seem to apply to what we're talking about.
Right.
So a non sequitur for the win.
Oh wait, are you trying to say that higher IQ people tend to have more babies that have babies that?
No, that's not necessarily true. I mean,
Right?
that we have a dystenic effect going on right now.
Because that's the opposite, actually. Higher IQ people tend to not have so many babies.
Well, it depends.
I really don't want to have. Are we really doing the IQ?
Literally, God damn it! You always interrupt people.
You're so self-aware.
No, like it is more complicated because, like people who have higher IQs, it's more like the difference between like opportunistic versus putting more resources into your children. So yeah, they may have more kids, but like if something were to happen, right? Let's say a financial crash.
No, they don't have more kids. That's what's shown is they have less kids, and
You're
when
not
they do
listening
it,
to what I'm saying.
it's later in life.
You're just interrupting me. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
What you're
Yeah,
saying now, he's showing what you're saying to be blatantly wrong.
Right, you're not
Okay, so
correct.
I'm not denying like they have more kids, right? But what I'm trying to say is because there's not enough not the same amount of resources that are put into those kids, right? They're a lot more unstable than the ones who do invest a lot of resources for their children. So like if you have an economic crash or some type of other type of disaster, right? They're more likely to be taken out by that. That's why they have to be opportunistic. But it is becoming a problem. Like it is having a dysgenic, and people who are educated tend to have less children. It's not always true, but a lot of times it is. Most of the time it is.
Well, if anything,
But
you'll
it's
find
it's offset by the investment that people who are rich and who are intelligent put into their few children, right? It's a difference.
Well, if anything, you'll find that, during a recession or an economic hardship of some time, like a manual laborer or a builder of some sort will probably find work more easily than a lawyer. So I'm not sure I really buy the whole quantity or quality and economic hardship thing.
I'm not going to argue about facts. To me, it seems like a waste of time.
It's a waste of the time.
Who can create the largest? Sorry.
No, there's a delay between us. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, who can create the greatest future human maggot pile is apparently the most successful. Yeah, quality of life is interesting idea. Whether or not you got a bigger house and you're fluffier and happier and travel more and get all that. But when I think of, well, I'm not gonna pick anyone out of the community to pick on about that right now. Okay, I'm just gonna sit back for a minute.
Well, I would take success to be something like eudaimonia, right? Like that.
Well, yeah,
life well lived, quality, like
by success, I don't mean big house, lots of trips, stuff like that. I just mean how happy they are in their life.
Yeah, they might be someone who lives in a trailer and just has the bare minimum of things, and they might have, be the more successful in the way we're speaking now. And I would agree. They might be the happiest person, content with life. all those around them are better for knowing them, things like that.
I'm not sure why we tend to equivocate success with happiness, though. I mean, you can succeed in something without being happy about it.
Well, we're talking in generalities here, and when we're talking about successful people, what I put forth as the standard for successful people was that. And it seemed to get some agreement.
I think the standard's just having more fluffy things around you, like more feathery type of blankets.
You're a monster, you know that?
I think the more dirt you have in your life, the better. The more compost
Yeah, but you're a gardener.
you interact with. Right. Which is why I'm saying that everybody has different measures of
We're
quality
doing
of life.
that. I'm going to say the more drugs you have, the more hallucinogens you have in your life. The
Quality of life is a sort of subjective thing.
And for Tom's success in life is Dio having more black and Jew genetics.
That's correct.
That reminds me, kind of tangent. Mark was in last night, right, Tom? How did all that?
Yep.
I only got to see part of it, and then I had to take off. My wife came.
It went exactly as expected.
Did it? Oh yeah, you jumped in there too, Van. You jumped in as
yeah.
like maybe 20 minutes after I had actually shut it completely off.
I've made it a hobby. I know it interferes with some people's play with Mark, but I have a hobby now of attempting to keep him from being baptized.
I just want to point out his dishonesty, intellectual dishonesty, and cowardice.
Yeah.
It's a hobby.
I know. We have conflicting hobbies. It's okay though. I still like you.
For someone who claims up and down that it is always wrong to lie, he certainly does an awful lot of it.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm sure he defines lying in a different way or something stupid to deflect from that too.
Next time he does that, next time you think he's being dishonest, accuse him or mention something called theocratic warfare.
I'm sorry, theocratic
warfare, and ask him if that's what he's doing. As someone who's
what is that?
It's lying.
Is
for
that a
Jehovah.
JW thing?
It's lying for Jehovah. You got it.
Oh right.
Yep. It's kind of like the Takia thing, but different.
No, when you
It's
say lying for Jehovah,
legit.
I've heard them argue that before.
Yep. It's called theocratic warfare.
I actually think I've seen Mark, because Mark and I have been in text for a year or two. I honestly think I've seen him mention not the theocratic warfare, but the lying is okay when it's in those instances like that.
Well, except now, I've never heard him say that. I've always heard him say that lying is always wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And to the point where, forgiveness for God's law, he refuses to lie to save, the Jews in the attic.
That's because when it's lying for God, he doesn't consider it lying. I'd bet you money.
Yeah, he's also at the point. I think it's more difficult because he's not all that bright. So it's like a lot of the time it's like, Nick, I finally heard what you were mentioning when you asked him if he had a mental disability. Ooh, ouch.
I couldn't help it.
I know, and you could tell. I could tell you were honestly curious. I was like, "Oh, ouch!"
Yeah, some point of him dodging me is beyond a super troll, right? I made a little post at it because, over the time, and you see his patterns over a couple of years, this is beyond just trolling. There's something else. He's either brainwashed or there's a handicap there going on.
Well, I think it's maybe
Both.
Yeah, I mean, they are scripted to an extent that they are told exactly how they're supposed to speak, and so I take it with a grain of salt when he just babbles the same shit over and over again because that's what they're told is the right way to do it. Very forcefully.
I was just honestly making sure I wasn't beating up on retarded.
Right. That was just the way you did it was really funny. He's like, don't you? Because you were really gentle about it and everything. Oh dear.
I appreciate that.
Can I
don't
just tell y'all on Valentine's Day that Lydia is the model in my icon? Thanks for posing for that, Lydia.
Isn't that cute? Except you put me in a mini skirt, which is very strange.
I don't think you're in a skirt at all, or anything.
He painted the skirt on there, yeah. Or photoshopped it.
Oh no, that thing. Oh no, that's not me. I thought you meant in his painting.
Oh no, that's totally you.
That's not. Definitely.
Don't you
It's
tell
a
me
lie. It's a lie.
Fine. Have it your way.
Yeah.
Have it marked the Scottish pedophile's way.
Yeah.
The theocratic.
High heels and big boobs. No.
There's some weird leg thing going on there, though.
Interesting perspective. You got the hair right, but the style completely wrong.
No, but she likes to smoke. That's really just what counts.
I do like to smoke, and I formerly liked to drink red wine as well. But alas, plus her abs are kind of flappy.
I don't know how you can see that.
I'm very focused on abs. You'll learn this about me.
Is that terrible that I figured out that my Ambien only works anymore if I have a bottle of wine too?
A bottle. A whole bottle?
Just one bottle. Just one.
Well, for any real man, one bottle of wine is like a beer. I don't know about you, JJ.
I think at this point, my tolerance might have gone down to where a glass of wine would be like a 12-pack of beer.
No, that's it. See, my tolerance, I only drink maybe once a year, New Year's around that, or special occasion, because of the meds I take. But the other night, it was about a glass or so, and I was buzzed. Like, I ended up finishing the bottle and being still just buzzed. I wasn't like blackout drunk or anything. I actually finished the bottle and opened another one. Less than a bit. That's the sounds my wife made. She's laughing at me. Can't believe you drank a fucking bottle of wine.
Easy.
I could probably drink a whole bottle, but I'd be done then.
I'll probably clarify what I said. Me drinking a glass of wine would be like someone else here drinking a 12-pack of beer.
Right.
I haven't had anything to drink for like 18 months.
Righto. By choice, or?
Just kind of worked out that way.
That's right. That's still going on, huh? Good deal.
Yeah.
I've been effectively straight edge for 18 months.
Wait,
How is
what?
that? You still have
Totally
like your
straight
molars?
edge?
You still
I
have your
heard one of-
molars? Or grinded them off.
No, I'm fine.
I think I've been relaxing my straight edgeness lately.
I'm ready to relax mine, damn it. Just never can seem to find the opportunity, the time or the opportunity.
I realized that the alcohol and drugs thing was so secondary, to other things that like I pretty much have gone 10 years without even thinking about it. So it's like, whatever.
But you tackle it from a different perspective, right?
I'm sorry?
Like you tackle it from a different perspective, though, right?
No, I was straight. I drank way too much and got into some really fucked up situations. Yeah.
Yeah, so you had like addiction issues, like you said.
Well, I have addiction issues, but I know that the alcohol part was a coping strategy to deal with the other pre-existent one.
Right.
And so it's like I could remove it relatively easily, and I didn't even. So I'm pretty sure that. I mean, I'm not curious enough to go out and drink wine at dinner tomorrow, but I think I probably can drink a glass of wine at dinner without having.
Was that triggering back into it?
Oh yeah, it's I'm.
See, I have some physical dependencies because I've been on a few of my some stronger meds for a good 7 years. There's definitely a physical. I would withdraw like crazy, but I I've never abused them and gotten high with them, and I don't have an addiction problem with them. If that makes any sense. Like if I didn't need them, I wouldn't be trying to grab them. If I go without them, it's fine, except for the physical symptoms that start presenting.
Yeah, that's a hard one to know what to do about. It's like,
But it's not that I'm not addictive. It's just with drugs, I've never been that way. Other things have been that way. Smoking, right? Like I guess that's drug, right? Technically.
yeah, I mean,
Smoking, I'm addicted to, for sure, physically and mentally.
I'm a habit forming machine. So.
Well, Xbox, do you ever think about taking your narcotics orally instead of as a suppository?
It went the other way around. I used to take them orally and needed that little extra pick me up. So.
There are people that get high that way. They stick ecstasy up their ass.
Yeah, I've read stories.
I did that with ecstasy a couple times.
Yeah, people stick ecstasy up their ass. That's a common one.
I was
hot shot.
You get higher faster. It's almost instant. Or people put acid in their eye.
Yeah, I've heard acid.
Yeah,
it'll leave a little spot on their eye for a week. Yeah. I've always taken it all orally. My ecstasy usually tastes like ass anyway. Might as well put it up your ass.
Drink it with alcohol or something.
I chew it up, or I usually chew it up.
Oh, you've chewed it? I tried that once. Ugh, the nastiest
gross as shit, right?
In the world. Ugh.
I take BC powder daily, so it probably wouldn't even faze me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I've tasted BC powder before.
Nastiest thing around, but man, it works good.
Yeah, I like to use a beer bong enema before I get in the tub.
I had someone talking to me, close in family wise, talking about the caffeine enemas.
BC powder.
What's that?
Aspirin.
First up, aspirin.
Aspirin plus caffeine.
BC headache powder.
Yeah, if you ever heard of Goody powder, it's the same stuff. Just they've added caffeine to increase the uptake for the aspirin. Speaking of which,
it's not only just that though. I mean, the reason why the caffeine's in there, it's also to get your immune system operating faster because the blood flow increases.
It constricts your blood flow. Yeah.
A lot of migraine medications will have caffeine.
It doesn't constrict your blood flow. Quite the opposite. It dilates your blood.
Yeah. Speeds.
Coffee heard about the caffeine in him out on the side. He perked it up.
Well, enough of this first date conversation. What do you guys have going on? I mean, Joseph, I haven't seen you in a while since you were live on Facebook ranting about leftists.
Oh, did I hurt your feelings, Michael?
I missed the live, but I heard you. I saw the aftermath.
I'm not a rightist or a leftist. I'm not a rightist or a leftist. His posts were pretty funny.
I would definitely be considered a leftist.
I used to consider myself that.
I don't know. I think people say they are, but in practice, they're still just plain old liberals.
Yeah. The label I used to take was called a Blue Dog Democrat, and I still might, depending on who I'm talking to. And it's you lean social or you lean left on the social things, and you lean right on the financial, fiscal things.
Conservatives are more intelligent than people on the left.
There was that was genius. But there's a lot of the political compass tests you can take. I took several of them about a week and a half ago, and it was pretty consistently left libertarian.
Yeah, those aren't the leftists I'm talking about.
Yeah,
That's why
Which
categories are
leftist?
seem to be
pointless.
going against the SJW
It's
special
yes.
snowflake crowd.
Which leftists are you talking about, Joe?
The non-deserved, entitled feeling little pussified college students. Those leftists.
Then you might
Okay,
want to be more specific next time.
You are paying with a rather broad
I
brush
was
there.
very specific in my stream, and the people
Now
that
I
watched it
understand
understood
completely, Joseph.
what I was saying.
Thank
right?
you.
You're welcome, JJ.
Doesn't Lydia remind everyone of Marla Singer on Fight Club a little bit? She
hasn't been fucked like that since grade school?
I don't even know who that is.
Do you mean that she hasn't been fucked like that since grade school?
Sorry, she just came swinging around with that cigarette. That just reminded me of a scene on Fight Club, and I thought, oh, that's right. Need to bone up on your Fight Club, Lydia.
I always remind people of somebody. With Tom, it's Alanis Morissette. You, it's whoever that person is. Work.
Helena Bonham Carter's character.
Whatever you think.
Right.
Okay. I think I know what she. I think I know who that is.
Have you seen?
Oh, I
the
do.
movie?
I do know that is. Yes, I've seen Fight Club once, many years ago when it came out.
That movie actually it gave me the okie doke. I fell for that one. I saw The Sixth Sense. I saw that one just from the advertisements. I saw the okie doke in that one, but I did not see the okie doke coming in Fight Club. It surprised me.
See, I saw the okie doke in Fight Club, but I didn't see it in Sixth Sense. It's so weird.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, same here.
I didn't see it in either, but I preferred it better in Fight Club. Sixth Sense, I just groaned at the end and walked out real quick.
Well, the Sixth Sense one, I thought. I mean, I figured it out from the advertisements I'd seen.
Yeah, I hadn't seen anything about it. I had a girlfriend that made me go see it. She'd already.
I figured it out the first time I saw Bruce Willis come around the corner.
He looked dead.
I'll be fair. I did not see the twist coming in Split.
I have not seen that yet.
In what?
His newest thing.
Split. From M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong.
What is the movie?
Split.
Oh, that's the new one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's with what's his noodle?
Yeah, McAvoy.
Yeah, McAvoy.
Is it McAvoy or McAvoy?
Yes.
I think it depends on what part of the word you're saying it in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Deadpool says McAvoy, so.
Yeah, McAvoy?
Yeah.
McAvoy or Stewart?
Right. Using the Deadpool pronunciation.
That movie was surprisingly good.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful movie. I'm gonna watch that tonight. That's the perfect Valentine's Day movie.
I have not seen that movie.
Deadpool? It's
a
that movie is
beautiful love
so
story.
wrong,
It's
but
a
so
beautiful love
fucking
story.
funny.
This is something I've learned about myself lately. Is that one of the reasons that I have such a tough time in interactions is that I know almost nothing about television, movies, or video games, or sports, and I could care less about any of them. And it's like, what's left? There are many things left, but few and far between that anyone gives a shit.
I love television. I love any sort of good story. Any medium that provides a good story. I'm a big fan, and I think we're in a absolute golden age of television right now.
I gather
Really?
that, and I find that when I actually watch something,
That's
I enjoy
hilarious.
it, but it doesn't occur to me to remember that thing about interrupting, and how I always do it. I don't want it enough to seek it out. Go ahead, Dionysus.
I was just thinking it's hilarious that Ben thinks it's the golden age of television. It's like everything's in the gutter, but it doesn't surprise me that that's your taste.
Everything's in the gutter.
What do you mean?
We're all degenerate.
Nothing lives up to his standard because it's all controlled by the Jews.
Well, before he goes on, I just want to say, Lydia, that when Burning Man gets some celebrities, you might like be able to follow the celebrities that like Burning Man, or like hippie. There's got to be some hippies that you would like to follow as opposed to video games or movies or.
Why would I do
something.
that? Why would I do that?
I don't know. I'm just assuming because you're of the land and you're, out smoking peace pipe.
You got this whole story. It's so funny.
One of you guys has a huge echo in your time.
It's Michael.
I don't have my screen pulled up.
I have headset on.
Has there been any new Christians come around with any new arguments? Philosophical or evidential?
There are no
otherwise?
new arguments.
I don't know why you keep arguing. There's obvious that God exists. There's only one. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. Well, every now and then someone will come with a new twist on something, but it ends up being the exact same bullshit that we hear all the time. Pratt's, right?
I think
There are no new arguments.
Yeah, you're right, Alvin. Justin
Yeah,
Shieber is
Alvin.
debating Michael Brown tomorrow.
So anyway, back to Dio.
No.
Why would you say that about current television?
Well, I don't watch it anymore. I mean,
So how can you even say it?
I don't know. I don't know what. No, I mean, I got to the point where it got so ridiculous and stupid that I just couldn't bear it anymore. So I stopped watching. I don't know any of the new TV shows.
I think for the last 10, 15 years, we've been in a unsurpassed period of creativity and quality
Oh,
of
yeah.
storytelling.
Yeah, so you call it a golden age, man, and I think we've talked about this before. But what's at the top of your mind right now as far as being?
Well, I mean,
exemplary
Jack and
TV?
I talked about this.
Shut up, Dio. I just asked a fucking question.
Fuck you. I'm just talking.
Could you say it again?
I'm just wondering what do you think is so good right now? What comes? to mind
The
there?
quality of writing, the
Yeah, but
quality
like,
of production values.
What But what specifically makes you think that? Like what shows?
Oh, you want examples? I don't know if I have a example of the best show, but if you want to go from a line from The Wire to The Shield to Sopranos,
Sopranos
all the way up
House.
through Stranger Things,
The Big Bang Theory.
Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I just
The
wondered
Marvel
what
shows on Netflix.
what was
It's
that?
about any original show on Netflix is. I haven't seen a TV show on
Dexter.
Netflix yet that I thought wasn't
Right.
extremely.
Dexter. That's a good one.
I'd agree with most. I never really watched Dexter, but there's probably a bunch of good stuff.
Dexter, I thought fell off
missed.
after the third season.
I saw a
haven't
couple
seen.
episodes.
I haven't actually seen the whole thing. Just only seen the first handful of seasons.
Well, I mean, I think Jack would be a good judge. I mean, he was saying that he thought it went in the garbage around 1980 in the 80s.
No, Jack's big focus is on movies.
Yeah, I will say that we're specifically talking about movies.
There's been a handful of great movies through the years, but a lot of them are just reruns, replays, and different of other remakes of other movies.
I actually don't mind the idea of remakes or reimaginings, as long as they're not just doing like they did with Psycho a few years ago, which was a shot-for-shot remake, so they could have it in color.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I was more talking about like where someone will take like the Romeo and Juliet story and then make their own movie about it.
That was a great movie. That was cool.
Well,
Yeah,
I guess that was a bad example because that one actually did have a remake, and I did like that one. I mean, like the storyline, like Boy Meets Girl and Bob and Families Fight, and they make a movie
if you
about
break
it.
it down, there's actually very few stories.
Right, exactly. That
It's
was
just
my
the
point.
details that are different.
Right.
And the presentation then is often the biggest thing.
I think that's a bunch of shit, man. I think that there's a lot. I think that's just a rumor that we're limited on stories and everything's just a remake. I mean, Deadpool didn't show up in
in Shakespeare's time, whenever that notion of 30 story plots, and I mean, maybe Sons of Anarchy was, but Deadpool no. But I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. Isn't Deadpool a little like Othello?
Yeah, most stories you can take an example of Shakespeare and compare it.
Go to Campbell's Eternal Hero, or what is it he called it? The
Archetypes? The hero's tale, hero's journey.
The hero's journey, yes.
Yeah, it might be more like the Odyssey.
Hero with 1,000 faces.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah,
And
okay.
didn't Shakespeare get a lot of his ideas from the Bible, which are also include like the Romeo and Juliet type stories, and Othello. And or at least he was inspired a lot by the Bible.
The Bible got a lot of its ideas from other stories. Common human theme, this storytelling thing.
No, they had to borrow from the Christian worldview to make fucking Shakespeare.
Here.
That term just sickens me.
Yeah.
Borrow from my worldview, like
Now
you gotta pay them back or something.
I'm hearing now that they're about to reboot Firefly.
No.
Yeah, so
Yes.
assuming they do a good job of it.
Well,
What was Firefly about? I know I've seen it.
oh yeah, smugglers,
Cowboys in space.
smuggler,
Space pirate.
western in space.
That sounds silly.
Oh, it's
It
good.
works
It
though.
sounds awesome.
I recommend it actually.
I'll have to flip through.
It has quite possibly some of the best lines ever spoken on television.
Some good ones.
Looks like we got here just in the nick of time. What's that make us? Big damn heroes, sir. Ain't we just?
See, and I thought you said
Ain't
iron
misbehaved.
pie. I thought it was like a math genius with the still wool pubic hair. Did you say iron pie? Iron fly? What are you talking about?
What?
It's really hard to hear you, Michael, with the
They said Firefly, Michael.
That movie Serenity television show Firefly. At this point, it's not even known if it's going to happen or if they're going to go with a continuation or a reboot or what.
Yeah, I'm curious now that you mention it. I mean, they've been talking about continuing it for a long time.
Fox has come forth and said that they would like to do a reboot, but on one condition: they want Joss Whedon involved.
Well, you kind of have to.
It's a little fucking late though.
Well, believe me, there are many, many brown coats.
I know, and I don't think
I'm one.
I don't think they're thinking this through. How the time is over.
I don't think this time is over. I just don't know if they would have to get.
My point is, it's not going to be.
They're going to reboot. I don't think they could reboot. I don't think it would be worthwhile. And if they continue it, two of the more popular characters are no longer going to be on the show.
Two of them.
Yes.
Well, I mean, one is killed off.
Two of them are killed off.
Are they? Hold on, don't tell me. I have to think.
I don't know, like Doctor Who successfully did that.
Oh, you mean yeah, I guess he's a main character.
Two of the original cast members have been killed off on the show.
I know the one.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
Book and Wash.
Yeah.
I remember Book, but I forgot about Wash.
Yeah, and I was the other way around. I
You
didn't
should
think
give a
Book
brief
was.
second after you say spoilers. Give a brief second to pause.
I didn't think Book as a main character for some reason, but
No.
but I guess he was.
Too much hair, Preacher Man.
What?
Too much hair, Preacher Man.
My favorite is Solo. of her, you'll go to a very special place in hell.
I
A
can't
place
understand
reserved
you.
for child molesters and people who talk at the theater.
You know, there's been some really cool sci-fi shows that I don't think ever carried on. That some of them had to do with like angels and things like that.
Shut up.
Well, they were treated
Angels?
as aliens almost, but like angels came down and would had kind of cattled people together and things. I forget what that
Legion?
series was called. Was it Legion?
It was the continuation of the movie Legion. It was Dominion.
Dominion.
They felt
That's
the
what it
need to
was.
continue
Dominion.
that horrible fucking movie.
I actually enjoyed the movie.
show was, yeah, I enjoyed the movie and I really liked the series. It was kept me
Really? I
going.
thought it was incredibly stupid.
I didn't see
Did
it
you try to
because I
pick
thought
it
it
apart?
would be
By,
incredibly stupid.
did you try to pick it apart, or did you try to watch it like as a movie?
No, I watched it like a movie and I still thought it was stupid.
Like I watched it as a dumb person watching it, just like as I didn't know anything about the storyline.
It was internally
I liked it.
consistent, or at least enough so that that it didn't break the movie for me.
Yep.
Hey, Michael, you still there? Hey, Michael, you still there?
Yeah, I'm
You
here.
still there, Michael? Sure I'm out.
Well, I appreciate that. Oh, look at this. This is a damn dream come true.
Go through a tour of Walmart.
Yep. Yeah, and just for a second there, I was focusing on Lydia's Waterhouse painting. Let's see what we got. We got going on here. Come on, Bob.
Thanks, Bob, for helping drag America down.
Yeah, boycott Walmart. Fuck them.
Well, when you drive a big truck, you can only stop so many places.
I hear you.
Go greet somebody.
Go greet somebody.
Not like wearing camo.
Steal some shit. Greet a greeter. Look for some underwear. Look for some butt crack. Something.
Go find some weird shit going down at the Walmart. That looked weird.
That looked weird. And the little teddy bear.
So I guess if they can bring back Twin Peaks, which I guess hasn't happened yet.
That was what I was going to ask.
They can probably bring back Firefly.
Are they going to bring back Twin Peaks? Because this is a rumor I've been hearing for, the last 4 years.
Twin Peaks is back this year on Showtime, filming now.
Fucking A. That's what I'm in on.
It is going to be finally.
It's a continuation 25 years later.
All right.
Hey, Bob, buy some of those pink spandex pants for yourself. Bring them up to the cashier.
Get some bras.
So
All the freaks must be home.
Agent Jeffries is really missing now.
Well, he's basically been possessed by Bob for the last 25 years.
No Jeffries.
No,
Agent Cooper.
Agent Jeffries was played by David Bowie.
Oh, David Bowie.
Oh,
Okay, that's
sorry.
right. That's right. That guy.
Well, quite a few members of the cast have died, but there's quite a few that are still left too.
Yeah, a few of them.
Oh man, David Bowie didn't die. He's on a moon colony with Jim Morris.
That's true.
He's ruined with Elvis.
Nothing exciting at Walmart today.
And then I am curious about these series reboots of MacGyver and Lethal Weapon. I don't know if those have happened yet or not because I don't care that much.
in ode of Van, just leaving, maybe you better go get some Van, see if they have Van shoes for sale in Walmart. Damn. What are you looking for, Bob? Did you shit your pants? Are you looking for underwear, or are you just doing this for me? Or
Well, no, I just stopped. I'm grabbing something to eat for dinner, but
Yeah, it looks like he's looking for a snack.
no, I grab a salad and I don't know what else I'm gonna get you. Don't let me guys keep you guys from talking. Ain't nothing happening here.
Well, I'm mesmerized by the interior of Walmart at this point. Ooh, chicken.
Oh, yeah, let me have a half a pound of the General Tso's.
We can hear your Chinese food odor, Bob.
Half a pound.
Yeah, they got half a pound of the chicken nuggets.
hey, Bob, couldn't you have ordered that from the main phone in one of the hallways? Just go get on the speaker phone before you leave.
Get on and announce something crazy.
Should I turn the camera this way? It'd be better.
Doesn't matter.
Still shows up all full screen either way.
For me.
Just start yelling Allah Akbar as loud as you can.
Thank you. Pull my pants down and run around. I'll get a free meal and a warm cot tonight.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I remember now what it's like to shop. It feels like ages.
Did you say shopping? You haven't been shopping for a long time, Mike?
Yeah, I just, Amazon just drone delivers everything.
Right.
Yeah, Walmart's dead today. Ain't nobody here.
They're all Amazon drone shopping, I bet. Yeah, I had to shift back to Lydia's Fire. It looks more cozy. It makes me feel like relaxing, like we should be playing some lounge music now.
I'm choosing my Fire over Walmart.
Should I find some Muslims and throw some milk at their feet?
That would be a personal decision.
I'd be like a godless girl.
Tom votes yes, but that's because he's worst of the worst.
That chick was cute.
Yeah. Well, that was it for today. Ain't nothing going on. Well, sorry, it was so exciting.
What?
Oh, is it really Steve McRae's birthday today?
I have no idea. If it is, I'm sure he'll have a party.
Maybe. Hmm.
See, now I just feel like I'm kicking my feet up, watching the fire. I'm finally relaxed because apparently, like, Dio's not in the room, so it's all cool now.
That's what I made it for. Benefit of all, including myself.
Well, shit, I got about 3 hours to get some shit done. I don't know how long I can stay in, but at least a few more minutes. We should tell some ghost stories around the fire, since it's not really a campfire. Yeah. We should, like, maybe we should make love on the bearskin rug.
Getting a little crazy. Don't have.
You have a bear skin rug? You need to cover
No,
that
I
shit,
do.
bro.
No, I do not.
Lydia, can you prove that that's not just a TV fire by sticking your hand in it for us?
Sure, no problem. Sure, no problem.
No, don't do that. Oh, no. Oh, my. Oh, Jesus. I feel like it's the Smith program coming out of the Matrix. You're dipping right into that TV. Oh, man. This is awesome. Oh, but you haven't seen the Matrix either, I bet, huh?
Yes, I have seen the Matrix.
Oh, you did see
Only
that.
the first one. Only the first
Little
one.
treat. Oh, well, the next ones are always better. And anyone that tells you that Return of the Jedi is like a bad part of the Star Wars thing, they're assholes. That's one of the best.
They're just Ewok haters. Is all.
Yeah.
The first Matrix? I think you mean the only Matrix.
No, those are fighting words. No albatross.
Good. They're meant to be.
I mean, I think of all these, all the movies, they're all strung together, all the Matrix movie, they're all important, right? Just like Star Wars, they're all important, you know? I mean, even the first Cantina film in the first Star Wars had some, like, weird blue gooey guy that looked like a Muppet. And then everyone got all butthurt when the Ewoks showed up.
Wait,
and then
what?
Jar
Wait,
Jar.
what?
Well, I'm talking about the Star Wars films, right? Because
Which blue gooey guy in the first movie?
He's talking about the elephant.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's like, come on, you got to have some give. You got to have some leeway.
Which blue gooey guy?
Well, I'm trying to think about it. He's like the elephant-y weird.
Yeah, let me save you some trouble. There is no blue gooey guy in the first movie.
I think he's talking about one of the guys in the bar.
Right,
No, I think
but
he's talking about the pod racing
and he's
guy from
talking.
the Phantom Menace.
He's talking about the instrument player in the third movie.
Oh, see, maybe you're right then. Well, I'm just saying. I mean, you had to accept Chewbacca, right? And then you get upset at Ewoks because what? They don't move well enough. They don't have a good facial expression.
Well, yes. Who wouldn't accept Chewbacca? Chewbacca was very easy to accept in the first movie. Now, in the third movie, and Chewbacca was a Wookiee. In the third movie, it was planned that Endor would be a planet inhabited by Wookiees. But for some reason, they decided, no, we'll have these diminutive furry creatures that might be more appealing to children. And of course, they can't also be Wookiees, pygmy Wookiees. So instead of Wookiees, we'll call them Ewoks.
Well, they are pygmy Wookiees.
No, they're not. No. And apparently, George Lucas decided he had to fix the fact that none of the Ewoks blinked ever. So he added that later.
Right. Well, I know that was a bit of a bummer. I gotta admit that.
And I wouldn't have had a problem with the Ewoks if they were portrayed better.
Why, I'm just saying though, Albatross made some thing about the Matrix, right? Like there's only the first one
is the good one. Is the good one. He's right.
No. They're all good. They're all needed. They're all needed. The whole picture down.
If you want the complete story, but there are parts of the second movies that are just really boring and unnecessary. They're just filler, and it detracts from anything that any part of the story they're trying to tell.
Yeah, and honestly, look, the first Matrix was great in its own right. It didn't really need those follow-ups.
It never did.
Well, it did only because the Smith program had to be able to get into Neo's world eventually.
Why? Why did it need to?
Very important. Like the old Matrix twin ghosts, like that was very important that you fight the old Matrix, right? It's like old people fighting the younger generation. You know, you're the old Matrix. It's very, very, very intuitive, very telling.
Okay, I'm convinced you're trolling now.
Yeah, but that was just a different story, right? Yeah, that was just the first movie didn't need the other two movies. For it to make any sense, or.
Well, see, I think Fight Club needs to become a trilogy.
No.
Why? Yeah,
no.
why? Yeah, no. Don't
Just
actually
so you
don't
guys
answer
can
why.
bitch about
I don't
it,
care
like,
why. The answer is
because then after all the buildings are dropped and it's the collapse. I guess that's what The Walking Dead was. Is the Fight Club trilogy? I don't know. Somehow we're gonna get
what's a Mad Max afterwards or something?
Planet of the Apes.
Pretend.
Instead of in science a unifying field theory or a theory of everything, there needs to be one movie that brings all movies together.
No, I thought you were doing that. That's right, I'll do it. Oh, sorry.
You'll do what, Druss, asshole?
Hello, Druss.
Take out the garbage.
And the trash.
Simon McDuck's been in there. He hasn't said much. Simon, I thought about going to Scotland within the last 24 hours. I'm like, get a plane over there, go meet some depressed, drunk Scottish people at some pub and Yeah, mix it up with some like negative Trump talk, right? It sounds like a riot. I think he's asleep though. I think it's a sniper. I think I'm just gonna keep talking until Dress cuts me off and Albatross shuts that goddamn microphone off.
No, don't.
I'm sorry.
What are you building, Jesus?
Yeah, do your dishes later, Albie.
For your information, I'm improving my TIE fighter.
You're fighting a boss.
So, Mike, your avatar, that's a painting you did, I take it?
Yeah. Of Lydia.
That's what you said. I'd like to see it better. It's small on your
But
avatar.
he's lying is the thing.
I am. Well, maybe.
Maybe.
Could be. It's debatable. I mean, Lydia could just show us what she was showing me when I painted it, right? To prove to everybody about. No. Instead of high heels, though, Lydia has clogs. Wooden.
Those are like high heel clogs.
Could you clog for
High
us?
heel clogs.
You can't clog. Sure.
No, clogs are
Just can't get it
wooden
right.
shoes, right?
I don't even know.
See, after she posed for that painting, she got this hip issue, right? She'll verify she has a hip issue. Look at that! Look what I did to her right leg. She
fucked it all up. It's all your fault, man.
So yeah, that's one of the things I'm noticing. It just looks so weird.
It's like all attenuated. I did actually find an old contact sheet. Rummaging through a drawer the other day. I was like, oh, that's like me at 21.
What?
I found this old contact sheet from a session.
Oh.
Like, oh, that's, yeah, that exists.
What was Albatross like hidden in the background somewhere? That'd be.
Where can I see a bigger picture of that avatar?
Probably on his website.
That's what I'm wondering.
Don't you other Americans think that the Brits and the Australians that their accent sounds kind of like their face is shaped like a duck?
What?
I mean, that's why Albatross has that icon and Simon McDuck has that icon.
That's racist.
I'm curious, JJ. Do you do the whole sort of slack jawed what after a sentence just to be intentionally annoying?
When you're done mumbling,
Keep muting you, but you
I'm
seem
gonna
to
have to
insist
ask
on
you-
unmuting so you can make random noises.
I'm gonna have to ask you what?
Yeah.
If you're done mumbling now.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Jibbe?
He's
What's the
asking.
question,
He's
Simon?
asking about your completely legitimate question of what when people make no sense.
Yeah.
Do you have a
Yeah.
grievance you want to air, Simon?
What?
I think he's just crabby.
I think he's just grumpy.
Yeah, that's all he needs is nap.
Need a nap, Simon?
I should have just woke up from a nap.
Oh, that's what it is. I'm crabby when I wake up from a nap too.
So no.
What?
What?
What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What?
Is that your grandma's coat? Is that your grandma's coat?
Yep.
Yeah.
What in JJ's butt?
What in the butt? I said what in the butt.
I like how the conversation's descended into this. This is wonderful, actually.
It's getting better.
Lydia, show us your fire again to match.
Unfortunately, I only made a half-assed fire, and if I want it to continue, I'll have to add more to it and keep paying attention to it, which I don't feel like doing.
No, the collage waterhouse thingy type of painting you got thingy is cool.
Do you like it?
House fires are incredibly inefficient.
I don't care. They're for aesthetic purposes only.
He's real grumpy.
Yep.
What?
I think maybe he doesn't need a nap, but he might need a snack or something.
I think it's awesome when people with crazy accents then mumble and expect you to understand what they're saying. That's the best.
Am I mumbling?
Blah, 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 blah.
Hadurka durka.
I think a few Oreos and a Capri Sun will change
That
his
should
mood.
work. You're right. Can we airlift that over to Scotland? Like stat.
Hey Simon, do people in Scotland get upset when you see those Ricola commercials from Germany or Switzerland or wherever the fuck Ricola is from? Do you guys like get angry at that?
Ricola? What is Ricola?
Ricola.
Oh, the cough thing.
We don't have that advert here.
Oh.
I've never seen it.
Made for stupid Americans.
It's kind of like Swiss Miss. We had that cocoa called Swiss Miss. And for some reason, I think the Swiss and the Germans would just like somehow upset the Scottish. Like you guys just rub each other the wrong way somehow. Because you're similar enough. Because you're all like rough and rrr, but you're like, it's like you're just different enough to piss each other.
It's weird. There's a good old Scottish song. I don't even think it's Scottish. I think it's written by a Canadian, a former Canadian Scottish person. It said, if you're English or Irish, you don't have to die. But if you're a German, you can kiss your ass goodbye. Interesting lyric. Maybe onto something there.
Did you guys hear that now that Angela Merkel's out of Germany, that she's moving to Syria to become an ambassador to Germany? The Syrian ambassador?
No.
She's moving to Syria to be an ambassador for Germany?
Yeah, I'm trying to make some shit up on the fly, but you guys, you heard that, well.
What?
I do think that in Mardi Gras, if Muslims, if I go to Mardi Gras, because I was thinking go to Mardi Gras, right? I was just hoping like, God, I don't really want to bump into Dio if I go to Mardi Gras, right? But he's bound to show up. Anyway, but I thought go to Mardi Gras, and then I thought find some Muslims and give them my bead to Muslim women and see if they take their headscarf off, right? I'm guessing they have a nipple on the top of their head. I think Muslim women actually wear nipples on the top of their head. That's what they're hiding. That's what that whole thing is.
Mostly just to cover the hair, a lot of them represent.
I love it.
But I don't know. I don't know if they'll get any nipples on their hair. A lot of them are sort of deformed and things like that. I've never checked, mind you. That's probably why a neck rub to an Islamic woman is so soothing for them.
Speaking of nipple hair,
How's it coming along?
I've got quite hairy nipples. I may need to address that issue soon. How are your nipples
mine are
hairy?
longer.
Unspeakable.
I'm sorry?
Idea.
No.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how hairy are your nipples?
I would say, is it
Hmm.
between a 0 and a 1? I'll go with.
I think you're overcompensating.
Being that I'm a mammal.
Should be a scale of 0 to 10, right?
Between 1 to 10 doesn't incorporate 0, Lydia.
Seems like it should, though. If
Nah,
there's a
it doesn't.
possibility of 0. Of the quality of being 0.
A scale of 1 to 10 doesn't incorporate a 0.99.
Like on a scale of 1 to 10, Simon, how much do you beat your wife?
Probably a 1.
So I mean, it seems like I should allow you the scale to go to 0, since you don't even have a wife, right? So, and if you did, assuming you had never beat her,
I don't know.
Seems like my scale should include 0. To be fair.
I don't know. The first girl I lost my
just being. Oh, go ahead.
So I lost my virginity to JJ. Like she had one hair coming out of one of her nipples, and it got caught in my teeth. And this is when I'm losing my virginity, right? I go to suck the nipple, and then I get a piece of pubic hair caught in my teeth, and then I rip it out. And I would say that was between a 1 and a 0 and a 1 as far as, bald nipples, just having one hair. But I think what Lydia's getting at, if I can speculate,
I'm assuming the hair was actually, more specifically skirting the outside of the areola, correct?
I would assume so.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like coming out of the nipple. It wasn't like a milky nipple hair. It wasn't like sprouting. But in Lydia's case, I'm guessing it's more like the little fuzzies that you see on chicken skin. I think it's maybe that's what she means by between 0 and 1. It's like a
like the fuzz that is generally all over us is probably there too because we're mammals.
Right.
I think you'd have to prove it.
I think you can not expect that to happen anytime in the near future.
It's unfortunate.
Well, it's only because it's like super black on her. It's like it's her own little nipple pies. She's got nipple hair pie, little black.
You're such a
nipple pies.
Nipple pie. What's a nipple pie?
He got me.
It's like a black
But it does seem like it might be similar to finding hair in your food, right? This hair is attached to.
Well, that's why I have the women shave, so there's not hair in my food. When I'm getting the HPV from going down, getting my throat cancer from. Okay, come on, JJ, you pick up the. Where's Joseph when we need somebody to talk to?
I know what's up. It goes the other direction.
What would you do if you woke up and there was hair on the tip of your penis?
What?
I woke up.
Give my carcass to science donation on my license, I guess. What would you do, Simon, if you woke up and you found that you had hair coming out of the tip of your? I think that's what a French tickler is, isn't it? Isn't that when a guy grows hair out of the tip of his dick?
Yeah, I'd use it to my advantage. Maybe dye it. I don't know what hairstyle.
Or just do some light dusting around the house.
What hairstyle would you give your dickhead? Or
That's
would you just let it grow?
You're assuming a large volume when you start talking about styling products.
Yeah. Let's just say the head of your penis was like the head of your head.
Let's just say.
Oh, I'm assuming you'd go for the man bun, Simon.
Oh, Simon rocks the man bun. He rocks it hard, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd see a missed opportunity to have two separate hairstyles in one body.
Seeing when Albatross says he'd be doing some light cleaning around the house, I figure he'd be like cleaning the top of his fan. That's how.
That sounds dangerous. Sounds dangerous.
I think an afro would probably be the most useful.
Yeah, probably would get in your way during coitus, though.
I think it would aid
Joseph.
coitus.
Ask Joseph for some donations.
Joseph would wash dishes if he had his pubes coming out of the tip of his.
No, but this is not pubic hair. It's human. It's like head hair.
Well, hair is hair.
You know, it's phantom hair though. Every time, like even if there is no hair there, I get a phantom hair in my mouth, and it drives me fucking nuts, right? Like I just feel it in my mouth and my cheek, and it's like, where the fuck? And I get in there, and I'm like, there's not a hair in. It's a phantom pubic hair just comes in, and I don't know. I don't know.
Kind of like
you guys know
if
what
you're
that's
trying to go to
called.
sleep on a hot summer's eve, and you think you hear a mosquito, even if there is no mosquito to be found, you still have trouble going to sleep afterwards because you just know there's a fucking mosquito somewhere.
Yeah, it's like that, except for mosquitoes in the U.S. as opposed to South Africa don't fucking kill you, right? So you'd obviously be more paranoid if you thought you heard a mosquito in South America, malaria mosquito.
You realize that South Africa doesn't really have that big a malaria problem, right?
No, I know that. I'm just like, hey, I want to generalize you to, bring Joseph into the conversation.
That's fine. That's as long as you're aware.
Since Joseph loves generalization so much.
I'll bring Joseph into the conversation. Joseph, do you like watermelon?
Fuck no.
Why would you not like watermelon?
That
It was
failed.
a
I'm
jump
sorry.
you
I
gave.
thought that was a home run. Sorry.
I actually do like watermelon very much.
Yeah,
It's
see, he's
water.
lying.
Watermelon. It's a tasty treat.
He's a liar.
One of my favorite fruits, but the seedless ones though. I don't like the ones with seeds in them.
Oh, he's an elitist. Watermelon elitist.
Exactly. You got it, Tom.
Yeah, goddamn aristocracy don't know how to cope with the fucking watermelons.
Maybe I'll try growing some of those this year. I grew pumpkins last year. And squash.
Hey, Tom, I just want to point out before I go that you're, even though you have fewer views than normal right now, that you have more thumbs up on this video than probably any other Hangout that I've ever noticed on your site. And I'm not even certain why, but I'm guessing it might have something to do that Tinder wasn't brought up. Just saying.
And the IQ discussion was only brief.
Oh, and Iron wasn't in the room.
Oh, that too, yes. That's a good point.
Well, I find the Tinder Dionysus thing fascinating. So
Yes, but the Iron one.
I've never even noticed the thumbs up. That's the first time I've looked at it.
I really haven't either. But the point was your squatters grow tedious.
I'm sure now that we've mentioned it, either people will like hopefully give you a thumbs up, but there's probably gonna be an asshole or two out there listening. Down button. Give Tom thumbs up. He needs more subs. We need more personality in the room. Not that JJ's not enough. JJ's enough personality for all of us.
I don't thumb up anything. So yeah. Yeah, Tom needs more subs because Christopher isn't a real sub.
It's very disappointing. Very disappointing.
I just like how, Tom, you name your rooms like something something patriarchy because so many people are searching like pound something something patriarchy. I can see how that drives traffic.
Just Nadia tribute.
Yeah, it's a Nadia tribute.
Of course it is. I know. I'm just.
And it's very.
Yeah, and funny enough, I actually originally stumbled on Nadia's rooms when I was looking for a dumb feminist video to respond to. I typed feminism in the search bar and sorted by date, and I found that.
That's exactly why she did it. So that people would find her room exactly like that.
Who's not cool with feminism?
A lot of
depends on what kind of feminism we're talking about.
Yeah, Joseph, who's not cool with feminism?
I'm talking about the feminism. Duh.
Well, there's a lot of different flavors of feminism.
No, it's really just feminism.
I don't think the term is clearly defined.
Holy shit, you're loud, Alvin.
I don't think you're loud enough, Alvin.
Wait, are we talking about third wave feminism?
I'm just talking about feminism.
Well, feminism today is not.
Oh, feminism today is not feminism. That's
no, the
really
feminists that push the narrative, like Anita Sarkeesian. That's not feminism.
Okay, but before we get into all that, I just need to clarify, JJ, your definition of what feminism entails, please.
Don't make me say words. The promotion of equal rights for women. Equal treatment.
I could quote a bumper sticker. The radical idea that women.
Want me to define equal?
No, that's fine. We can start there. Equal rights for women. So, that definition seems to imply that feminism would have really no concern if there were inequalities faced by men.
What? Would have
equal
no concern
rights
if
for
there were.
women.
What do you think that equal implies? Equal to. What do you think they're equal to?
Oh, fair enough. You're on. That's a fair point.
Good.
Sorry. Could have been ahead of myself there.
I retract my what? Thanks.
So are you for?
Okay, but now the next thing you have to show is that, anyone calling themselves a feminist is actually, doing work that would lead to equal rights for both genders.
Why do you think a feminist needs to be doing work in that direction?
Not doing work necessarily, but advocating for or whatever.
Advocating for what?
I mean, it is claimed that there's only one kind of feminism.
Advocating for what?
For equal rights for both genders, or sexes, rather. Let me put it.
But that's what they are doing. That's what they are doing.
All of them?
What? That's what feminism is. Equal rights for both genders. Equal rights for women to be equal to the rights men have, which, of course, would imply that the rights of men would be equal to the rights of women then also, right?
Sure.
I think I dislike feminists
So I don't
more than no. I think what it is people don't dislike feminism; they dislike feminists that may have a particular. They take feminism and then go overboard with it. I think that's the issue people may have.
Yeah,
Like they dislike certain people who turn themselves feminist or do certain things in the name of feminism.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
certain things that they define as feminism, even though that may be debatable, right?
Yeah, but they call themselves feminists. So people dislike feminists. I don't think many people dislike feminism.
People
Well, the
tar
problem
the
I have.
entire word with the brush of a couple idiot people, which is a great policy.
All right, that's why I made the distinction between feminism and the actions of feminists.
So, regardless of most people or whatever, Alvin, do you like feminism?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it will be fair within
But
the
you
current.
dislike feminists?
I dislike certain feminists. Yes.
Yeah, well, that's
ridiculous argument.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
I dislike some black people.
We could even extend it
But not
to,
all of
them. I don't have an issue with the concept of feminism, but I have an issue with the feminist movement in its current form.
Right. The concept makes sense, but the people promoting the concept sometimes go overboard.
You mean the people on YouTube who make videos?
Certainly.
They are absolutely representative of an entire culture, you know.
I didn't. There is. I'm being fair and separating the people promoting the thing from the thing itself. So
am I promoting it by saying that I support equal rights for women?
You're promoting the actual definition, so I wouldn't have a problem with that. It's when feminists do the victim, like when they start playing the victim with every single thing.
Mansplaining,
You mean when stupid people say stupid things?
Yes, but
There
those
you go.
those things
I would categorize those people as stupid people.
But they've become the dominant narrative of new feminism, and that's one of the major criticisms, right?
On YouTube,
because feminists like Christina Hoff Sommers has a very bad taste in her mouth with new feminists.
I don't even know who that is.
She's a liberal feminist that gets lumped in as alt-right.
Okay, she is who she is. I don't know who she is, but she has a problem with feminists.
She has a problem with new feminism, and she is a feminist. She's a liberal feminist, and she does a lot of talks about this. And and the criticisms levied at new feminism, I think, are legitimate. Because you're no longer pointing at what's about equal rights for men and women. Now you're just pointing at men going, look at what men do. Look at what men do. This is horrible. This is horrible.
I find it amusing that I know much less about this than you do.
Well, it's a problem, you see, because I pay attention to culture around me, right? I'm not a person that just hides in my house and doesn't care about social change and things like that. And when I notice, negativity and separation driving narratives of groups that are supposed to be for positivity and all those things, I get confused, and I have something to say about it, right?
So do I.
Okay, so then that's why I know so much. Well, I don't think I know so much about it, but that's why I guess I'm a little more informed about it than you are.
I only noticed it. I mean, I've certainly been active on certain issues, but I don't know. I only noticed that there was an issue when people started lumping me in with those people. Just because I would say something like, I don't like it when guys grab my ass.
Right. I won't think nobody will ridicule you for that. But I think this is how it works for most movements, from feminists to Tea Party people and Black Lives Matter. It's like for all three of them, I like the basic tenets of the Tea Party. I like the basic message. I like the basic message of Black Lives Matter. I like the basic message of feminism. But then the people within those groups do really retarded things and don't really represent what their basic tenets are correctly. You know what I'm saying? So this is the mission plan right here. Like, I just saw a girl on Black Lives Matter said all white people are subhuman and genetically deficient. Now that does not help the basic tenets of what they have on their website about what they're trying to do. So it's like
it's sort of like sorry, Alvin. It's sort of like you can like the tenets of communism, but you can say that Stalin was a genocidal asshole.
Right.
Well, Alvin, the kind of feminism that I like, that I think that you would agree with, is kind of like, because about once a month I like to take some fingernail clippers and clip my taint and bleed a little bit out my crotch. And I figured like that helps kind of even things up, right? So you'd probably be good with that kind of.
Hey, I mean, I don't
I'm
know.
sorry, that was really funny.
Hey, I guess. No. But
And then never get too off.
And then I don't let my wife hug me, or after she hugs me, I make her take a shower. So I'm fucking with you. Okay, I'm gonna sit back for a minute.
Take a break, Mike.
Well, I was gonna ask you, Alvin. I had a question about the period thing.
Oh boy.
So, like, if you go down to the bodega and get like a pack of ho-hos or something like that, and the woman gives you change, how do you know whether or not she was on her period when she made incidental contact, giving you some quarters and dimes?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't.
So what do you do?
I would just be ignorant of it.
And ignorance is bliss.
Wait a minute, but if she was on her period, right, you're unclean, right?
Yeah, but I would be.
You might want to take preventative measures, like every time you touch a woman, you might want to wash.
No, it's not. It's like it's kind of like this is what Jesus talked about. It's like, yo, you have a law, but you don't get retarded with it. That's why he said, listen, I'm hungry. It's the Sabbath, but if I'm hungry, I'm gonna get something to eat. I'm not. It's not to the point to where you're just gonna get retarded with it and do stuff like that's what the Pharisees is doing. It's like if you got an ox in a ditch, you get it out.
So you don't think that not giving any physical contact to your girlfriend for 7 days out of every month that's not the retarded level? That's the same level?
I'm talking about making provisions to the point to where you're demanding to ask every woman if they're on their period when you go out. That's taking it too far. If
No, you wouldn't ask them.
Because here's the thing, I don't have to do anything. Like, particularly within the relationship I'm in, I don't have to tell her, yo, do this. She's already in the culture, so it's like, yo,
right. But don't you want to avoid the possibility of being tainted and dirty?
No, I mean, there's
isn't the whole idea you're fucking, you get dirty when you touch them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So whether or not you're privy to like their declaration of them being,
I would just be unclean. I would be unclean. And then.
But that's the whole thing you're trying to avoid, though.
Yeah, you would want to avoid it, but things happen. Like there's certain times when I've eaten things I didn't know. Like I had to stop eating. Like they have pork in them. Like certain things I used to eat, I didn't know they had pork in them. I'm like, God damn, they got pork in them. So then I stopped eating them. It's like.
And if you had never found out, your God would have known still. Your God still would have known that you were unclean.
Right. But again, Jeremiah 10:17, he tests the heart and mind. So he's going to look at my head and be like, okay, he really didn't know. That would
instead of at the pork in your belly. Okay, so you would look at whether you knew the woman was on her period or not.
So why don't you just have your girlfriend not tell you when she's on her period?
There you go. That's practical.
What do you say?
Have your girlfriend not tell you when she's on her period, and then you.
But she tells
her.
She tells me she's on.
Well, ask her not to tell you. Yeah, exactly.
She tells me when she's on. I think most girls tell their boyfriends when they're on their period. Even
most
if
girls
they're not religious.
Have a problem with physical contact for one week.
But most girlfriends, even if you're not religious, be like, "Yo, I'm on my period." I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
But if you didn't tell you,
avoid pressure for sex at that moment.
I mean, it's not a big deal. I mean, I don't know how many.
It's a big deal. You altered your life based on it, right? It's something that's big enough to warrant you changing your lifestyle.
I'm trying to.
You don't even touch your girlfriend for a week out of the month. That's kind of a big deal.
It's a big deal for you. It's not a big deal for me. That's why I keep telling y'all. It's like, if you think it's such a big deal and it's so outrageous, then don't do it. I mean, it's as simple as that. And, trying to figure out why I do it, it's like the bridge to nowhere. I just do it. I don't think it's a big deal. It's a part of my culture. So I do it.
Oh, I get that. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a part of the culture.
It's just like saying like fucking for Hitler, it wasn't a big deal to kill all the fucking
So
Jews.
not
So,
touching
like,
your girlfriend.
let him do what he wants to do,
So
right?
not touching your girlfriend is comparable to killing Jews in the gas chamber.
It's the same logic, right?
No,
You're
it's
just
not.
you're just saying it's,
Magnificent use of Godwin's law.
Right,
you're just saying that like, hey,
no,
this is
you're equivocating
deal to me.
something.
Therefore, what's the
Listen,
problem?
I would definitely say putting Jews in a gas chamber and killing them would be an issue. Not touching your girlfriend for a week, not too much of an issue.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
So
I
maybe
think
it's
my
like
belief
putting
is-
them in a gas chamber and not killing them.
I don't know.
That would be bad too. I'm
I have a
just.
question.
It fills me up, but I didn't want to rock.
It's like if you don't like it, then don't do it. You don't have to do it.
What if she was it was like third day after, and all of a sudden you were driving in the car, not touching, of course, and you had a car crash and she was wedged in there.
I would get her out.
You would break the law. Thank you.
No, I would get her out, and then I would do the ceremonial procedures afterwards because I touched her. It doesn't say it's a sin. When you look at the law, it just says if you touch her, you got to do this. And then it even says if you have sex with her, then you got to do this. So I wouldn't necessarily be sinning. It's just okay. I will have to touch her, and then just do the ceremonial cleaning thing after that.
This whole time I thought you were saying like
I'm not gonna battle
like
somebody.
Satanism.
It sounded like you picked it
You
up.
actually mean
What's going on here, guys?
Nick, Nick.
I did it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
Yeah.
be right in front of the mic with it.
Mute.
You actually mean like physically don't touch her at all? I thought this whole time you meant like just don't have sex with her. Oh right,
Yeah,
now I understand why everyone.
Here's the thing.
pissed off at Alvin.
Listen, I could touch her every day she's on her period. It's just every day I would have to do the ritual cleaning thing.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just do that?
I mean,
So
I
you
could do
touch
that
her.
if I wanted to, but I just
Why,
don't.
well, why don't you want to?
She's not worth
Because
that.
I don't feel like I just don't want to. But if I
Too
wanted
much trouble
to, I could
or
do it.
what?
No, I just don't want to. It's like I say I don't want to, and then that's not good
Right,
enough
but
answer.
why don't you want to?
Because I don't want to. It's not like
Oh, I
Because it's
No, I got
icky.
it.
right.
It's
I
icky.
don't want to. If I don't want to do it, then I just don't want to do it. I mean,
But you want to do it.
Okay.
You want
So clear
to do
now.
what you want to do it because that's in accord with what's in the Bible, right?
No, listen.
It's in the Bible to
watch-
do
watch
that,
this.
so that's why you want to do
check
it,
this
right?
out. Check this out. Where does it say don't touch your girl when she's on?
I don't know.
It doesn't say that. What it says is if you touch her, I could touch my girlfriend every day while she's on her period. I just got to do that ceremonial cleansing thing every day. That's it.
So wait,
So if I wanted to do it, I could do it, but I just don't.
each time you touch her, or every day, like once?
Every
it's
day,
covered
once
the
you do
whole
that,
thing?
see, once you touch her, it's already done. So if you just keep touching her that whole day, it's like you don't have to each time you touch her redo the process. It's like you're unclean for the whole day. So if you keep touching her,
and then you take a shower and you go to bed. What's the big deal?
Yeah, I just rather not do it.
Because it's icky.
I mean, that's just culturally how I get down. But if I wanted to do it, I wouldn't really be sinning as long as I just follow the proper procedures afterwards. So
But you would be sinning if you didn't cleanse afterwards, right?
And Alvin, you're probably not like a big art connoisseur, but I'm guessing that if you were, you wouldn't be buying like paintings that were made out of menstrual blood, right? You wouldn't want it on your wall or anything, even if it was behind glass. Just guessing, right?
Some blood paintings are very good anyway.
To be fair, neither would I.
Yeah.
That's how you get some reds.
I mean, there's a few reasons for me not wanting that kind of shit. And A, ew, and B, it just doesn't look very good anyway. Full blood.
Unless it were a very,
It's
good.
Fuck's sake, dude.
Like it's kind of like how
Well, where's this mysterious headset that was supposed to materialize, Michael? Asshole.
Yeah, it's just, I really cannot imagine a painting that would look better if done in menstrual blood than, just oil on canvas,
There is a lot of artists that use menstrual blood
Sure, I think that's completely valid, but
Maybe you should go down to Louisiana where the women put period blood in spaghetti.
What?
Yeah, to get a man, like if a woman is trying to.
Oh, you're talking about like Santeria Chef. Yeah.
Yeah, some voodoo. They'll put some period blood in the spaghetti and feed it to them. That has like magical powers or something.
I'm sorry, I just
period blood on his sweater already. Mum's spaghetti.
Well,
Alvin's
to be
nervous.
fair, you think it has magical powers too. So, I mean, I wouldn't make fun of it.
I didn't say it had magical powers.
Well, your
I
laws
didn't
certainly
say
apply that.
it didn't say anything about period blood having magical powers. It just
Well,
said,
it has the power to make you unclean, right?
I mean, yeah, just like dirt. Dirt has the power to make me unclean. I mean,
But dirt, you have to actually get it on you, whereas but you're not like they're not talking about like smearing yourself in the blood.
Here's the thing: the Israelite culture is borderline OCD. It's like
I noticed that. I've noticed.
You know, they're clean. You have to wash up almost after. It was one of the cleanest cultures in that time. Like it's one of the few cultures that bathed twice a day. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not actually criticizing the rule. It just kind of I'm going along with the flow. So so you know, I really give a shit. I don't think it's any more misogynistic than anything else, than millions of other things that go on in the world. So I'm just playing. That doesn't really offend me at all.
What are the rituals, Alvin?
It's simply I can't touch her, and then after that I have to bathe. I have to wash my clothes, and I have to bathe several times. And,
and just
clean until the even. I'm unclean until the even. And if my wife was sick, you know, let's say she had a really, you know, she really need my help and I had to touch her every day, I would touch her every day while she's sick. I would just have to clean myself accordingly every day, you know.
And to confirm again, when you say touch, this isn't some sort of euphemism or anything like that. You actually physically mean like hold her hand and stuff.
Yeah, like
this?
if I touch her, I'm then unclean for that day. So it would just basically.
Is this Old or New Testament?
This is the Old Testament.
So what do you wear clothes of mixed fabrics?
No, I don't. But actually, it's linen and wool. It's not all clothes with mixed fabrics. It's specifically.
It depends on the translation you use.
Well, it specifically says wool and linen.
Yeah, but in other translations it says woven of two different fabrics.
Well, the Hebrew,
like I said, it depends on which translation you're using.
In the actual Hebrew, it uses the two words. Let me get the word. It's specifically wool and linen. You know, some translations broaden it to because especially in the Masoretic, you know, where the Pharisees see that's another problem. Like they did that with a lot of laws. Like there's a law saying you can't boil a baby goat's meat in his mother's milk, and now modern day Jews saying you can't eat milk and meat at all. But in the actual translation, it just says don't boil it in his mother's milk. They'll just take it one step further and say just in general, period. You know, so a lot of that kind of stuff was going on. So it went from just don't mix linen and wool to just don't mix fabrics, period. That's like a Pharisaic thing. And that's their tradition. Now, listen, Pharisees, they do a lot of things that I might look at as bizarre, like how you guys would look at it. But, you know, it's like that's their thing. You know, it's like that's their cultural aspect. You know, when I look in Thailand, where the girls put all those rings on their neck to make them look like long necks, I think that's bizarre. But, you know, I don't really knock it. That's their thing. Huh?
I thought that was more of an African thing.
The Cayenne people? That's what I was talking about. Yeah, I mean, people.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, people around the world do ritual and cultural things that are going to be looked at as bizarre to everybody else that's not within the culture.
Actually, since you mentioned it, I'm kind of curious. Like, is lamb boiled in its mother's milk like more tasty than just regular lamb boiled in water or something? Like, is there any benefit to doing that? Because it seems like a lot of effort.
But in virtue of what is it considered to be bizarre? That's the interesting question.
It's subjective, you know. Bizarre.
It's an us them. I agree with them.
I mean, it's not interesting to just be like, oh, different people think different things, right?
But that's
like
what it is.
if it's just a culture thing, but why does it seem weird? Is it just because, oh, that's just how they do that in this area and people aren't familiar with it? Or is it because, like, it doesn't make any sense for a woman to touch a person and they're fucking unclean, right? That's not just a matter of just like, oh, that's just like, you know, this.
Again, if it said, if you touch a woman while she's on her period, you will then die. Or if it said, if you touch a woman while she's on her period, she's going to sprout wings and feet that got hangnails and fly away. Like, if it said a certain effect will happen after certain things, then you could be like, okay, this is wild. It's just simply saying, hey, if you're touching, if she's on her period, she's unclean right now.
Well, here's the thing.
Exactly what does unclean mean?
Just simply means unclean.
Like physically, spiritually? I mean, what does bathing do if you're spiritually unclean, right?
It's ceremonially unclean. It's physical and spiritual. Meaning,
Right.
that, hey,
I would see. I have a counter to your subjectivity.
Hold on a
thing,
second.
though,
If you're
Alvin.
saying it's
Okay, go ahead.
physical, right, then that's an empirical claim, right? You could show that when this person touches you.
being clean is subjective. Like, some people say, hey, if you don't shower for 2 days, I don't think you're dirty. Some people take that claim. Now, if you don't shower for 2 days, I'm going to call you dirty.
Well, you would just have to define what unclean means, right?
But see, that's what I'm saying. What is and isn't dirty is subjective
Well, you're the one that's making the claim that they're unclean, so that's
it's a subjective claim.
Well, what is the what are your parameters then for defining
It's
what's
simply in this culture. I think that's unclean. I don't need parameters. Like, if you don't shower,
You said that it's physical and spiritual.
Yes,
if it's physical, we can measure it, right?
again,
What are we measuring, and how much? What's the threshold?
Again, what's measured is if there's period blood down there. That's the measure of whether it's clean or not.
So now
if you
you're
don't-
not saying. Now you're equivocating unclean.
I'm not equivocating unclean. You asked me, what's the measure that she's counted as being unclean? If she has period,
Is
it's
she
no different from
unclean?
me saying, if you're sweating, I'm considering you unclean.
Oh, wait a minute.
To me is
Okay, is she and potentially you unclean in the same way that eating pork is unclean, or in the same way that a person coming in from the field is unclean?
It's unclean is unclean. Whether you eat pork,
No. There's two different senses there.
it's the same. It's the same word. It's using the same word for
But
unclean.
it's in.
Yeah, but where
Hand off to Lydia. I mean, just like I can't even.
This is
nonsensical.
Alvin. You're not this stupid. You're just not.
Okay.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Like he can't even follow his own like.
Okay. I mean, I don't understand why this is so difficult to understand. She's just unclean.
Because you keep saying different things, right?
I said she's unclean. There's nothing.
Yeah, but Alvin, the same word can have multiple meanings. Like the word set, for instance. A set could be a verb, as in I sets the table, or it could be a noun to describe a set of numbers or other objects.
Okay.
You know, the same word can have multiple definitions. The same applies to unclean.
He said when he is touched by a woman, he becomes physically and spiritually unclean. If you're saying that you're physically unclean, that's something that we can test, right? That's just an empirical claim that doesn't have anything to do with the subjective nonsense, right? So in virtue of what physically do they become unclean? Is there some sort of like bacteria that's transferred to the other person?
The technical term is cooties.
Are they unclean if you don't know they're on their period?
I have another question. If they're taking some form of birth control that renders them to like not have periods, like some birth controls do, like does that get taken into account with the whole period uncleanness thing? Like, do you have to then just assume that they're unclean during the time that they would normally have their period? Like, how does this work?
That's interesting.
Because I was curious. Do you like just avoid like shaking the hands of women even?
That was what we asked earlier, and he said ignorance is bliss, basically. I have a question about this whole subjectivity thing.
Oh, you
laughed.
Oh boy, I was curious that he seemed to be admitting that his his rules were no more valid than any other cultures. I think that's a neat admission. I encourage that.
He was squirming
I wanted to
when
ask
he
him
was
why
trying
he
to
was-
like just say it's just every culture has some weird shit that they do, right?
Exactly. I loved that he was willing to say that these rules are just as arbitrary and stupid as any other of these like mythological taboos.
Like I was sort of agreeing with him when I thought he meant that he wasn't having sex with women on their period, because I don't do that.
Okay.
You know, but like not.
Yeah, but that's
touching women on
just
their
a matter of preference. You know, that's not interesting.
And
Who cares?
That's
yeah,
what
and the Bible has a thing about that too.
This is a matter of preference.
You said that you become physically
You
unclean,
think
right?
you're
What's your
considered
reasoning
unclean.
for your preference? Why do you prefer it?
Don't be dicking them lazy bitches.
I think it just comes down to ick factor.
Need a reason for why I think it's unclean. If it's unclean, it's unclean in my opinion.
Is it when you get that feeling?
If you don't
Wow,
need a
there's two
reason,
of
how do you determine whether or not it's unclean? Oh my god.
Because the Bible says so.
Well, I want to hear him say that.
I mean, it's the culture. You know, that this is
I
unclean.
mean, it's the
That's what
culture.
it is. Yeah, it's the culture. We're saying culturally.
How do you determine what is unclean though? Oh, you're just
It's
following
the culture.
rule.
In this culture,
I
yes, we're
see.
following the rules. This is the culture. We say this is unclean. Now, if you disagree with that,
Okay.
that's fine.
So you're following the rule. You're just
Yeah, these are the
following-
rules.
You're not actually determining.
Right.
No, this
You're
is
just
the rules.
deciding to follow this rule. But how does the rule determine that?
No, I don't.
How is it objectively determined by this rule what is unclean?
The rule gives no reason. It doesn't need to. It's just simply, hey, as a people, we're going to set up our own rules to make us.
So it's arbitrary.
Yeah, the reason is we're going to set up our rules to make us different from all these other countries. So we're going to do this. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do this, and we're going to make
If there's
ourselves.
no reasoning behind it, then it's arbitrary.
I mean, you could say that. Fine, whatever. I mean,
Wouldn't you say that?
I mean, okay. I mean, if you're saying it's arbitrary, I'm not going to debate that. What I'm saying is.
So you're agreeing that it's arbitrary.
I mean, I guess I am. For the
Yeah,
sake of
I mean,
argument.
I was actually very
You're not
pleased.
unsure whether or not you're agreeing with that?
I mean, if you call it arbitrary, I mean, I guess.
How can you say follow?
I mean,
You're saying the
I
rule
wouldn't
has
know,
no
but-
reason.
Because here's the thing: the only reason I don't know if it would be arbitrary is because I don't know how they came to that conclusion. Being that I'm not the one that made the rule, I would have to know why exactly they put that in there, why it became something cultural. Now, there's certain theories about how it came to be, but nobody knows exactly how it came to be. So it would only be arbitrary if somebody just randomly put it up there like that.
My question to you is, are you actually, and I'm totally in support of this, admitting that this culture's traditions are no more important or have any more basis than any other cultures? Because I'm all about that. That's awesome.
Well, from a secular worldview, I would say yes. Obviously,
What does the secular worldview have to do with it?
because if I'm a part of this culture, I'm obviously going to take these laws precedent over others, right? Because I'm growing up within this culture. But if you're on the outside, these would look just no different from any other culture's sets of laws and commands and traditions. So I will
Right.
understand from your point of view, it would be just
No,
like
but
everything
to
else.
me, it seems to me that you were pretty much saying that since you were equating it to other cultures, you were kind of saying, yeah, all of these cultures have their traditions, all of them have equal validity, which is not very much.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's two perspectives. Understandably, from your perspective, you don't subscribe to any of them, so you wouldn't have any bias or prejudice towards any one of them because you don't subscribe to them. So, from your perspective, all of them would be the same.
Well,
But from my
I
perspective,
tend to subscribe to some superstitions, but I recognize them as superstitions, and I just enjoy the ritual of them.
Alvin, can you replace the fucking battery in your smoke detector?
oh damn! You know what? I was gonna do that today. I was gonna do it for one.
No, you weren't.
Yes, so
You
hey,
weren't
so
gonna do it. You had no intention of doing that.
So
Go on fucking Amazon and order a goddamn battery. You'll be there in 2 days. For fuck's sake.
Go to the shop.
God damn it, Alvin.
Listen, Tom. Listen. All right. So look.
Somebody in live chat, get this asshole a link to $1.50 battery that's shipped for free.
Yeah, I don't know, like the fire service.
You can use my Prime membership if you want, dude. For real.
Can somebody help out this asshole?
Tom's
Does the Bible really say that God entered the ass? That's awesome.
I don't know where.
For a book that has such strong feelings about sodomy, I'm surprised.
I don't know. I think Alvin might be a bit of even an atheist. He follows the Bible and called it arbitrary.
No, I mean he's relative. I enjoy the fact that he's
Changing the battery in your smoke
notice
detector just not part of your cultural preference.
It is a part of my culture. I'm unclean if I change it.
Maybe a smoke detector's on his periods.
I'm unclean if I change it. So, at least for 7 days.
Do you need to subject the rest of us to the beep?
Yeah. Do you
How do you
stay
sleep?
with other people, Alvin?
How do you
stay alone?
I don't even be noticing it.
Are you serious? What the hell's wrong
It's
with
been
you?
on so long that you can't even notice it anymore.
Do you?
Yeah, I
no,
don't even
Alvin.
know.
Do you stay in private accommodation or your own house?
Yeah, I'm in my apartment.
All right. Do you stay with other people? Do you rent your apartment?
Say what?
What's your address, Alvin? Come on.
No,
let's
no,
get to the
no. I'm
press.
just asking. Do you rent your apartment?
No.
Oh, that's all right.
You don't rent your apartment. You own your apartment. Oh, the condo.
Oh, I thought he said rate your apartment. I rent it.
Yeah, well, you should have a hardwired built-in smoke detector that your landlord should be maintaining.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
He's saying call the fucking super and get the damn thing changed.
Ah, okay, cool.
Not only are you putting your own
how
life
much
in
do you
danger, Alvin, you're putting...
how much do you think that a smoke detector battery costs? I mean, there's some kind of obstacle that you apparently think is like too much for you to overcome at this point, right?
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of financial hardship. I can't afford a battery.
Right. So
Alvin,
how much you would have to know how much it costs, right?
You realize you're putting not only yourself but your whole building in danger while not getting that thing changed, are you?
They have smoke detectors.
If a fire
That's a fair
starts
point.
in your building and your smoke detector doesn't pick it up, it escalates incredibly quickly from a small blaze to a huge blaze. These things spread very quickly if there's like no doors shut and oxygen feeds to it and things like this, and it can cause death to other people. That's why the fucking fire
They have,
service spends so much money even giving out free ones here.
They have smoke detectors.
Oh my god. What I'm saying is, their smoke detectors don't mean shit if there's already a fucking blaze next door.
They'll be aware of the blaze.
No, they won't. Not necessarily.
How does this become like a conversation?
Because this has been mentioned to you like a dozen times. People in the live chat talk about it. Everybody tells you about it, and you just
Because it's an absolutely mind-destroying noise, and I don't understand how you can tolerate it.
And it kills people.
You're a bad person, Alvin.
What you're doing can kill people, Alvin.
So
Hey,
now
Alvin,
I'm a killer because
Alvin's a mass murderer, just like Michael Ann.
Yeah.
Alvin, how close is the next dollar store?
2 blocks away.
They sell them fucking batteries at the dollar store. Fucking gather 4 quarters out of your damn couch and go get a battery.
It's the little square one, the 9-volt kind.
Yeah, get out of here. Go get a battery, asshole.
Even if you've not got $1, Alvin, just grab your Bible and be a street pastor for a while.
I'm going through financial hardship.
You can.
We'll send you the money right now. PayPal.
Dude, I'll admit I haven't been in the U.S. for almost a decade, but back back then, you could easily get $1 off someone in the street.
Yeah.
So you start to spare $1 on you.
Alvin, do this, okay? Go up there, take the smoke alarm down, pull the old battery out of it, and it'll be. What it is there's just enough battery in that. There's enough charge in that battery to make it beep like you got to change it. If you take the damn thing down and take the old battery out, it'll quit.
No, it will still beep, Bob.
No, it won't. You take
Yeah,
the battery. No, Simon, they don't have an internal battery. They use the 9-volt battery. When the 9-volt battery gets so low, it starts beeping. If you
That's not
take
most of them have internal batteries. Most of them.
Simon, you're in the UK. We're in America. They make them different over here.
I have,
Take
made,
it
I
down.
have
We've
taken
seen your
many
electrical
down
outlets, Simon.
with a broom
What
handle
the fuck is that?
when necessary, smash them to bits because of exactly that noise. I support you doing that, but then replacing it immediately.
No, you can just take it down and pull the 9-volt battery out of it and it'll quit beeping.
I think it depends on the model of the smoke detector. I remember when I was in the States, our old smoke detector, if you take the battery out, it just starts beeping like fucking mad.
Yeah, the smoke detectors the fire service provide here, actually, you can't replace the battery. It's an internal battery. If you need a new one, just phone up the fire service and they'll give you another free one.
Oh, that's nice of them.
Those are the new models. I'm sure Alvin don't have a new model.
They're so cheap and so easy to put up, and they prevent so many fucking fires from happening.
You can also take the damn thing down, stick it in his dresser drawer, and close the damn dresser door so we don't hear it beep.
Why don't you just like unplug it?
Well, it's not. You don't plug it in. It's not electrical.
I mean,
wired.
like remove the power source from the device.
Well, that's what I said. Pull the battery out, but everyone's saying no.
Fucking Alvin!
Just contact the landlord saying, look, my smoke detector's not working. Can you come and replace it? The landlord has a legal responsibility to replace it and maintain it.
Not necessarily.
Well, in the UK, you do.
It's not the UK, man. It's the wild, wild west out here, okay?
Jim West, Desperado. Don't touch your bitch on her periods. Or
See,
you
Helena
get
is in
clamado.
the live chat. I would love to get Helena's input on this this period blood dirty. I mean, it just seems ridiculous to me. Maybe she can talk some sense into Alvin.
We're on this bridge to nowhere. I think it's a part of my culture. I do it. You think it's silly. It's not going to get any further than that.
Because you're not going to provide any kind of reason.
It's the bridge to
can't
nowhere.
understand you.
Just you said you're physically dirty, physically and spiritually. I admit the spiritual part I don't give a fuck about. It's just cultural thing. But when you say that you're also physically dirty, what does that mean?
I'm saying that you're considered dirty, whether it be physical or spiritual. You're just dirty.
Well, you said it was physical
because
and
the only
spiritual.
reason
We're already past that.
the only reason I brought up physically is because you take up a physical action after you touch her, right? So you will be considered physically. You're doing physical things.
Oh, that's what you.
Also,
okay, right.
yeah, and
okay.
also there's a
Nice,
ceremonial
Alvin.
aspect to it of the specific way you wash yourself. And
By physically, you mean
I
not
have
at
a
all
question.
physically dirty.
You mean spiritually, but you're taking a physical action.
You're
By
taking
physically, you mean
physical
spiritually,
action
right?
after doing something physical. So there's a physical thing involved, and there's
What
spiritual.
would not be physical?
Yeah.
If you're touching her, that would be a physical action, right?
So
You're doing something physical, and it has spiritual meaning. So
You're saying
you just touch her, you're physically going to wash yourself as a
So
result.
by physically dirty, you mean not at all physically dirty.
I have a question.
I mean,
yes, that's what he's. That's
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
think
Tom.
the point is here nor there. I mean, if it's physical dirty or spiritually dirty, I don't see what would be the significance of either or at this moment.
Alvin is
You're
saying
unclean.
that you're spiritually
And then
unclean.
and then you're not unclean anymore. You think
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
bizarre.
Yeah, you just keep.
You don't
just
like it.
keep, Yeah,
I
yes,
do it,
Alvin.
and then we're just going to keep going in circles of me
Good
saying I do
Lord.
it. And you
Look,
think it's
let me
crazy. I mean, I
let
don't
me
see
teach you something, Alvin. Okay, when we say something is dirty, right? Like,
This is not
dog
that
plays in the mud, and we say that it's dirty, right? We mean that there are contaminants, things that are not dog on the dog, right? Like dirt, and we call it dirty, right? Now, when you say something is physically unclean, that means there's something that's not that person, you know, and not normally on that person that is like made the person dirty, right? Like there's bacteria that's not supposed to be there, or
See,
or an
you're
object.
putting in all these parameters that's
the common conception
just
of dirty,
dude.
dude.
This is what it is. I'm saying, listen, there's some people that can not shower for 2 days and not smell. Like some people really don't have body odor like that, and they don't shower for 2 days, and you know, I would still consider them dirty, even though they don't smell, or even though they don't look dirty.
Because of what,
Okay.
though?
Because it's just dirty not to shower for 2 days. It's just an opinion, man. I just don't. It just. I would consider you dirty if you haven't showered, regardless of how you smell. Regardless if I can see physical.
So
dirt
all the
on your
things
face,
that define
I'm
being
going to
dirty,
say you're dirty.
absent those, you would still. You're saying you would call that dirty.
I would. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If a person was clean,
idiotic.
I mean, it's an opinion. I just think it's dirty.
Not just an opinion. It's
and then see, and then Tom,
logically
you just did it.
incorrect.
You think it's idiotic. I don't. And we go all around the merry-go-round.
And Tom's right and you're wrong.
Now you're just using dirty in a weird way there, Alvin.
Yeah, Alvin, what gets on, if someone doesn't shower in 2 days, what gets on their skin that makes them dirty?
Like I said, that person technically
What gets on their skin that makes them dirty?
sweat. But some people don't sweat like that. Some people
Sweat,
don't have
oil,
body odor.
dead skin,
But even if I saw
contaminants in the air.
if a person, a woman or a man said they didn't shower for 2 days, regardless of how they
dirty?
smell
Hang on a
or
second.
eating stuff, I'm calling them dirty.
Alvin, a person can sweat 5 minutes after they get out of the shower. They have to
Why
get
is
back in the
sweating
shower.
dirty?
I can't hear you, Bob.
I said if a person sweats 5 minutes after they get out of the shower, they have to get back in the shower again.
I didn't say anything about sweat. I said if a person. No, I didn't say anything about sweat. I said if a person. Some people don't sweat like that. I'm saying if a person is.
What do you mean you just didn't say anything about
Oh
sweat?
my
You just
God.
said if a person
No,
sweats
I
like
said
that.
sweat because you said sweat.
No, I
didn't.
No.
I never said sweat. I said what gets on a person's skin that makes them dirty.
And then I answered in sweat. You brought up sweat.
Alvin,
I never did bring up sweat. You're the one
Okay, you asked me about sweat. Okay, you asked me what makes them dirty, and I said sweat.
Alvin,
Okay.
okay, let's embrace Alvin's hypothetical. There's someone that doesn't take a wash for 2 days, and oh yeah, he's dirty. He hasn't washed in 2 days. Even if he's not dirty, he would be culturally dirty. He wouldn't be physically dirty. The same thing goes with you're spiritually dirty and physically dirty.
Yeah, I would consider that person dirty, even though technically.
Well, he physically wouldn't be dirty, so you wouldn't be physically dirty. You'd be culturally stereotyped as being dirty.
Which I have said time and time again.
No,
It's
you
all
said
cultural.
physically dirty.
Listen,
You
I
said
said
the word
culturally.
physically dirty.
No, I said culturally this whole time. I said
No.
culturally.
Bullshit.
So I have not said I have not said this is a cultural thing. I've never said this is a cultural thing. I said
You
this
mean
is part of the
physical?
culture. This is
what are you
how they
talking
get down. You think it's silly. It does, why is this conversation any deeper than that?
No,
You think
so
it's
Alvin-
silly. I think it's not.
So
It
Alvin,
doesn't
you're
get any
saying-
deeper than that.
Alvin, so you're saying she's not physically dirty? That's fine. That just clarify.
Listen, it says unclean.
Can you clarify?
I think that washing every day is silly because it wastes water and there's no need to do that.
And that's
right.
her
You see what she
No,
did?
it's opinion.
She gave a
It's
reason,
opinions.
right? And we can
It's
we can.
opinions, man.
Yes, it is an opinion.
It's
but
opinion. So boom, you have the opinion that it's silly. I don't.
Alvin,
So now we're just. It's like the bridge to nowhere. This conversation is literally will never go anywhere because it'll always go back to.
You're
you
dumb
saying
though,
it's silly.
because like
Oh,
there are people that have the opinion, right, that they don't need to eat and they can just subsist on like sunlight, okay? And you want to say, oh, that's just an opinion. We'll never go anywhere. Well, what we do is we look at the claim, right, and we see if people can actually survive on sunlight.
Dirty is a subjective thing.
Yeah,
well,
it's subjective.
That's a subjective. What people consider dirty or not is subjective. Saying you can
You just define what dirty is.
A fact claim.
That's what I'm trying to get to. Alvin, you said if a person doesn't take a shower for 2 days, they're dirty because they sweat. What if they don't sweat?
I did not say that. I said if
they're not dirty.
No, I said if a person doesn't shower for 2 days, whether they sweat or not, whether they stink or not, whether they got dirt on their face, they could be clean and smell like roses after 2 days. If they still didn't shower for 2 days, I would still say they're dirty because they didn't shower for 2 days, regardless of what they smell like or.
But wait a minute, you just said
That's just insane.
Hang on. Listen, Alvin, you just said they didn't sweat, they don't have dirt on them, and they're clean as clean can be. But you're still going to consider them dirty because they didn't run water over their body for 2 days?
Yeah, because
Alvin, I just want to say one thing. This is why the Amish separate themselves from city folk, so they don't have to deal with this kind of criticism. Because if you think that what Alvin is talking about is at all strange, you need to meet
Joseph, that's not even what the fuck I'm talking about. So
no, but I'm just giving Alvin a recommendation. Maybe he should go somewhere where these things are more culturally acceptable, as opposed to getting his ass kicked for his differences.
I'm not talking anything about that. I'm not talking anything about his culture.
I don't say anything about anybody's way of life on the panel.
Okay.
I don't say anything about how anybody lives on the panel.
But that's what you guys are all disputing right now. You're just disputing his cultural practices.
That's not what I'm disputing. I wasn't disputing that at all. Have you been paying attention?
Yes, I've been listening to this for 3 days now.
Then you missed the point. Then you missed the point. No, that's not what I was asking him. Wait, Bob. That's not. Then you missed the point because it's not about the claim, the practice. It's about why this is.
That's none of anybody's business, to be quite frank. Why he chooses to do that.
Shut up.
That shouldn't concern anyone. I'm serious. Isn't that the whole point of freedom of religion in America, right? Is people to be able to practice their culture freely and practice their religious practices.
That's fine, but we're curious why, and he won't tell us.
Well, he doesn't have to.
Joseph, do you understand this is a room to have conversations with people about fucking everything? And if you don't want to have the conversation, you fucking leave the room.
No, we have been having this
comes
conversation.
up.
We've been having the same conversation for 3 days.
Joseph,
and you've hit a wall with Alvin every single time, and it comes down to you think what he does is strange, he doesn't.
I never said that, Joseph. Joseph, I never said that. So fuck off. You're putting words in my mouth.
Joshua, look. It's not a subjective claim he's made. Now, if he wants to retract it and say that it's not.
I said it was subjective 1,000,000 times on what is dirty and what's not. I literally said that 5 minutes ago.
All right, I'm going to wait for you to
That's
finish.
not what I was talking about.
Oh, man.
So he said that a person is physically.
Yes, and whether.
I know you're not interrupting me when I just wanted to explain something to Joseph, Alvin. Thank you. He said that someone is physically dirty and spiritually dirty. Now, what you're trying to say is that the spiritually dirty thing, like, why would you argue about that? It's just a cultural thing, whatever. I'm okay, fine, right? But if you want to say that someone's physically dirty when they come in contact with another person, right? That's a different claim, and we can test for that, and we can look at that. Would you deny that?
No, I wouldn't. But that same claim, it comes from a cultural practice, right? It's not just a matter of they're saying this to be scientifically correct. It's just this is something that they do. They believe it's dirty. He's admitted that his version of what's dirty is subjective. He's not arguing that there's some objective dirtiness that he can point to. He's saying, in my opinion,
it would be dirty. It'd be physically dirty in virtue of what?
Well, then that's on him to answer, and if he's not answering that, and that's what everyone's arguing with him about, then that's even more of a pointless argument to have with him as to why.
This is what it's like. It's like asking me my favorite color. What's your favorite color? Blue. Well, why is it your favorite color? Because it's blue. That's my favorite color. But why?
Well, by what virtue does it make it blue?
It's just my favorite color. You know what I'm saying? So I keep telling you this is my favorite color, and you keep telling me why is it your favorite color? And I'm just saying because
like I agree that there are legitimate things that we should point out in religious practices, right? That are harmful to people. But what he's doing and what he's talking about with this is an in-home practice. This is not something that, you know, this is a personal practice of theirs, right? This isn't something that they tell everybody else to do. But if he thinks that someone's dirty because they don't shower for 2 days, I know people that aren't even Jewish or anything like that think people are dirty if they don't shower after a day.
Joseph,
right? And their reasoning is probably just as bad as Alvin's, but it's a cultural thing, right? It's a cultural thing, though. You can't
No,
explain.
you were dead on. It's an in-house kind of
Right. You can't explain away with logic and reason every cultural practice that everybody does. You can't. It's just, I think it's impossible.
Joseph, the point we're making, you call it arbitrary and call it pointless if you want, but the point he's making is he's been saying that women on their period are physically dirty.
And that's his opinion based on his culture.
Shush.
The argument I've been having.
Well, that's what I said. He's using dirty in a little bit of a different sense
Physical
than you
can
are.
be measured. And that's what we're trying to justify.
There is no objective standard for dirty. It does not exist. Some people consider this dirty. Some people don't consider this dirty. Some people
your
this is
definition
clean.
of dirty
There is no
is
objective standard
on
for
here.
dirty, so you can't test it. You can't test what is and what isn't
take a roll?
dirty. There is no objective standard for dirty.
You're right. You're right,
Goodness
Alvin.
gracious.
There's no objective standard for dirty. It's all subjective. So when you
As I have continually just said.
and so shut the fuck up. So when you define, which you should be required to do, how you subjectively determine what dirty is,
The same reason I love the color blue, because I just do. I don't need a reason
Alvin,
to say
Alvin, that's retarded.
If you're telling me,
It sounds like he's just saying dirty to mean like he's not attracted to it.
Like metaphorically dirty. I think it's
or even repulsive, even maybe.
If that's the actual case, and he's that fucking retarded where he can't actually express that is what he means by dirty, even though he's been asked a million times. Well,
I can't express why I like the color blue. I can't express why I feel certain things are and aren't dirty. Not just in just in regards to this biblical text, but in general. I think
But if you didn't like the color yellow, you wouldn't call it dirty.
This whole time
You're
you
not
haven't
capable,
met-
Alvin, but a lot of people are capable of explaining why they like the color blue.
Well,
why do you like the color blue? I just like the color.
Alvin, this whole time, you've not
Yeah,
actually
I understand
meant-
that. I get it now, Alvin. You are incapable of doing that.
Okay, how would you?
Lots of people can.
Yeah. The word dirty means more than I don't like this. It means something as compared to something that's relatively clean.
Yeah.
So there is, there is this continuum between clean and dirty, and there's not some arbitrary point when something shifts, but that tends to mean something. If I don't like the color yellow, I don't say yellow is dirty.
Okay,
say I don't like it.
If that's the case, why do some people consider one thing dirty, and that same very thing, other people say, no, I don't think it's dirty?
But you're not using.
You have opinion in regards to what is and isn't dirty. It's not like a factual, objectable standard of dirty or not. Some people say, I don't think this is dirty. You go look at that show Hoarder. Look, that show Hoarders, those houses are dirty as hell. But the people living in those houses don't consider those houses dirty. They're like, hey, I just like all my stuff in here. But we go in there like, oh, this is disgusting. They don't think it's dirty. It's subjective.
Like this has been going on for 3 days because Alvin has a problem like with equivocation.
It's been going on for 3 days.
And when asked to elaborate about it, he doesn't seem to understand what people are asking for.
I don't think it's because the term dirty means a dirty joke means something different from a dirty house or unsanitary.
But you cannot factually say.
It just sounds like you're saying that girls on their period are icky, but so like, okay, yeah, who cares then?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a juvenile version of the word dirty. It's like icky or gross or something like that.
that would be fine.
Or even repulsive. maybe.
Tom
Or
spent
yeah,
like
well,
fucking
that's a
10
little more
minutes
extreme.
explaining
It's
the
like, this is what I
definition
understand about.
in a biological sense.
Okay,
like there was
check this out. This is
contaminants
what's
because of
interesting.
this.
And now I have to say something about atheists now, which I don't do. I don't understand after an atheist gets an answer. Obviously, it's not going anywhere. We still have to pry and go in depth. When the person just said, hey, this is the bridge to nowhere. This is the answer. You don't like the answer. We can move on. But yet, you still have to pry and see, but what about this? Why do atheists do that?
And also,
I'm not an atheist. Though.
I'm just saying, why
There's
do
a communication error on your end there, Alvin.
You have to remember something, though. You have to remember something that's ingrained in somebody as a cultural practice, right? There isn't much independent thought given to it. So as an adult, when you ask them, as something that they've just been doing since they were kids, right? What's your reason behind this? And you have them try to explain. It might be hard for him to articulate because it's not something that he probably gave much thought to as to why we do it. It's just a cultural practice. There are many things that we do. There are many things that we do in our culture that we don't question. And if you asked somebody to explain why they do,
like what?
I don't know, like tons of things that people do that you might think is weird, or I might think is weird, right? And it comes from a certain culture.
A lot of times we do look at things.
Okay,
that are
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
Can I say something? A lot of times we do over time look at things that are done in the name of culture and do indeed find them to be kind of irrational, and they can be extreme things or not. Slavery was in the culture. All kinds of things were in the culture at one point that we've later decide were at least very silly, if not very destructive and deadly in some cases.
Okay,
so take for example circumcision.
I don't care about all that culture. I was going something completely different and asking Alvin a different question. I don't know if you didn't hear, Joseph. I asked Alvin because he says if somebody doesn't shower for 2 days, he considers them dirty. I go, okay, what on a person's skin makes them dirty? He said sweat. So I go, okay, if this person doesn't go outside and get dirt on them or grass on them or sweat, are they still dirty after 2 days? And Alvin said yes. Well, then that doesn't make any sense. If they're still clean after 2 days, but he considers them dirty because they didn't shower, they didn't put water on themselves after 2 days. I'm trying to understand why he thinks, even though.
I just feel it's nasty if a person doesn't shower for 2 days, regardless of if they stink or not.
Why do you feel that way?
Me. I mean, it's just me. That's not religion. That's just me personally thinking if a person doesn't shower for 2 days, it's nasty. But
like
to Joseph's
there's
point,
nothing in this. There's nobody in this room that they just think something's just gross because. Like, are you telling me that every single person in here that has a distaste in their mouth about something can give an articulate, rational argument for as to why?
I think I could.
Well, JJ, I think that you're just being a dick.
Like maybe
this is amazing.
Maybe this will help somebody understand, okay? Like down there in Mississippi, this is like an old tale they used to say. Some of these people down here take the wings off the chicken and puts it in the pot. You know what I'm saying? The pot is big enough to put the whole chicken in there with the wings, but they still take the wings off and put the chicken in the pot. So she was doing it, and then you ask her, why do you do that? Well, this is how my mother does it. And then you ask the mother, why you do it? This is how my grandma does it. And then you ask the grandma, why did she do it? Well, her pot wasn't big enough to fit a turkey in, so she used to take the wings off before putting it in the pot. But it just carried on generations, and nobody really cared about the reason. It was just a cultural thing that they kept doing. Now, if you have a problem with that because it's not completely rational and it doesn't make any rational sense for them to keep doing it, even though they got a bigger pot, then fine. But
no, what it is it butts up against reality.
That they do.
It butts up against reality, and then you start making weird excuses for it.
Yeah, but my point is, I'm giving y'all the benefit, okay? If you think that it's silly that they're still doing this, even though they got a pot big enough to put the whole chicken in, then fine, that's your prerogative. You think it's silly, but for that family and within that culture, that's what they're choosing to do. And like I said a million times today, yesterday, and the day before, you guys think it's silly. I think it's not. You want a reason? I don't want to give you a reason. And even if I did give you a reason that was silly, you can still think it's silly. I'm still going to be doing it. That's what it is.
Culture is not a synonym for fact or rationality.
Who said it was? Who said it was?
I mean, I could believe anything and say, well, it's my culture, so there.
Who said it was? I'm saying.
No, that's the point, Alvin. That's the point. When something butts up with reality, and you keep going with the thing that doesn't match reality and just say it's tradition, right?
Yes. Listen,
that's fine. You can keep doing it, but you can't sit there and say you're rationally doing it.
It's not a synonym for fact. It's not a synonym for rationality.
Did I say that it was fact and rational? I just gave you the example.
Well, I think going back to the original claim was that the original religious claim is that women who are menstruating, they are objectively dirty. It's not, we think we say this is icky. It's not, I don't care for that. Maybe you ought not to do that,
Who
or
said
whatever.
objectively dirty? Jeff, did I say objectively dirty?
You implied it.
I said this is subjectivity.
You were citing religious.
I said this
basis
is
for this.
Is the Bible objectively true?
The religious basis is not about people's.
Is the Bible objectively true?
They're saying that this is objectively dirty, and in some cases it can be sinful and so forth. To do this, and that's not the same thing as whether you like yellow and I like blue. That's
you're saying you subjectively agree with the objective truth, Alvin. Alvin, you're saying you subjectively agree with the objective truth of the Bible.
No, I agree that God has an opinion on certain things.
So the Bible is not objectively
the case. Whether you meant that or not, I don't know.
Does God have any opinions which aren't actually true?
Right.
Does God have any opinions which aren't just flat out the way it is?
It would be the things it is for the Israelites. He put this thing for the Israelites, okay? And then for them, subjectively, as a nation, they believed what God has put forth for them is the right way to live. So as a nation, they subjectively felt these laws given to them were correct. So they do it. And subjectively, they feel that what was given to them by God is the right thing to do. So therefore, they do it. It doesn't get any more deeper than that.
That doesn't make them right.
It's a subjective. There's no right or wrong. It's an opinion.
No, there is a right or wrong. That's the point. It's butting up against reality. It's butting up against the facts.
Opinion is now factual.
You're saying we ought to respect their opinion. That's a.
You don't have to respect anything, Jeff. I said
that's a right or wrong assertion.
Jeff, I said if you think it's silly, go ahead. I said this a million times.
Alvin, you're
saying
it's silly. We think it's wrong.
I don't know why you.
I give up. I can't do it.
Alvin wants to say that like facts are just opinions, right?
You do what you do. I do what I do. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Alvin.
I don't disagree with that.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
So if I want to stand in a fire and say that it's my opinion, right, that I won't get hurt, right? You're like, well, I guess it's up in the air, It's just
it's not analogous. You can factually get burnt. You can't say, in my opinion, you didn't get burnt. I can say, in my opinion, that's dirty.
I can look at you.
The claim is that you get contaminated by something if you, whether it's spiritually or physically. The claim is by the religious leaders that this is harmful to you in some way or another.
Where did it say harmful? Where did it say harmful?
It has a right or wrong answer. They don't say it's icky or you're weird if you like this. They're saying it's they're making a positive statement about the healthiness of this.
Where did it say it's harmful? Where did it say it's harmful? I can be unclean and be perfectly fine.
Well, I don't.
Where does it say
familiar with the Hasidic Jews. They will not touch a woman for fear that they might be menstruating.
But Alvin, are you factually unclean?
No, how many times did I say this is?
So who the fuck cares then?
That's what. Thank you, JJ. I've been saying this from the very beginning. It's people have different standards on what's dirty or not. This is a subjective cultural thing that we do. If you think it's silly, that's fine.
That's not the way it's presented in a religious context.
And so a menstruating woman is not factually unclean.
Right.
No,
and
not
I'm back again to saying that
it's
this
just
is
in your mind. It's just something you want to think.
It's
something you want to believe.
It's equivalent to every other cultural practice.
Right.
Thank you again.
Right.
So my question is, why the fuck do you follow this nonsense?
Because I'm an Israelite.
Dude, come on.
This is the culture that I'm within. So because this is my culture,
Okay,
this is my people.
and it's familiar to you, and you find a sense of identity within it, right?
Yes, this is how we get down. You know,
Right.
just like certain clubs.
Just like people in the KKK. Some people only hate black people because they grew up because their parents.
And you know what? In America,
and their children are going to do the same fucking thing.
Okay.
They learned it from their parents.
Okay. And you know what? In
And
America,
it's nonsense.
And you know what? In America, they have the right to do that. I can sit up here and say that's silly. I think that's silly, just like how you think what I'm doing is silly. But here in America, they can do
changing
that.
the topic.
I can just.
What does location have to do with it?
Because we're in a democracy. Okay, and just like the KKK,
You're just talking about people that allow it to happen.
Listen, JJ.
So if we voted not to recognize gravity, would that be legitimate?
Now you're talking
gravity?
scientific claims. Me saying what's dirty and
No, we're
is not a
talking about
scientific
reality this whole time.
There is a scientific claim about what you were talking about earlier in terms of menstruation and whether or not it's sanitary.
No, I can subjectively think menstruation blood is dirty.
You can, but you can't do it right. You can, but you can't do it right.
That's not what the religious argument is. The religious argument is
This is my argument, Jeff. You have to attack my argument. Don't attack somebody else's
Well, I
argument.
can't believe we've spent 2 days
my
talking
argument.
about your personal tastes and dislikes. I think it was a little deeper than that.
No,
but
I'm talking about
if you're shifting
how
gears
I
to that
take this
position,
on
then
the
that's
No, he's not shifting gears. I think he's been saying that the whole time. But I think the question. Well, maybe not.
Maybe the last couple hours,
Alvin
but
is
not
the
when
king
this
of
first came about yesterday.
I have said from the very beginning.
Something interesting, Alvin.
And he has
He was
said
quoting
this
religious
hang out when I started talking to
sources
him
and
physically dirty specifically.
Turn it into something interesting, like Alvin. Why do you deny reality? What line of reasoning do you use to justify denying reality?
But it's not even about. I'm interested in why. Like, I think the main point of this is the acknowledgement that these are all equal and okay, is the basis for your following this because of your lineage, like you're saying you're an Israelite, and this is why you're mandated to do this. Okay, if I look into my lineage and find that my forebears performed certain rituals or traditions, should I follow those?
That's up to you.
No, I mean,
That's what I'm asking, Letty.
Yeah.
Here's an example. Annabelle actually brought this up yesterday, and it's a good example of this. She has a friend who was like a Muslim, right? But only just culturally. And after she had a baby, she noticed that she started wearing the head wrap and more practicing the faith, right? Because I think part of the reason is because it gives them a sense of structure, values, all of those things. So they revert back to the culture that they know best to do that, and that's how they choose to raise their family. That's within their right.
Oh, totally. I think you're making this more confrontational than I'm intending it to be anyway. I'm curious as to why people choose
I'm trying to remove that aspect because people are being so standoffish with Alvin about it.
I'm not trying to do that. I'm asking
Lydia,
why.
Word your question a little bit of why follow the tradition when the facts of reality butt up against it and show you something different.
You know what? I actually put up an article about. Well, I read it. Are we Vulcans to where absolutely everything you do in your life has to be logical?
Not at all.
That's what I'm saying.
And I think it comes down to it is written in a book that he holds as sacred, and that is fine. But I think that's what it comes down to.
We don't have to be logical, but we should recognize when logic is in play and when it isn't, when it's just our subjective preferences versus
Jeff, did I not just say this was subjective?
That's what I kind of want to know.
You have recently, if that's your position, if it's just your personal taste, then
I kind of want to know the psyche or the socio. Like, I want to know how one sees reality, sees the facts of reality, and you can test them and see them. And then in your mind, you're saying, no, I'm going to go with tradition. I'm going to go with something that's not reality.
Okay. How about this, Xbox? Because I like Xbox. I don't think you're being vindictive at all, right?
No, I'm
So,
honestly asking about how someone like that thinks.
Right. So I'm gonna answer the best I can. It's something like culturally in the '90s, you dressed a certain way, right? There's really no rationale to style or whatever, but you would dress a certain way. So a lot of times, the kids that want to be with the in crowd, they would start dressing like the in crowd because they felt they were a part of something. Like now, I'm within this community that I feel I'm a part of, right? So when you do these things, you feel like you're part of the bigger community.
You just admitted that was irrational.
I mean, if you want to call it irrational, if you want to take,
called it irrational.
No, I'm saying
we all do irrational things.
It's
That's
fine,
the
yeah.
truth.
I mean, it's not completely. Well, no, I'll call it rational because here's the objective. I want to feel like I'm a part of something. Doing this makes me feel like I'm a part of something. So therefore, it will be rational in that regards to where, because I'm a part of this community.
Cool kids have manic panic in their hair, and so I'm going to have manic panic in my hair. That makes perfect sense. But
I'm gonna join.
Yeah, that's not
ISIS
that's not the
because
part we're
all my
asking.
Friends that I want to be friends with joined ISIS, and that makes it rational because I'll
See,
be able
why
to stay within my
do we go to such the extreme?
Because
it's like here's the hyperbole of
Because
it.
that's where it can
Yeah,
lead.
you don't need
the same
the
justification for
extreme,
extreme
Alvin.
things.
And then check this out. With ISIS, let's just go ahead and go with the most, evil kind of thing we can think of, right? Okay. Let's just go ahead and compare.
And it's not even necessary, Alvin.
Hold on. Let's just go ahead and do that because I see this.
You just finally described your reasoning.
Okay, so
following this
follow
nonsense.
something
And
that
it's,
is
oh my
irrational,
God.
doing something. It's this equivocation thing, as if me not touching a woman for 5 days is like somewhere equally to chopping people's heads off. Like it's like you're insinuating, hey,
Alvin,
you're no different from them.
Alvin,
It's
no,
I think that was a
it's the
mistake.
same reasoning.
So listen, this is what I'm saying. And let's just go out and say what I'm doing is comparable to ISIS, okay? So I'll say this. So hold on, listen, JJ. No, listen,
Why?
JJ. Since I hear stuff about the KKK and ISIS, let's just take it there, okay? So let's say what I'm doing in your eyes is equally to KKK, ISIS, and all these other guys. I would then look at ISIS. Look, hold on, listen, JJ. JJ, listen. Just like how y'all look at me saying what I'm doing is bizarre, I would look at ISIS and the KKK at them and say what they're doing is bizarre, right? But if you grew up in the KKK, if you grew up and your daddy and mama are ISIS, they would then look at everybody else and say they're wrong. Morality will always be in the eye of the beholder. You know what I'm saying? It will always be an opinion. Wait a minute. It'll always come down to what is the majority of people think is wrong as opposed to the minority. So, again, as I have said a million times, if you think what I'm doing is silly, I do not condemn you for it. Okay?
Break the cycle.
It's your opinion.
You don't condemn us.
You have it.
Isn't that great?
I do not condemn y'all.
And you
think it's silly.
don't. Okay, fine.
But
fine. And
this
you
is
don't
what I
think
do.
it's silly.
You don't have to do it.
And you do it, and you do it because you want to be in the in crowd.
Yes, it's a part of
You
my
do
culture.
it, you
This is
follow
a
these rules to be part of this little culture,
the
this
bigger
group,
cultural.
this
Yes,
community.
if the
Right.
in crowd would be the culture.
Alvin, take a breath. Take a breath.
And so if everybody wanted you to, everybody wore a silly hat, you'd wear a silly hat too.
If my
so
culture,
so you'd feel like you belong. Right.
If the culture involved wearing a
Great
silly
reasoning.
hat, this is the identity that my culture has took on for themselves from wearing a silly hat, and for generations my culture has wore silly hats. I would wear that silly hat as a sense of pride because this is the culture that I've descended from.
Alvin, whenever you're defending a view and you're relying on culture to defend it, that should be a sign that you're really on shaky ground.
This is terrible.
I think you're wrong.
My culture
just culturalist
believes 1 + 1 is 3. So 1
Yeah, well,
+
if we
1
were
is
talking
3.
about like, it's.
I'm sorry. We all
let me
have
finish.
stories that we follow. We all have an in group that we want to be part of.
And not all
So as
cultural,
long as we're
and not
defending
all
that,
cultural
that's cool.
practices.
That's
And not
fine,
all
but
cultural
if we're
practices are
saying,
equally-
on the one hand, we're saying, you ought not to have unprotected sex with a stranger. There's high risk. You don't have to bring up culture. You don't have to bring up Israel. You don't have to go back 2,000 years. It's just a statement of known or scientific fact.
But he can.
But if I said, well, because the Israelites didn't think we should do it, or because they voted on it,
No,
that's
he's not
the
saying that.
basis
He's
for
saying that
rational
because I
discussion.
want to identify with this culture from the past. Because
Well, that's
I
just a-
choose that
that
this
is just a
culture is the one that I.
preference,
Yeah,
so-
of course it's subjective.
So I don't.
Do you not
what's
get
so
to the
interesting
point where you
about that?
question that, though, Alvin? Like, do you ever question, like, this is where I got to, like, people were telling me what I believed, and maybe in some instances even telling me what to believe. But I got to a point where I questioned what I actually believed and started trying to find reasons for. Well, have you not ever reached a point like that?
No,
Rather than just be lazy and follow along.
Makes you a little bitch boy,
Listen,
Alvin.
I'm not going to sit up here and say I'm a scholar of scholars, right? But I have researched the Bible historically, who the Israelites were, who the Judeans were, who the Canaanites were, who the Hittites were. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm a PhD, but I've studied into these things. I've looked into the languages, and I'm pretty aware of what's going on. You have a people coming out of Egypt who had these surrounding nations that were doing certain things, so they developed these things to separate themselves from the other nations that they could do within their
That's the key.
sovereignty.
Right there. You want to have something which identifies you as this instead of that. And I think that most of us do that kind of instinctively. I think it's a good idea to challenge that instinct and to wonder why we want to draw those lines between the ins and the outs. But it's totally understandable, and I don't think it makes you any
how do
different
you
than anybody
identify-
else.
I mean, what do you think you have in common with Israelites 2,000 years ago that were leaving?
It's a generational cultural thing that has been passed down almost 3,000 years. From 1000 BC, when Israel became a sovereign state, they were following these rules. And traditionally and culturally, it has been passed down all the way until now. So
It's like native. It's the same with Native American people. A lot of tribes still practice the culture of their ancestors that came way long before them. And some people would probably have similar criticisms and judgments of some of their practices too, right? If they were out in the open like how Alvin is doing right now. So
Right.
you can fish for this
I'm
everywhere.
curious though, Joseph.
Yeah, but it doesn't come. That doesn't come from a fucking divine book.
Well, it comes from
It
the
does come
creator.
from
They
the
believe
divine,
in a creator. They believe in the
It does,
divine,
yeah.
right?
Well, in your view.
Like the
I'm
view is similar.
I'm wondering, Joseph, though, it seems to me that this stance here that you were just describing, where each of those has validity, which I think they do, is kind of in conflict with other positions, well, of mine as well, that the lines are arbitrarily drawn and artificially drawn, and that we should not adhere to a culture just because we happen to have that lineage, and that the
or
culture
at least-
means something. Yeah.
Or at least certain practices that are, I mean, in this case, the one we were talking about, icky. The cultural practice of shunning a woman because of a monthly bodily function is just icky. And I don't know why you would perpetuate that.
Well, it's his icky against your art. Like,
It's
this is
Not all
not-
cultural practices are the same.
But it's not.
This is true.
It's a private practice that is not even. It shouldn't even be talked about in the public.
Right. And if he thinks it's icky, what does icky have to do with Israel or the Bible or 2,000
I
years?
think it's useful to ask why
Sure.
do I have this?
People thought eating pork was icky.
I draw the line.
They were wrong.
I draw the line at cultural practices when it starts to physically harm people, right? If it's physically harming your family, physically harming your community members, stuff
Your
like
ability
that.
to think.
I would say
Joseph,
culturally,
I go further because if it's taking advantage of people that aren't like mentally capable of understanding or making decisions, children, young adults, mentally
It's not
handicapped
good to
people.
hold false ideas.
and I would say this particular cultural practice is institutional abuse of a gender.
See, Joseph, the other part, hang on,
if
the
a
other
prominent person made a public statement about how he doesn't want to shake, he's a politician or something, and doesn't want to shake hands with the blacks because they're icky. See how that doesn't hurt the community.
Okay.
And the other thing
But
is,
that's
hang
not
on.
an in-house
Ignorance generally is.
that would be something that's in the public.
This is not something that's restricted to just his girlfriend, right? The
Well,
only
he
thing
doesn't touch
stopping him
other
from
women, but
the only thing from stopping him from scrubbing himself when he gets home, when he gets changed from the girl who was on a period at the bodega, is that he doesn't know about it.
yeah,
See,
but
there's
that's
another problem, Joseph. There's another problem there. Okay.
oh, jeez.
Oh, geez, my ass. I've been sitting here quiet for a while. There's another problem besides the physical. There's another problem besides the physical harm that you think it only, only physical causes. There's the mental harm it causes, right? If you raise a child up believing this and teaching them this, then yeah, it's going to be part of their culture. But when we look at it, and it actually, when you add this with other parts of the culture, it demeans women and puts them in a lower status than men to make them think they're quite as good as men. I'm not done. And when you add these things together subconsciously and mentally, it makes women feel less than men. Then there's a problem there.
Okay. So there just must be all these depressed Jewish women.
Right, that's what I was just gonna say. Talk to a Jewish woman and ask her how subjugated she feels.
Fucking A, Joseph.
Right?
Did you not hear what I just said?
I heard what you
Hold on, that's a little tough.
Joseph, just because you've done this,
what you're saying, Bob, is you're spreading it out to all of society. This is a Jewish practice within the Jewish community, a private practice, right? So to say that this is somehow going to bleed out misogyny into the rest of the world, you would have to provide that evidence for me.
What are you talking about? Only when he touches Jewish women on the period that he's dirty?
Right, like that Jewish women, that somehow Jewish women, right? This
applies to all women, Joseph. I don't know what.
No. Joseph, stop. Listen, I gotta finish. You gotta understand, if you apply this to the girls from a young age, of course, as they get older, they're gonna think it's supposed to be the norm. It's supposed to be the way it is. So of course they're gonna be okay with it. But if you take them outside of that and you show them that, this leads to this and this leads to this, and look at it where it's at, then they might turn around and look once they get outside of their community.
Okay.
So what are you saying? Jewish women are not educated about the world?
Oh no, this is about to shut Bob down. Bob, secular Jewish women that don't even believe the Bible is real do it still because it's a cultural practice. They don't even believe God exists, but because they're Jewish, they do it because it's a part of their culture.
You know what? Wait, hang on. There's cultural, secular Jewish women too that don't do it because they found out that it is fucking misogynist.
No, you can't read into the reasons why they don't. Ask them why they don't.
He just did. He just fucking told me.
No, because you can observe this. You can talk to them and ask them yourself.
Alvin just told me why they do it. So you're gonna fucking bitch at me for telling you why they do it.
You changed your answer. You saying it's because they were raised and all that, but I'm saying they've looked into it and they know it has nothing to do with
it. You don't know
they're secular. Listen, I know. Listen. This girl I used to work with, she was Jewish, and we used to talk about these things, and I was confused. I was like, hold on, listen, God, listen, Bob, listen.
Fucking girl, great.
Listen,
no,
hold on, listen.
No, I'm not
listening. Okay, I give up. I can't do this.
Yeah, let him finish.
I'm not going to listen to one anecdotal fucking conversation you had. You're going to tell me the whole fucking community does it.
No, okay, you can put something on the whole community, but I can't specify that it's not in regards to the whole community because not all the whole community, listen, not all Jewish people think the Bible is literal. Like, I was asking her questions. I was like, you're an atheist, but she still does Passover. Like, she still does Purim, Yom Kippur. She still fasts on Yom Kippur. I'm like, I don't get it. Like, so why do you do that and you don't think God exists, whether you're like an atheist? She was like, it's still a part of my practice. It's still a part of my culture. This is what I do. You know what I'm saying? Understanding that it is. It's a part of.
I was in my head, I would cut up with it, and I was what you said to get to.
I like the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. I don't believe in Mormonism. I don't believe in Jesus or the origin of Christmas, but I like the traditions too. So what? That doesn't mean I think they're true.
So that's the point I'm making, Jeff. Why is it so controversial to say, hey, people do things that's
well, originally you were citing Israel and you were making kind of
I was citing Israel because that's the culture. We're talking about Israelite and Judean culture. So of course I'm going to cite Israel and Judah if we're talking about the culture.
Well, I think you've modified your argument, but if that's your subjective preference, that's fine.
Joseph, have I not said this from day one since we started?
Yeah, we've been talking about this for a few days.
All right, someone mute Xbox, please.
Yeah, Lolly did. Yeah, we've been talking about this for a few days. His argument hasn't changed up entirely too much. He's just being grilled about it a lot harder today.
What the fuck are you talking about? We had a discussion about people being physically dirty. Then he nixed that, right? But before that, it was about the Bible. And I mean, are you just saying that?
I heard, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Joseph, I understand what you're trying to do here, but like, if he wants to take it back, fine. And that's
what
fine.
What did I take back?
Yeah, he made amendments. I'll give you guys that. He did.
That's undisputable.
Okay, what am I saying now that I didn't say before?
Yeah, you're saying that it's not physically dirty, right?
No, I'm saying it is physically dirty, and what people think is and isn't physically dirty is subjective.
And you think physically dirty is
physically and spiritually. And I've
and
said
you think physically dirty is
JJ,
well, that
quiet.
seems to be a positive statement.
Listen, Jeff, hang on. And that's why I'm trying to move on to, guys, so we can move on and get out. Okay.
Yeah.
Like the whole point of him saying that someone not showering for 2 days, they're physically dirty, even though they don't sweat and don't get dirt on them and don't do anything. So they're not getting sweaty, they're not getting smoke, they're not getting anything on them. They're as clean as the minute they got out of the fucking shower. But because they haven't taken a shower for 2 days, he's gonna think they're dirty. There's something wrong in that logic there.
That's my
yes, obviously, Bob. So,
that's my opinion.
So Alvin,
it's my opinion. It's my opinion.
Sorry, Joseph. Alvin, listen. Alvin, that's the point, though. That's a fucking that's a contradictory opinion.
You don't like my opinion? Okay.
Alvin, shut. Can you shut up, Alvin? You do that constantly. That's your defense mechanism. When people start going somewhere that you don't like, you fucking overtalk them and you throw that shit in there.
Where are you going, Bob?
And have a conversation. So I would like to know, if you know, in one part of your mind, you know they're not dirty. If the other part of your mind says they're dirty, why do you think that is?
Just the fact that they didn't shower for 2 days makes me feel like.
So then, what do you mean by physically?
I just think
you're not. It obviously doesn't.
Because they didn't physically shower for 2 days, I just feel it's dirty. I don't care how they smell. I just think they're dirty.
What does physically have to do with anything then?
Because you physically have to shower.
Everything is every action you're going to do is physical, Alvin. You don't have to use that word there, okay?
Okay.
Alvin, how are they physically dirty if they're not physically dirty? That's the question.
I just know.
It's in my opinion that they are.
Yeah, Joseph, you're so eager to like defend this constant equivocation.
I'm not. No, that's not what I'm defending.
Why don't you explain to us what Alvin's position is and how it's coherent?
Right.
If 2 days ago or whenever this first came up, if somebody mentioned period, sex, or whatever, and Alvin had said, "Oh, I think that's gross. That's not for me," I think the conversation would have maybe lasted.
No one would have cared.
5 minutes or less.
How is that different from me saying not just me, but in the Israelite culture, it's viewed as dirty? How does the argument change if I just include a whole group of people?
I think you were implying that because the culture says it's
viewed
therefore
as dirty.
That should mean something.
Culturally, me along with my culture view it as that.
Because it's the Bible.
The culture is religious. It's superstitious. I don't think the culture is that reliable on matters such as this.
Did Alvin ever?
Okay, go ahead, Alvin. You're one of the worst.
People think this book is true.
Can I try to explain? Can I try to explain what's happening?
Yeah, explain physically dirty, but not at all physically. Yeah, explain that, Joseph.
Yeah,
ahead, man.
how is
We're
somebody
waiting, buddy.
physically dirty without being physically dirty?
I think he's making that separation for the obvious reason, because in his culture, tradition, religious belief, whatever, there is a difference between spiritually dirty and physically dirty. So I think just by tick, it's like a tick.
But there is no difference because
Well,
the
obviously
physical
to
is
us there's no
physical.
difference, and we know that, right? But I think there's a level of charity that needs to be given here to poor Alvin, because I think he's not very good at articulating a point that, like I mentioned before, he probably never had to give too much thought about it growing up, right? So I think it's difficult for him to articulate exactly what he means by what he's saying. But I get where he's coming from in the sense of, like, I typed in a side chat, like a reactionary, feeling towards something. You may not have a reason why you've found that to be distasteful, but that's how you've reacted to it. This is just kind of a prolonged version of it, and it's been perpetuated over his life to the point where now he's asked as an adult, hey, well, what do you mean by that? And it's going to be hard for him to say it clearly, because like I said, he never had to really give much thought to it. I'm not saying Alvin's stupid, but I'm saying that it would probably behoove him, after having this conversation, to maybe sit down and think about why he thinks these things are the way they are. Right? That's
And
right.
maybe consider the
think
idea that his personal likes and dislikes are not culturally significant.
Listen,
Wait, wait. And I think
that. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think that that was my only point in this whole thing, like to inspire like a questioning of why one thinks the things one thinks, because I think that's a useful exercise for everybody.
Sure.
Okay, and as I explained earlier, I said this recently. When the Israelites came out of Egypt, they wanted
So
to.
you don't think about it.
Hold on, listen. I've studied this. When they came out of Egypt, they wanted to develop their own unique sovereign state, unlike the Egyptians, Assyrians, and Canaanites.
Yeah, you already went over that.
We understand that's the reason. So this is the reason why you see all of these things that you guys may think is silly.
No.
Like
What I want you to do is
touching
why
somebody.
that's not the kind of thinking about why you think the things you think that I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to think about yourself and why you want to think the things that they thought.
Because those are my
people. Individually, I think she's asking, like, why do you still individually practice these things with the knowledge that we have of sanitation and health and all of these things, right?
I practice these things because they are my people. These are my people. And these things have been passed down for generations. So I observe the practices that have been and that's why I personally
I don't practice finding a king and killing him every year, even though that's my people.
And again, this is not me
because I
saying
think it's silly.
Right. And I'm not saying everybody should practice whatever their people practiced thousands of years ago. I'm just saying I'm proud of my heritage, and this is the heritage that I still live by. I mean, it doesn't really get any deeper than that. Now, if you don't
Why
want
would
to
you
practice,
be proud of that?
Because see,
also you think that the God that they worshipped is real. That's a big part of it, I think. Yes. So you think this book is true. And so you think it's really, I think it all comes down to this book says this. And I think this book is divine, and that is perfectly fine.
Are you proud of the
I want you
institutionalized
to
misogyny?
recognize that that's what it's from.
Right. It's a part of the book, but it's also part of the cultural identity. You know, like I said, there's secular Jews that are still proud of this cultural identity. They don't believe in God, but they still do some of the practices in there because it's a part of their culture and they're proud to be a Jew. That's what I'm talking about. And that would be the personal reason on why I still will probably practice a lot of these things in the text. Yes, because I do believe in God. You know what I'm saying? And also because I'm proud of my culture and identity. So
I like how the
believing
in God part is like the secondary.
Yeah.
Pride is
First,
a
I want to
sin.
like be cool with the homies, you know, like I want to fit in. Oh yeah, God's real too.
I'm proud of
Alvin, he's actually.
what I think of
I
as
think you
true
should be
and
proud of what
true,
you
but,
do.
you know.
It's kind of phony self-esteem to be proud of you because of accidents of birth, because you happen to be born of this lineage or that.
Is anybody proud to
be
be an
proud of
American?
yourself for what you do and what you contribute.
Are we proud to be an American? Are people proud to be an American?
Of course not.
Occasionally.
What does that have to do with me?
Sometimes
Not
no.
really.
Yeah, not
Accident
host
of birth
now.
and my country does things that I find abhorrent.
Not in recent years.
These are the
so
best
much.
I'm not proud to be an American just because I was born in America.
No, I'm not
Well,
either.
some people, some people
Some people are
patriots,
irrational.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Stupid. Yeah.
So
Right. Yeah, some
being
people are
proud-
irrational like you, Alvin. That's
Okay,
the
so
point.
being proud of wherever you came from and identifying yourself and observing the culture where you came from is now something wrong?
No, it's just irrational. Like,
What
Just
exactly are
because
you
I was
proud
born there,
of?
you don't have
Okay,
to-
man, I
That's
guess
kind of false. I mean, you were born here. You were here by accident. I would assume you would just happen to be born here. If you were born somewhere else, you might think that was the greatest place.
Right. Well, and also, like I said, see, if I was born in a Muslim country, or if I was born in India or something, I very much will have different cultural practices that I was following as opposed to now.
All right, let's go with that. Hang on. Let's go with that. Let's say you were born Muslim, okay? And now you have these Muslim cultural practices. Explain to me why these Muslim cultural practices are good.
That would actually have to take place. And if I was a Muslim, I would go into detail about why I do it. But I'm not a Muslim.
But it would be right because you were a Muslim.
Who said anything about being
No,
right?
you wait. Why would you have to go into detail when the detail you cited is it's just cultural and that's why?
Because I'm not a.
You wouldn't even have to go
Muslim.
into any detail or know anything about the Muslim culture. You could literally cite the exact same reasons you did.
And that'll be okay. Then I would be like, why are you observing? Why are you wearing a hijab? Why is your wife wearing a hijab or a perk or whatever? Then I was like, okay, this is part of my Muslim religion or Muslim practice or Arabian.
Alvin, that's so dumb.
Well, the
Yeah,
difference
I mean,
is, Alvin,
it's like-
Alvin, the difference is they have answers to those questions, though.
No. Listen, why is me observing my cultural practice not an answer? Why are you following this?
I'm not saying it's not an answer. I understand why you do what you. I have a lot of Jewish friends, which is why I understand why you do what
So
you do. That's why
I'm talking about as far as it being an answer. When I say, why are you doing this? Well, I am a Jew, right? And this is what my people have followed.
Well, the reason for the period thing, right? The reason is because you guys believe that during that period of time, the woman is unclean, right? And that's the answer. People don't like that answer, which is fine, and we've gathered that people don't like that answer. So now we've moved to
Yeah,
the
you
next
two
part of
can
it.
quit sucking each other's cock.
No, now we've moved to the next part of it where they're
No.
asking you for a standard of what you think is clean and dirty, and the answer you've given has been unsatisfactory so far.
Oh yeah, like now we did that like 3 hours ago.
His answer has been because it is. Right. His answer is because it is, and so Alvin is cool with his cultural practice of bigotry against women once a month for 7 days or whatever. And some people have a cultural practice of thinking that black people are just dirty all the time.
Okay, Joseph. All right, I mean, here I go with Joseph. And you got me so pissed, Joseph. Anyways,
That's cool,
listen.
right, Alvin?
No, JJ, no. Anyways, like he hasn't given us a standard for anything for dirty or whatever. Because when I asked him, if someone takes a shower and doesn't do anything for 2 days,
It's a reaction as Joseph.
Showers, Mom.
I wasn't.
Come on, JJ is showing what will lead to a complete subjective worldview like that, though. He's like giving. I know it sounds like an extreme, but it is what people would use to base that belief on too.
And Xbox, did I not say this is subjective?
You did, but they're pointing out the problems with that. It doesn't seem like you're acknowledging.
I didn't say that.
Alvin, when you say this is subjective, you're talking about your subjective idea of what unclean is, right? But your culture practices this same thing, which presume has some objective, right?
What I'm saying is this again.
There's a cultural object. Right?
Here's the cultural aspect of
Right?
everything you see in there, and I said this a million times. They're making all these little things like the not eating pork, the not touching a woman on a period, and all these things to separate themselves from the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Greeks. They wanted to have their own unique sovereign state, so they made these things to identify themselves. Even with the Romans knew who a Jew was based off what they ate, based off certain practices.
I get all
They
that.
would be like, okay, so this is the reason why they did this. This is the reasons for a lot of these practices. I identify with this group of people. This is my culture, and I feel proud of my culture. So that's why I'm going.
To identify themselves as separate, they could have picked any type of practices, right?
They could have,
like say wearing a funny hat, but instead they picked specific things.
Okay, but
that I'm going to say were somewhat thought out.
So
some of them had,
so this is
some kind of
where we're
reasoning
gonna go.
behind them to begin
This
with.
is where
right?
we're gonna go.
Would you
We're
agree
about
with
to-
that?
No,
Would you?
we're about to
okay.
dig to infinity now, because you can
Never
bring
mind.
up
You
an
can.
infinite amount of what ifs and maybe.
What?
Yeah, what I'm saying is you can bring
What
up
relevance does that have to what we're
infinite-
talking about?
because you're saying, well, there must be another reason for this, or maybe they did it like that, or maybe they could have did it like this, but they chose to do it like that. And I'm saying you are now leading the conversation into infinity.
No, of course I'm not. That's fucking ridiculous, Alvin. I'm asking the question, what were the reasons? Other than, of course, they picked things, practices to separate themselves. But they picked specific practices for certain reasons.
Yes. So here's one. Obviously, listen. Here's one. Obviously,
holy shit.
Goodness gracious. Obviously, other countries probably didn't have a problem having sex with women on their periods. Matter of fact, Egyptians sometimes would actually
completely irrelevant.
No, I'm about to give you an example. Egyptians also didn't have a problem with drinking period blood. There was some rituals they had. So the Israelites were like, we want to be so far removed from any of these cultures that's doing these.
Not only will we not drink the blood.
So we're going to go, that you may call it extreme, to if you even touch a woman that's on their period, you're not going to do that. That would completely separate ourselves from the things the Canaanites are doing, the things the Egyptians are doing, the things the Babylonians are doing. It's all about, we're a special people. We're trying to create our unique government in theocracy to separate yourselves from the other nations. So we're going to put these laws in place, like not eating shellfish or pigs and mixing linens and things like that. These are
Did you just say they do it because the other people don't do it?
Did we just get to
that's one of the main,
what
that's one of the major reasons where it says don't do as the Canaanites or the Egyptians do. That's a verse.
You're proud of this.
They're developing their own unique sovereign state where they're going to do things differently from the other nations, so they can have their own independent identity. That's it. That's a full answer. And again, that doesn't mean you guys have to respect it. That doesn't mean you guys have to like it.
We don't need the platitude stuff,
you know what I'm saying?
the
So
free country stuff.
That's what it is.
No one cares.
I mean, that's what it is. I mean, I don't think the conversation could get any more than what.
So you're saying there's nothing to it. It's just that they wanted to do something different. Why didn't they just wear a different hat like JJ?
See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm back to exactly where I was an hour ago, which is all these cultural practices are equally.
And I said, I said to you, Unspeakable, you're correct. Specifically from someone that, if you don't subscribe to any of them, all of them would look equal to you, right? But obviously, if you grew up in one of them, you are going to have that bias to.
But as long as you acknowledge that it's a bias and perhaps has no legitimacy beyond that, then I'm fine with it. As long as you acknowledge that, good.
Exactly. Yeah. It's why we kept asking you how you justified something butting up against reality, and you're just like, fuck it, I don't care.
And I don't, but I mean, but we was talking about what's dirty and not, and I said that's subjective. I mean, I thought we were talking about subjectivity.
Yes,
I can actually relate to it.
Moving along.
Fuck it, I don't care.
I've said that a couple times.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Good. So women aren't actually dirty. You just think that they are.
I'm not doing this anymore. This is 3 days.
That's the conclusion. That's the conclusion.
It's like this happened like 5 times. Where okay, we got an understanding.
Oh shit.
Then like
This
an
is
hour
like
later,
the dick sucking thing redux.
yeah, it's
Did
like
Klingons do period
we
sex?
did this. It's like we did this for 3 days. It's like we'll talk. Okay, that's what it is. And then an hour later, somebody will bring it up, and then we'll talk again. Same argument circulated all over again, and then it'll be shut down. And it's like I'm fatigued from the same circle of stuff.
That's just your subjective opinion.
Why don't you break the chain, Alvin, and stop following your culture and teach your children? And
So you're evangelizing
family
now.
to.
You're proselytizing now.
Yeah,
So now
why
you're
don't you wise
proselytizing.
up? Yeah, wise up, Alvin.
So now, see, this is what's interesting.
Get with the time.
Listen,
Shed your silly,
so-called
foolish ways.
believer- Listen, the believer is not proselytizing. Saying, hey, my worldview is superior. You need to leave that and do what I'm doing.
Well, you're
Well, you know what?
admitting
There's
that
actual
there's nothing to
reason.
it, though, right?
That's what Simon just did. That's what Simon just did.
You've admitted that it's completely arbitrary.
I didn't say it was arbitrary. You would have to know the intent
JJ
of
just
the
went through that
author.
whole thing with you.
I
right?
did not say, and I told JJ, we can't say it's arbitrary if we don't know what the intent of the author is. I would have to know that author just said, hey, I just put it in there just
You
because.
told us that. You told us it was they just wanted to be different.
That's one aspect, but there's other aspects involved that historians are still looking into. What I'm saying
he's got to keep Joseph on his toes.
2,000 years later, how are they doing?
And now we're back here. All I'm saying is Simon literally tried to evangelize to me to leave my religion.
There's
No
a
different
difference
from when
between a
Christians come to
belief and a
y'all
lack of
asking, hey, you need to believe in God and such.
Yeah, I'm
And I
trying
just
to
find it
evangelize to
interesting
you.
that the believer on here has not proselytized anybody. I don't care what you
It's
guys
pointing out
do.
irrationality is
It's just-
evangelizing.
I just think it's interesting that the same thing you guys hate what Christians do, you're doing it to me.
Well, that's just nonsense.
Simon just did it to me.
Alvin,
You hate when Christians come to you,
maybe-
JJ.
Just being a
and be like, you need to do that.
Is being a hypocrite.
But you agree
Alvin,
with us, right?
So-
There's nothing to
Simon
it.
is trying to save your psyche.
No, see, but
right?
that's what I'm
Simon
saying.
is evangelizing to you to help you.
Yeah, I'm just
And
making
since
that point.
Just because you don't give a shit about us
Listen,
and don't want to help us
No.
by evangelizing to
No,
us,
I
fuck
don't.
you.
Hold on.
know.
I
but
want
being-
you
But just being a hypocrite.
to get your
specifically,
fucking head straight, Alvin, and get rid of this nonsense.
Alvin.
So take
Alvin,
Be a
just being a
human.
hypocrite- just
Be
being
a rational human.
I don't like people evangelizing to me. It makes
Alvin,
me
just
feel
being a
uncomfortable.
hypocrite.
So evangelizing is questioning
It's
a
evangelizing.
particular position that's presented with
He
no
is.
reason or evidence.
Simon.
That's evangelizing.
Okay, he's
Wait,
proselytizing.
Jeff, what was that?
I said questioning a position that's raised with no
No,
reason
he said
or
I
evidence.
And let
that's
him finish, for God's
evangelizing?
sakes, Alvin. The man's been sitting quietly. For
Okay.
God's sake.
No, he said I should stop and
All right.
do what he does.
Can you let him
That's
finish?
evangelizing.
Hey,
If you just question it, it's one thing. But then if
asshole.
you say you should
I
stop,
think this is another example of equivocation. Evangelizing is not questioning an
no,
assertion.
he said I should stop. There's a
You
difference
should
between
stop.
questioning
You should
and
stop,
telling
Alvin.
me to
You should
stop.
stop
If you're
being a silly
questioning
cunt.
why,
I think the equivocation comes from when he gets like in a corner. He just says like, "I didn't mean that. I meant it in this way," and
Yeah, I
then like
meant
it's
it
the
didn't say
opposite.
that. I didn't say that. I didn't say
Stuff
that.
about Israel.
It's like, I said physical. Oh yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I
I
meant
didn't say that.
Forget all the
physical, but
culture stuff.
actually
I just think it's
not
gross.
physical. Guys.
Okay. This is the position, and I think it's we beat this dead horse. Listen, the position is I follow these practices of not touching women because it's a part of the Israelite culture in their attempt to build a sovereign state different from other cultures, and I'm proud of my heritage, so therefore I follow these practices. Now,
Why would you be
guys-
proud of something that's just based on?
So
Okay.
it's
Not
because
something.
it's where I descend from. I'm proud of my heritage. Now, if you guys think it's silly, as I've said before, go ahead. That's fine. I'm not judging you for it.
It's not the
That's,
silly.
you know,
Okay, Alvin.
so
Alvin, so
I'm doing this,
say I
and I'm not taking any like
Alvin.
there's
So
nothing you
I've got a
that's
baseball
different
team,
from
and
what
we all wear red hats, right? So
Mhm.
the other guy says, "I'm going to make a baseball team, and I'm going to be different though. we're all gonna have yellow hats. Why is that like something to be proud of? Just like doing something just because
joining
it's
the
not
herd.
something.
Okay,
right?
if you don't,
Like I'm gonna do this because it's not this.
some people.
That's something to be
Okay,
proud of.
watch this. Some
That's something
people.
to be proud of.
Okay, some people aren't proud of those things. Some people are like, hey, I don't give a care about.
Yeah,
a yellow
but why?
But
Why
some
are they
people,
proud of that?
it's what Joseph says. Sometimes it's a reaction. Some people feel a sense of belonging when they start wearing that yellow hat on the other team. Like, yes,
Well,
we're
people are
adolescents
proud
have
of
been
things
doing
like
that forever. They find out whatever shocks their parents, and then they
it's
do
called
that. But it's
feelings.
something you kind of grow out of.
It's called feelings. People feel a certain pride for wearing that yellow hat. Like,
But
yeah,
you're
we
kind of
did
pushing the
this.
boundaries.
something.
Alvin, you're kind of pushing the boundaries, though. It's
It's
like
an in-group,
team has red
out-group
hats,
thing.
and
That's
we're
all
gonna
it
have
is.
yellow
That's
hats.
all any of
Plus,
them
we're
are.
gonna break everybody's left arm. So
like teenage
they used to do that, so I'm gonna break everybody's left arm now in my family.
But
because
see,
it's
now we're going into a whole nother extreme. It's like the premise is
We're going into
why
a
are
whole
you doing
other
it?
extreme.
Why is this not
Correct.
surprising?
One
Now,
person's-
if you're saying
one
you're going to break
person's,
somebody's arm, that's going into another argument. I'm saying he
Okay, I'm just
asked,
gonna give
why
him
would you
like
feel
a twisty burn.
you're going? That would then go into another argument. What he was asking is, why would somebody feel prideful for wearing a yellow hat? And I said, some people may not feel prideful of it,
No.
but other
The question,
people may.
you don't even understand the point, right? It's not pride in virtue of it being yellow. It's pride that you're getting in virtue of it being not something, right?
But some people may like the color yellow.
That's not what I'm talking about, right?
Okay, so again,
you said you're proud of your own, like it's something that's your own, right? But that's just in virtue of it not being something else. Who cares? Why is that a point to be proud of?
Now being prideful of something that is uniquely yours is something weird. Is that a thing now? Where
Pride is a sin.
I'm proud that this is uniquely mine. It's nobody else's, and I'm proud of it.
Yeah, if it's
now
arbitrary, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That's. I mean, hey, man. I mean, you guys might not care about it.
If you make an original piece of artwork, that would be something to be proud of, perhaps.
For the same reason, it's yours. It's
no, it's not arbitrary though, right?
It's for the same reason.
You have
It's
to
yours.
have
It's
like
unique.
skill and like talent in it. It's not something to be proud of.
See, the premise remains the same. I'm proud of it. It's
no,
mine.
the premise is not the same.
Listen, you're saying, hey, this has more things added on to it than it just being unique, but the premise is still there. You like it because it is unique. That would be one of the reasons that you like it. And some people may not care about it. Some people do. I mean, it's just like that. You might not be a person that would care about wearing a yellow hat. You'll be like,
You're not proud because it's unique. You're proud because it's not the other thing.
I'm proud of it because
That's
it's
the point.
unique. I'm proud of it because it's my culture. I'm proud of it because it's a part of the religion. There's a variety of different reasons why I will be proud of it. Okay, and you guys don't look at it that way because you have differences. You don't have you have a lack of belief. So okay, cool. I mean, that's what it is.
Alvin, let me ask you a question, Alvin. When you say it's part of your culture, part of your heritage, you've traced your bloodline back to Israelites. What area? No, I was just wondering. I mean,
Ethiopia. My great grandfather came from Ethiopia. He's a Beta Israel.
came from Ethiopia. What your great grandfather?
Well, actually, my great. It's like 4 times great. I don't like it's like my 4 times great grandfather. And it's been in my family tradition for almost, 7 generations
You
at
grew
least.
up under Mosaic law, right? Like you grew
Right.
up
I grew up under Mosaic law. Yeah. Right. And my grandfather grew up under Mosaic law.
Yeah, okay. Oh, I understand that.
I don't see how this
I understand it, but you got cannibals that still live in Africa, right? That still eat human flesh, right?
Okay.
I mean, that's what they've done forever. Do you think that's a good practice to do?
And as I said a million times, it's all subjective. I would subjectively say no.
Okay, now listen. What we're trying to explain to you a couple times now, because you keep bringing it back around to it, and I wanted to move on from it, but you keep saying the reason they made these laws is to set them apart. Okay, like you actually know why they made the laws, like you were there. But when other people outside of this that aren't biased to see it one way, look at these things without a bias, and look at the good things in the culture and look at the other. Who the hell is that doing?
I literally just said to Unspeakable, from her perspective, I would understand why she would look at all the same because she doesn't subscribe to the text. So there wouldn't be anybody. You're literally just saying what she said, and I just answered it.
No, I didn't. No, I'm saying something different. Okay.
You're saying on the people outside looking in that they're just.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is someone who's outside looking in, who doesn't have the bias and is looking at this logically, right? And looking at the good points and all the points of it, and are looking at JJ. Mute yourself, would you? Thank you. So you got like this really. I don't know if it's because it's just me picking it up, but you got a really funky echo coming from you. So when people look at it, and this brings it back to the misogyny thing, people are seeing a misogyny theme running through this thing you believe in, but you don't see that misogyny thing. You just see it as part of your culture, right? So in a way that you would say cannibalism is bad because you're on the outside looking at it and say, hey, I can see cannibalism bad. You guys should stop and take a look at it, okay? Even though it's your culture and you feel good about it, you need to stop and take a look at it. People are trying to tell you the same thing. Even though you think, oh, it's just a culture thing, it's just a heritage thing, people are telling you that it's misogynistic and patriarchal. You might need to stop and take a look at those things and not just say, well, they were just trying to separate themselves from everyone else and look at the other points to it that are point to a misogynist and patriarchal society.
Number one, I have studied these things. I have referenced secular atheist scholars on Middle Eastern civilization, not just within the Bible, but Canaanite, Hittite, and Edomite civilizations. So I understand the reasons for these things. So it's not just I'm blindly going into this without doing any research on the people, the culture, and the language. So that's number one. Number two, hold on, wait a minute. Number two, just like how I would say that about the cannibalism, right? I think that's wrong. You look at me and feel what I'm doing is wrong, right? So, but when I look at it, hold on, wait. Listen. So, Bob, you see misogynism in my practices. I don't.
And you're proud and happy to deny reality.
No, but no, hold on. It's an opinion. Wait a minute. God damn it. Bob, I let you talk the whole time you were talking without interrupting. So let me finish.
Alvin, it's just gonna be short. But when you did your searches, don't owe me. Listen,
because you just cut me off, man.
Listen, it's gonna be short. I don't want you to get too far away from the point. When you did your searches and you did your background checks into this, you went at it with a biased point of view. That it wasn't you weren't even thinking
scholars are biased?
No, I'm not. It all depends on what
references.
Bob,
it all depends.
Bob,
no, listen.
You're just triggering him. You're just triggering by
JJ, I don't give a fuck what JJ.
By stating the obvious.
JJ, I really don't give a fuck what you have to think about it. Okay, listen. Alvin, what I'm saying is you studied this and you looked at things, but you might have only looked at the parts that you agreed with, and you might have looked at because you had this bias. You were looking at a different part of the history of it. You weren't looking at the misogynist part of the history of it. You were looking at the history where it comes from and what type of practices and why they set it apart. You didn't look at what the laws actually were saying.
No. This is how I study. You look for what is the consensus point of view.
Oh, wow.
And the minimalist. When you study, if you're really trying to study honestly, you look at what the majority of scholars are saying and what the minority of scholars are saying. Now, what would be dishonest is if you're saying, hey, the consensus is wrong with this and the minimalists are wrong with that, and you're only doing that when it fits your bias, then you can say that, but that's something I don't do. So what I'm telling you is I have studied in depth on the ways of the Israelites before the Persian period, after the Persian period, during and during the time.
Okay, and in that studying, Alvin, yes, you did a lot of studying, and you did it.
Can me and Bob dialogue, JJ? I'm talking to Bob.
It's so boring.
Me and Bob are finally getting along right now, so JJ, shut up.
Who cares?
Okay.
Yeah,
so
you studied and you studied right.
I'm
and
trying
in your studying,
to finish. My
you
conversation
didn't see the
with Bob.
misogyny.
JJ,
Did you
talking,
see the misogyny in
JJ,
your
I'm not
study?
talking to you. I'm talking to Bob. So, Bob, this is what I'm saying. If you see misogyny in the Bible, okay, and it's, you feel it's misogynistic, I understand that's your opinion. To me, based off how the family structure was, based off looking at all the relationships within the Bible and how the husbands actually treated their wives within the Bible, I don't see it as misogynistic. Now, back to your cannibalism, I would look at them and say, hey, this is wrong. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, what you guys are doing is wrong. And then they would say, well, hey, I'm sorry, we don't think this is wrong. This is what we're doing. We're going to keep eating stuff. And no matter what they say, I'm going to still think it's wrong. Just like no matter what I say, you're still going to say it's wrong. So that's why I'm saying this conversation is the bridge to nowhere. Because within my culture, this is how I feel. You're not within the culture. You're outside looking in. You're saying, hey, I think it's wrong. And it's just a complete circle back and forth of that. That's why, you know, I'm tired of this conversation.
So this conversation has nothing to do with bridges, right? And you're saying that it's a matter of opinion.
I can't talk to JJ anymore. I'm only going to talk to Bob now. JJ, you're on punishment. Bob, you there?
Yeah,
I'm still here.
Okay.
JJ's on timeout.
So
Yeah,
how did you
JJ's
miss the
on timeout.
misogyny, Alvin?
JJ, you're on timeout. I'll listen
JJ,
to
you
Bob.
think they do that period thing though out of hatred for women? Because that's what like misogyny is, right? It's a hatred for women, right?
Yes, I do.
I don't think it's a hatred.
Yeah, I don't think it's
Well,
out of hatred. I think it's more of a
I'm accepting-
patriarchal thing, though. It is patriarchal.
I'm accepting your word hatred. We could parse that out, but I'm just going to accept it and agree with you. Yes, in a manner of speaking, yes, it's hatred.
Okay, I just wanted to know because you guys keep saying misogyny, so
yeah, and you want to nitpick about what the definition of misogyny is. That's fine.
I don't think
in a
it's
manner of
hatred.
speaking, it's hatred.
Well, I differ than JJ because I don't think it's hatred.
The same way.
Well, I don't think that the
indirect
definition of
discrimination
misogyny is
discrimination,
hatred
that is
necessarily
hatred.
either, Bob.
Directly
So in a manner of
or
speaking, if
indirectly.
you want to say hatred, go ahead. I'll just agree with you. Unless you really want to parse out the definition of hatred. But that would be stupid. I mean silly, Joseph. By stupid, I mean silly. And pointless.
All right, so let's move on to this cognitive dissonance that Alvin has that I still need to try and understand because this is driving me freaking nuts. JJ, please mute.
Well,
you got this really funky feedback coming. I don't know
Yes,
if I'm
the earbuds bleed into the microphone for some reason, right, when you're speaking. So, but before you do that, Bob, Alvin's justification was that when he looks at the history of it, back then, in the family structure and the culture, it wasn't misogyny. And because the practice is continued because it wasn't originally misogyny, it's not misogyny now. I don't understand that. If that's the cognitive dissonance you're talking about, I'm curious. But we've had this actual discussion months ago, too. I remember.
Yeah. No.
Because the practice was okay back then, it's okay now.
Yeah, I understand because he brings up they had different practices and we got different practices now. And I don't understand why he's going to follow in practices that were back then if he knows we got different practices now.
I follow the practices back then.
I know, but you bring up, like when I bring up stuff about, the laws and the books and stuff, you go, well, that was 3,000 years ago. That's the way their culture was back then. And when I bring up other stuff in the Bible that you don't follow, okay? When I bring up other stuff that you don't follow, you go, well, that was just the culture back then. We got today,
I haven't. What I said specifically was there is no theocratic state of Israel. It was destroyed along with the temple. If the temple and the theocratic state were still in existence now, you would still see some of the things, but it's no longer in existence.
Yeah. Anyways, I want to move back onto this cognitive dissonance thing with the shower thing. I like I said, I just get these little bugs in my head that bugs me. If nobody wants to hear it, just tell me shut up, and I'll fucking shut up. But yeah, I don't understand when you know. Except for JJ, I don't understand when you know that someone like I told you, they just took a shower. They've been in like in a sterile hospital environment. Okay, let's do this. And they haven't done anything physical. They just, sat in a chair. It's been cool. They haven't sweated. There's no dirt flying in the room, no smoke, no particles, nothing to make them dirty or contaminated or anything like that. And they haven't showered for 2 days. Do you still believe they're dirty?
I understand your point. It's just if I saw them and they tried to give me the hug, just a reaction within me, I would just be grossed out by the fact they didn't shower for 2 days.
But if you didn't know they hadn't showered for 2 days,
ignorance might be bliss. If I had knowledge,
JJ, come on, give me a break, JJ. Listen, so why do you think it is that even though you know they're clean, you absolutely know they're clean, what is it about 2 days that somehow makes them dirty?
It's just a reaction. It's emotional feeling. I can't.
Think about it, because it's not just an emotional feeling. There's something deep down in your subconscious. There's something in your head somewhere that makes you think they're dirty. You know they're clean.
Maybe I should. I mean, maybe I should go to a psychiatrist and why. But I'm just saying.
Just think about it. Just think about it in your own head. You don't need to go to a psychiatrist or anybody else.
I can't. Like Bob, I can't help the fact that if a person tells me they didn't shower for 2 days, if I think they're gross, and I wouldn't really want to touch them or anything like that. It's just a reaction.
I know. What I'm saying is, if we prove to you they were just as clean as when they stepped out of the shower 2 days ago,
it's still like it would still be a mental thing where it's just I just think you're gross because you didn't shower in 2 days. It's mental. I can't help it.
Well,
it's like it's something I literally can't help.
Right?
It's like
it's not a physical thing, right?
Yeah, it's just that would just be something I literally can't help. Like I can't help the fact I think somebody is gross if they didn't shower for 2 days.
Okay, so what it is, I know you can't help it, but what I'm trying to tell you is the way you think is the exact opposite of reality, right? It's opposite of reality. It's not what reality is. But somehow it's opposite of what reality is, because in reality we can show you, through scientific testing, that they're just as clean as they were 2 days ago when they got out of the shower. We can show you to 100% certainty that they're just as clean. But somehow in your head you think they're dirty.
But again, it's more of a reaction than a thought. It's like, it's just like the same with like beets. Like beets, I think they're disgusting. I don't want to touch them. I don't want to be around them. I know they won't hurt.
Dr. Dre.
Nothing.
Well, that's different. No, that's different. Your taste buds. No. Beets are different because your taste buds are wired differently. Everybody's taste buds are wired differently.
No, not even. I don't even want to touch a beet. Like I don't want to be anywhere around a beet. I think they're disgusting little roots or whatever you call them.
I thought black people were good with music.
No, but if I saw a beet, I wouldn't want to be anywhere around it. Understanding that it can't harm me. It can't physically damage me in any way. It can't give me a disease. It's just the idea of a beet and what it looks like. It disgusts me. So reaction is, I just hate it.
You have a bunch of phobias, basically like arachnophobia and all these other phobias. You're telling me that people not showering is it's a psychological phobia then?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a phobia. Like I wouldn't be afraid. Like if they touched me, I would just be thinking this is a dirty person touching me.
Are you a hand sanitizer guy?
I'm not to that point.
When you touch someone, you have to sanitize your hands.
Yeah, no, I'm not to that point.
Okay.
So, but there's something in your head that is dismissing all fucking reality and going with this.
No, I understand I understand the reality. It's just a reaction.
But you're dismissing reality because you know they're not dirty.
Yeah, but it's a reaction. I can't control my. Like if I feel it, I can't help that I feel it's nasty. I can't help it.
But the reaction,
it's not something like.
But the reaction is because you think they're dirty. But if you
listen, Bob, this isn't a case where I'm choosing to say it's gross. No, it's a reaction. Like mentally, if you tell me you didn't shower for 2 days, I can't help the fact I just go. It just feels gross. I think you're gross.
I know,
I can't help it.
Because somewhere you were conditioned to believe that. Even even though you know it's opposite of reality, somehow in your head you're conditioned to believe that something
It's
that's
not
okay
even a belief.
is not.
It's a reaction. There's a difference between like it's
No,
it's
you
just
react because of the belief.
Here we go.
No, you react because of the belief, Alvin. You're reacting.
No, if I reacted because of a belief, then I wouldn't have a problem with a super clean person after 2 days coming around me. If I reacted to the belief, what I'm saying is the reaction is the idea of not showering for 2 days grosses me out. Beats also gross me out. Beats.
You're right. Why do you believe that?
Because it's a reaction.
Idea. No, Alvin, you just said the idea of someone not showering is disgusting. You just said the idea, so that's a belief. It's not a reaction.
I can't help it. Beliefs are also involuntary to a certain degree.
Then it's an irrational belief.
A reaction is if I come up to you and I do that flinch thing where I pretend like I'm going to punch you and you just react and
A
flinch.
psychological reaction.
Well, yeah, it would still be a reaction if you came up to him off guard and said, "Hey, I haven't had a shower in 2 days." He'd be like, "Oh, whoa," that's a reaction to, and that's a lot of people, despite their religion.
That's a reaction to his belief that if you don't shower for 2 days, you are dirty.
No, see, because there's a difference, right?
His reaction is separate from the belief.
JJ, give me a break, would you? Now listen, Joseph, if I come up and I fake a swing at him, he's gonna his body's gonna do a natural muscle reaction, right? But if I tell him that I haven't showered for 2 days, his mind isn't doing an instant reaction. His mind is thinking no shower equals dirty. It's not. It's not a reaction.
No, that's a psychological reaction.
Alvin, do you think you should be criticized?
Reaction based on a belief.
Sure, but then that applies to JJ to the fake swing, right? Because the belief is that I'm going to get punched.
Probably it does relate somehow, but that's irrelevant.
But
it's obvious that his reaction is based on a belief, right?
A preconceived notion, sure.
Which is a belief. Fine.
No,
describe it however you want. You agree it's a belief. And his reaction is based on that belief.
Religious belief, though, right?
So
what? Who cares?
So let's do this.
That seems
it's irrelevant.
Being argued over is his religious beliefs about this, right?
No, I'm not arguing over his religious beliefs. Again, I'm not arguing
Calling it
over
a religious belief is irrelevant. It's still based on a belief. And why does he believe that? He doesn't know. It's a reaction. That's irrational, Alvin.
Yeah, so, Alvin, do you believe you should be criticized on that?
I mean, people can criticize me, whatever. I mean, it's a free country.
Do you believe it's fair to be criticized on that?
Simon, everything can be criticized, just so you know.
The reason why I'm asking is because, there's people out there that are wired in such a way where they are attracted to children or enjoy murdering people, and we can criticize them because it affects other people.
We can criticize everything, Simon.
Well, I'm just looking at if you think it's fair to criticize Alvin on this worldview.
Is it fair?
Yes, because you know how people cure their phobias? Not everybody can cure their phobias, but a lot of people actually cure their phobias is by discussing them, facing them, and confronting them, right? And people actually cure phobias. You've heard of that, haven't you?
Yeah, but this doesn't seem like it inconveniences his life. Those kinds
It does inconvenience people, Joseph.
No, it doesn't inconvenience him.
It indirectly discriminates against females.
Yeah, but that's not his concern, obviously.
Well, yeah, we've already determined that he's very apathetic.
What?
Look, I think that's been quite clear. And now at this point, you're just kind of.
That's like saying, well, I hate black people, so I shoot black people. It's not my concern.
No, if you are shooting black people and you're sitting in this room trying to defend shooting black people because you don't like black people, I would have the same criticism of you that what happens to those black people.
Right, and he could say, but he doesn't care about it. So
right, it wouldn't be your concern, Simon, about what you're doing, and it's the same with Alvin. He's not concerned about what he's doing, and I get that.
I really hate?
That's right.
You know what I really hate more than other things? I hate it when people get on here and start talking about other people's problems and how they don't like, this is boring to me, and this, you should be talking about that. I hate it when people voice their own opinion about other people talking about other people's opinions.
It usually takes the form of they come into the hangout. It's like, why do you guys care about this? Why do you guys care about this? What do you guys care?
Because there's only so many different things you can talk about in hangouts that last 8 hours, and you're going to go 2 hangouts a day, 7 days a week, or sometimes, let's say 5 days a week. There's also so many things you can talk about, so you figure out new things, you talk about those, and you move on. If you don't want to talk about it, and if you want to argue about it, and you want to come in and say, why are you guys talking about it? Why are you guys doing this? It's his opinion, just let him have it.
It's a self-defeating point because
I know, that's your, but see, that's even when they argue about it, that's them wanting to argue about it. Otherwise, they would turn the channel and go do something else.
when someone comes in to basically get on their high horse and ask everybody why they care about something, they in fact are showing that they care about other people caring about something, so it's just self-defeating.
It's very meta.
And they want to argue.
I'm just saying.
They want to argue about that point too. It's the conversation that's going on doesn't interest them, so they want to change it and argue because they just want to argue, but they don't want to argue about that conversation.
No, this is
it's just a dick move.
This is what I'm saying. I'm saying once a person tells me, yo, why do you do these things? And they say, well, I do them because of X, Y, and Z. That's what it is. Then I'm like, okay, that's the answer. But what happens is when I answer, it's like, okay, this is why they do them. But what about this, this, and that? Well, this, and that. But then what about this, and that? This and that. It's like
you generally don't give an
level of
explanation.
the things. It's just,
from what I've seen today so far, you've basically just said, I don't know why. I just do that.
No, I said it's a part of. I said A, it's a part of my religion. B, it's a part of the culture. C, they did it to separate themselves. I gave you like 5 different answers why. But then it just goes back to, but what about this though?
Again, Alvin, did you not hear what I just said?
But you aren't.
Did you not hear what I just said? People need things to talk about. So we're gonna, have you seen the hangouts when everyone's just sitting there and not saying a word?
That's fair. That's fair, Bob.
People need to, yeah. And it cracks me up every time people go, why are you talking about this? Why are you going on about? Because we want to discuss things. We want to discuss something. Maybe somehow we'll learn something. Maybe we just want to take the piss out of someone. Maybe we actually don't give a fuck and we're just being assholes, right? There's many different reasons, So if you don't like it, you don't want to be involved in it, move on until there's something you like and you want to be involved in.
All right, Bob. I'll agree with that, Bob. I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
I'll agree with that.
Sorry, we've got the key to Hangouts entered anyway, so we don't need any more arbitrary conversation.
Key to Hangouts, welcome. What Key to Hangouts? You've been listening, maybe, possibly. What do you think about this?
No, I haven't been listening. I just now joined. I was doing some other things and I needed a break.
Okay.
What were you doing?
Oh, you didn't really miss anything.
Yeah, you didn't really miss much there.
What were you doing, Brenda?
I was enjoying the new website that Luxology's put up. The foundation put up and revamped their website, and I was very happy about that.
I don't know that website.
The Foundry is the makers of the software that I use, and I'm a sort of a hobbyist in that field, and I enjoy their software, and I like the revamps that they've made to their website. I use Modo, which is a modeling software. The Foundry makes compositing and various other content management softwares. You might have heard of Nuke, which is a compositing software. Modo, which is a 3D modeling software. They also use Mischief, which is a very it's a vector drawing program that has infinite scalability. So that's not what you guys were talking about. Go ahead. I'm sure what I think about is boring.
No, it's okay.
What
You
you
gotta
are
have
just
a voice with you. I mean, it doesn't interest me, but because I'm not interested in the computer graphics or anything. So, but I'm sure it interests somebody out there.
So Alvin thinks women are dirty, huh?
You see how that out of all
On
that
their period, they're dirty. Yeah.
I think that that's probably just envy, isn't it? Isn't that usually what it's explained as? Isn't that what Freud said, that men become envious of women's ability to create life, and so that is the source of at least from psychoanalysis point of view, is the source of a lot of male animosity towards women is enviousness over the woman's ability to produce life.
Or it could just be I see blood and I go yuck.
Well, they're only dirty when they're spewing menstrual blood.
Well, I would imagine that 2,000 years ago, people didn't have tampons and they didn't have sanitary napkins, and I imagine it was.
Wow, Brenda, that's an excellent point, actually.
Not a very. I'm sure. Well, I mean, I don't know. People are into different things. Maybe some people thought that was pretty damn sexy. I don't know.
Does
Some
sound
people
pretty
do.
hot.
Yeah, some people would.
Some people do. You're right about that.
I
So,
don't know.
Justin, how was trying to argue with Darwin's deity? Did you eventually get in?
Who gives a fuck about Darwin?
I thought it was hilarious.
Oh.
Well, it's a shallow well. There's only so much. There's only so much water you can draw from that well.
He spent like 4 hours complaining that he couldn't get any atheists to join his hangout. Then when atheists joined his hangout, he would kick them immediately and call them trolls and stalkers.
Who gives a fuck? Why are we talking about Darwin?
You said, Bob, like 5 minutes ago. You fucker.
Figured.
Is Justin here?
I am.
Okay.
Maybe we should
What happened?
start talking about period blood again, because it looked like there ain't nothing else to talk about.
I don't know, man.
Well, it seems kind of odd. It's an odd thing to discuss.
It is, isn't it, Brendan?
Not for,
Well,
not
why
for
don't you
this
get
room.
why don't you get Walrus and talk about it? Somebody who actually I certainly don't know anything.
It's just odd to have sort of a position on, like. Justin, did you know that Alvin doesn't touch his girlfriend for 7 days out of the month? Like he doesn't physically touch her
At all.
like at all. Like she can't brush
isn't
up
like
against her or anything.
Like if she bumped into you at the kitchen, you'd jump on the counter.
He has to bathe 3 times. He said.
Oh my God!
You must have a heavy flow.
I actually could touch her. I would just have to procedurally do certain things afterwards.
Never
That's
thought
not
about putting your tongue in her bloody pussy?
Yeah.
So if you take her out for dinner during that week, and when you drop her off, you don't kiss her goodnight.
What you say?
I said if you were to take her out for dinner that week, right, and then drive her home, and if you when you take her to the door, because you're not going to go inside because you don't want to be around that period shit. Would you kiss her goodnight, or would you just like say goodnight and close the door and walk away?
Yeah, I mean, she wouldn't even go out with me if she was on her period.
Just take a stroll and drink all the blood out.
She locks herself up in the house.
Yeah. Well.
I mean, it's really not that extreme. It's just, if she's on her period, she wouldn't allow me to see her. I mean, she's raised in the same culture, so it wouldn't be me telling her no, don't come over here.
That's the other thing.
She wouldn't allow me to
She's
go over there.
like she insists that he not touch her for 7 days out of the month.
I
Right,
mean,
but she was raised
clearly
in the
it's-
same culture.
Yeah, it's clearly not a rational response. It's cultural, right?
I fucking hate
There's nothing
it's
rational.
cultural.
You can't possibly think it's rational.
I just want to hear
Well,
because she isn't actually dirty.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
not actually the case.
It's not this case where if I somehow touch her, something bad will happen to me, like I'll get a disease or something. It's not saying that. It is just a cultural thing, you know. And technically, I could touch her every day for those 7 days if I wanted to. I could even have sex with her. It's just after I touch her or have sex with her, I would have to engage in a practice afterwards. You know, I could be unclean with her that whole 7 days and just touch her every day if I wanted to. I'll just go with the procedures afterwards.
But you don't want to do that because it's a personal preference, right?
Yeah, I personally don't feel like doing that, but if I chose to do it, I could do it. I could touch her every day.
If you
that
chose
week
something
if I wanted
to do something that you find repulsive, right?
Well, it's more ceremonial than repulsive. Like
You
know,
said it was
like,
just you can't explain it. It's just something that you find icky and gross.
no. I said that about.
Something about you.
I said that in regards to Bob's not
You
showering.
are so dishonest, Alvin. You are such a piece of shit.
Did I said Bob? Did I not say that about the thing with not showering for 2 days? Right.
Yeah.
I didn't say it about the period blood scenario. I said that about the not showering for 2 days.
No.
So
you've said a lot of things about a lot of different things.
I did, but that specific thing was in regard to Bob's example of why I think it's the
Do
2 day
you
thing.
shower or cleanse yourself after having touched your girlfriend when she's on her period?
Yes, I would have to, but
You
know,
do or you don't, or you just feel that you have to?
it hasn't happened because she's grew up in the same culture I have, so she doesn't even allow me to see her. In that way.
So would
I
you?
don't even,
So if by some cosmic astronomical miracle you touched your girlfriend while she was on her period, would you have to take a? Would you?
I would
take a
go
shower?
and I would go do the ceremonial ritual.
You're a fucking lunatic. That's nuts.
I
That's
mean,
nuts.
hey, and as I said previously, this might be maybe the 20th time I say this. I won't say millionth. If you think it's nuts, I'm not going to argue that.
Okay. Well,
an outsider would say that because you weren't raised in that culture. So from outsider looking in, understandably, you would say that. But within this culture, that's how we get down.
Can't believe Brenda's criticizing someone's worldview.
I would just say, it's irrational. Clearly, rather, I wouldn't. The pejorative. I didn't mean to like insult you personally. It just the pejorative kind of comes out, but the rational, the more
nuts.
Yeah, that comes out. But more neutrally, it's not a rational. It's not a rational belief.
Okay, so like fraternities, right? There's a lot of ceremonial things frat people do, right? They got the little rituals and stuff. For certain reasons, I mean, would you call that irrational?
Give us an example, Alvin.
I don't know, the hazing involved, making them dress like.
Some of the hazing, yes, is irrational.
Oh, okay. Well, at least you're consistent.
I think it would be irrational if you continued it though after college. I mean, it's ostensibly it's simply something that. If it's mild, it's simply something you do in order to be part of the group. I mean, if you're still doing it 20 years later, there's that.
Some do. They still do. Not particularly hazing, but when frat brothers get together, certain ceremonies, like you saw the people dancing with the cane and stuff, the Kappas, they still do those dances and stuff. That's a part of the thing. It's like, is it making some scientific thing? Like, are you getting any benefit from doing that? No. So because there's no benefit from it, will I call it irrational to do it because there's no real benefit to doing it? I mean, I don't know if irrational will be the word.
Well, there is a benefit though. The benefit is being with being with other people and sharing a common experience.
Right.
Yeah, and you're sort of indicating that you're members of a club, or it's simply a social nicety. That would be like asking, is shaking hands irrational as a way of greeting?
Beautiful.
I mean, not all cultures shake hands. Or they do it in different ways.
Beautiful.
Yes,
Brenda.
beautiful. So check this
Yes,
out.
thank
Brenda.
you. Thank you, Alvin. Thank you.
Beautiful. So there's a club. Check this out. There's a club called Israelites. You hear that, Brenda? There's a club called Israelites.
Ooh.
And in this club, to be a part of this club, you do these certain things,
Ooh.
right?
Yeah.
And that's what you do in that club. So
yeah,
we call that like irrational for like, and in this club, you don't touch a girl 7 days like she's unclean for 7 days. And that's a part of the things of the club.
Part of this club is, part of this club is subconsciously you plant in a woman's head and a man's head that there's a misogynistic patriarchy involved where women aren't as good as men. You know. So, but you're so biased and you're so involved in it, you don't see it.
Yeah, Alvin, you got to be able to recognize. You got to be able to recognize that there is some misogyny in the Bible. To be fair,
if we're saying, Joseph put the definition on the side. Misogyny is the hatred of women, right, or something along that lines. Like,
that's why I also said patriarchy.
I mentioned this earlier. Do you believe indirect discrimination is still discrimination?
No, what I'm saying, I mean, if you're saying like, matter of fact, I'm gonna answer that question because I was just about to lead to that. From my perspective, putting the man as the role of leader, I don't think is misogynistic. Like, it's patriarchal, but I don't necessarily feel it's misogynistic to say, hey, the man should be the leader. This is the method that has been working for us for these hundreds of years. So we're going to continue on with that method.
Now, even if the woman is more qualified, even if the woman is better at the job.
A leader many times. I've got years of experience of being a leader. Here's my qualifications. Here, I deserve this position. You're like, no, it's working.
It's kind of like, it's like, for example, it's like my guy. He's like an IT guy. He's a professional, right? Like, he's really good with computers, but because he doesn't have a degree in it, he can't get the same job that a person with a degree has. So logically, he's way better than a lot of these guys with the degree. It's like illogical for jobs not to hire him, especially like if he'll pass all the tests or at least give him a chance. So it's kind of like that thing. It's like, you know, there's people who are qualified to do certain things or whatever, but there's a certain system in play saying, at least in America, you have to have a bachelor's degree or a PhD or whatever to do this job. I don't care if you're better than this guy with the PhD. Well, we're hiring him instead of this.
So Alvin, what you're saying is I don't care if you're better than anybody else for this job. You don't have a penis, you don't get it.
That's what you just said.
Now, yeah. Now listen, does that mean you hate?
And that's not misogynistic to you?
I mean, does that mean you
pretty much the definition?
But hold on,
this guy is ridiculous.
Yeah, he is. I gotta agree.
He's one of the worst individuals I've ever come across.
Not as bad
Alvin,
as Tom.
I honestly don't think you catch some of the things because even the other day you were saying that if you're under duress and have sex with someone that is not rape. I don't think you understand some like what these words actually mean and the implications though. Like honestly.
And that's why Alvin, and that's why when I say misogyny, I also add in patriarchal in there. I just don't say misogyny.
It is patriarchal. It is patriarchal.
So matriarchal would not be, according to you, hatred of men, would it?
Oh, a matriarchal? No, I wouldn't consider a matriarchy a hatred of men. It would just be a society where women are running the show.
Where we systematically discriminate against men for having a penis, and there's nothing wrong, and there's nothing. I wouldn't
have a problem with a matriarchy. If there was,
Christmas, I would have a problem. I would have a problem with the matriarchy.
I wouldn't have a problem with the matriarchy at all.
He's a bad person, Brenda.
I wouldn't have a problem with the matriarchy at all. If there was a civilization where women are the leaders and the women are the designated leaders, and that's their role, and men have various other roles, they're not allowed to lead. I wouldn't.
You get to fix things and lift heavy objects. That would be it.
Right. I wouldn't have a problem with that culture if that's how they got down. I wouldn't have a problem with that.
I have a problem with any culture putting one sex above the other.
Yeah, I would too. I would agree.
Systematically doing it.
Did you know? Did you know in Scottish law they've just recently added that men can be raped? It used to be the case that legally men physically could not be raped according to Scottish law.
It's probably just because I was worded.
I want to point everyone to Patrice O'Neill's joke about that.
It's quite cool. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, I guess, and I think another thing is to give credit to Bob, and I can use this both ways because I grew up and see how these laws work out and see the relationships between men and women observing these laws. It's rather benign. Like it doesn't see. It's not this maniacal thing. Like I didn't grow up with my father beating my mother up or his friends beating up their wives or abusing them or talking to them in any kind of way. So
you don't, but you understand that other people use the same things you're talking about as justifications to do those.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, I think if you guys, because I know a lot of you.
So if that's the case, what in your eyes explains why you're such a bad person?
Well, I'm a bad person. That's based upon why y'all think I'm. I think y'all think I'm. I don't think I'm a perfect person. Am I a bad person? I mean, I don't think I'm a bad person.
No, Alvin. The other thing is too that I explained yesterday. It's not just physical; it's mental. Just because they're not beating and abusing them physically doesn't mean they're not being abused.
But I'm just saying, when I see my sisters and my mother and my aunt and my father's friend, we get together on Passover and Pesach and all these other things, and everybody's happy and we're smiling, we're talking to each other and having a good time. It's like,
You're taking away from the people that actually do the horrible. This is the problem they have with moderates or the.
But you don't need to be religious for that to happen.
For the extremists to do and justify what they're doing.
But what I'm saying is, you don't need to be religious for that to happen. I mean, if you want to beat your wife, you're going to do that regardless if you have a religion or not. It's
right,
just
but
if you.
now I have a justification.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I have an easy justification for my religion.
Right, but as I said, that's going to happen regardless. But again, there's nowhere in the Bible that says you can beat your wife.
Well, Alvin, let's use
the same way that typically people that are not religious don't bomb abortion clinics. They've now got a justification and reasoning for bombing abortion clinics, and it's a religious
but
reasoning.
At the same time, I will argue that there's no verse that says you can beat your wife. I mean, I don't know what verse they will use.
Right, they do use it though. You don't read it that way, but you
are saying objectively, there's no verse in the Bible that says.
Alvin, use the period thing as an example, right? In an extreme form, there probably is some girl being locked away in some room, that she's not comfortable in and doesn't really understand what's going on.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? So that would be a form of psychological abuse and maybe even physical abuse depending on the conditions of the
what I would
is a prime example of
so what I would say is that would just simply be adding something to the text that's not there. I mean, if the text they're not going to lock
but the justification
hold on, they're adding
there wouldn't be a justification
Alvin,
if the text doesn't
you just
say
answered the question. You said they're adding something to the text that's not there. If the text wasn't there to add something to, they wouldn't be able to do it.
I mean, that's fine, but then other people have secular reasonings for doing terrible things, like politics. Jeffrey Dahmer, the Oklahoma City bombing. It's like people are going to provide excuses for doing evil things. Some people use religion. Some people use politics. Some people will say, hey, because I grew up without a dad, I'm like this, so therefore I'm justified. It's like people are going to provide excuses for stuff. Some people use religion.
You can't get rid of the politics and the democracy. Can't get rid of some of these other things right away, but in perfect society, sure, some of these things need to be getting rid of too.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. Well, politics.
Society would still. If you remove, I'm not advocating get rid of all religions, but you could get rid of them all right now, and society would still function.
But aren't in general the secular democracies less violent, at least interpersonal level, than religious dominated countries?
Right.
Wouldn't that be true? I mean, I don't know. I don't know that I can say for sure.
Right, because of what you said earlier, Alvin. When you said you butt up against reality, you're like, oh no, fuck it, I'll go with my tradition.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about rejecting reality. Like what
I'm
saying.
With the period.
No, I didn't say I'm rejecting reality with the period.
Go with your tradition, and you're saying
no. No, the reality. Okay, what reality? And I'm objecting. I'm saying according to this tradition, that's what it is. Now, and
which
whether something is dirty,
which is against the facts that we know about.
no, what? There's no objective fact about what is and isn't dirty. People consider some things dirty that other people don't. There is no facts when it comes to a degree of dirty.
You look under scientific terms, you can have a standard and say
No.
dirty or
Some
not.
people think this is dirty. Other people don't think this is dirty.
Yeah, I'm not talking
If
about
I can do that, it's not based in any kind of factual thing. It's just based on, like, for instance, the Egyptians.
I'm not talking about it.
Listen, Egyptians used to use alligator dung as a contraceptive. They didn't feel that was dirty. They felt that was a clean contraceptive. Now, we would look at that and say it's dirty.
I don't know about that.
So there's no objective standard for clean and dirty.
They had some hot alligator sex going on there, didn't they?
There doesn't need to be the subjective standard like you're talking about, right? Like I said, in science, they can come up with a standard, and then things can either be dirty or clean according to that standard.
If you're using, science would say dirty and clean in regards to it being sterile, or is it disease ridden, right?
That could be one standard, sure.
Can you catch? But what I'm talking about is not in scientific terms, it's in subjectivity where, hey, I understand this mud right here. It's not going to harm me in any way, right? If it gets on me, it's not going to hurt me, but I don't want mud on me. I feel it's dirty. And then some people don't have a problem with mud on them at all. You know what I'm saying?
You're just talking about literal dirt.
If you're talking, if you're talking about just dirt or clay, I mean, that's not a problem. But if you're talking about shit, yeah, that is a problem. It is going to hurt you. It's going to potentially.
Okay, since we was talking about period blood, listen, period blood is sterile, as Molly said. You're not going to get a disease from it. It's not going to harm you at all. But I guarantee you, well, maybe not everybody on this panel, but if some period blood dripped on you, you would think it's gross and you would wipe it off.
I have my Red Wings. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm saying? Well, at least me. So that doesn't mean they're being unscientific when they say it's gross. That's not them rejecting reality because they think that this thing that just spilled on them is nasty. You know what I'm saying? That's just them saying, hey, this is gross. So I'm not.
There's pornos with people pouring blood all over each other.
Yeah, but I'm not rejecting. That would be their opinion, but I'm not rejecting reality or having the opinion.
If I'm at a table with somebody and they get a nosebleed and the blood is starting to get everywhere, I'm going to be grossed out.
Right.
Because it's potentially dangerous because it is a vector for communicating diseases.
But period blood is sterile. It's not.
No, period blood can transmit things like HIV and other diseases as well.
But Molly said it was sterile, and it's clean. That's what she said. That was.
Well, just say that period blood sans diseases. Like if if it has no disease, then it's sterile. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well,
and
any blood issuing from any orifice is sterile in the sense that it shouldn't be, full of bacteria.
Right,
but
hasn't been exposed to.
But it's still, a potential health problem.
Yeah, it's like saying drinking water is sterile, but if you're drinking water out of a river or a stagnant area, it's no longer sterile.
Right, but all I'm saying to X-Pac is I'm not rejecting reality if I think something is growth, even though it can't contaminate me.
But you are rejecting reality because you don't even touch a woman, even if she is.
That's my decision to make. That's my decision to make. I think it's
it's your reasoning behind.
Oh wait, yes, I am rejecting reality.
He doesn't reject reality.
It's fucking ridiculous.
So what is the reality? I should touch her for 7 days. Like, what's the reality I'm rejecting?
Your argumentation is from, I don't like period blood, and you're like, well, it's got nothing to do with period blood because she's still physically clean, even though I don't think she's clean. Then you're going, well, it's a cultural reasoning because people in my culture believe that way and behave this way, so I need to believe this way to fit in with the crowd. Then you go into, well, it's a religious reasoning because I read text that says, well, I should behave this way because X, Y, and Z. Even
check this out.
X, Y, and
it's
Z
all subjective.
Okay, here we go.
Like she's physically dirty, but not actually physically dirty.
Y'all ever been to a Mason Hall?
Listen, I mean,
check this out. Y'all been to Mason Hall? They go into the Mason Hall and wear certain things every time. And if you don't wear a certain apron, they're not going to let you in. Now, is that irrational and a rejection of reality? The person is perfectly fine going in there without the apron, but is it a rejection of all reality that they won't let that person in if he doesn't have the apron? No.
Well, it depends, right?
Well, those are just ritual costumes.
The Israelites,
right?
they got this. Now, it's not a rejection
Hold
of
on, it
reality.
depends. Why are they rejecting them if they wear the wrong thing? Do they think that their spell is gonna be messed up, or?
No, you're not fit. You're not fit to enter here.
It's the same as like
the
wearing.
handshake. Matter of fact, you don't give me the handshake. Even though I saw you last week, you don't do the handshake properly. You don't wear the apron. You ain't got the gloves on. You're not fit to do this thing. We won't even allow
It's the whole. You
you
can't wear trainers in this nightclub. You can't wear a shirt. If you're not wearing a tie, you're not getting the job.
It's like, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's just simply saying.
Don't give all these other fucking bullshit reasons then.
But no, how is it a bullshit reason? I'm saying
because it's irrational, illogical, and you don't even fucking agree with it.
But no, this is what I'm saying. You're saying you're not allowed to make club rules. If you make club rules, then somehow you're rejecting reality.
That's all I'm saying.
That's what you're saying.
I'm rejecting
the club
your...
rule is, listen, the club rule is you can't touch a girl on a period for 7 days. That's the club rule. You're saying that it's somehow irrational to follow the club rules. If you identify with this club, as I do, the Israelite club,
we're not saying
then
that.
you're going to follow them. But that's what it is. These are the club
We're
rules.
not saying that. We're not saying if you don't follow the club rules and there's irrational. Or
But that's what it is.
Saying the reasoning behind the club rules is what's irrational.
What? It's a part of the club. I could create. Okay, watch this. I'm like, hey, I'm going to start the Alvin Club, and every Tuesday we're going to wear blue shirts. Okay, that's what we're going to do. You know what I'm saying? We all took a vote on it. Okay, cool. We're wearing blue shirts. Now, there's really no reason behind that. I'm just saying. I spit out blue. Now,
well, by
definition,
you don't think there's a reason behind it? It's irrational.
Hold on,
hold on. You don't think that there's a reason behind dress codes at clubs?
We put on. No, I'm talking about my club.
Yeah, but in your
club, hold on. You define your club
as about the Alvin Club. They just make arbitrary
as
rules,
irrational.
right?
Okay, I'll give a real world example. We're going to wear this blue shirt because everybody else wears red shirts, like Tom said. That's what we're going to do it to differentiate from all these other groups that are wearing all these colors. We're going to wear blue. And if you don't wear blue, then we're not going to let you in. That's the exact same reason we see all these laws and commandments within the text. We're not going to do what these other guys are doing. In our club, we're going to do this, this, and that. I don't understand how that's a rejection of reality. We're saying this is how we're going to get down.
Wearing it, or what's the reason for the shirts?
I'm talking about the reasons for the shirt is we're making up our own group, our own club, and to differentiate us from the other clubs over there, we're going to wear blue because no other club is wearing blue. So that's what we're going to wear. That's the reason for it. Specifically in the text, it says we're going to do these things. Don't walk in the ways of the Canaanites. Don't walk in the ways of the Egyptians. So here's all the things and lists that Egyptians and Canaanites do that we're not going to do, like tattoos. You know what I'm saying? Growing your hair out long a certain way, wearing a certain hairstyle, mixing fabrics. These are things that all the other nations are doing. We're not going to do that because this is the Israelite club. Okay? So I'm not rejecting reality for following the things in my club.
Well,
this is how we get down.
Over time, those kinds of things get conflated by people into being sort of having more reality than they actually have. Like, for instance, like the teacher who separated her students into blue-eyed and brown-eyed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it started off innocently, but then it just quickly devolved into a really kind of very prejudiced situation in the classroom. But that occurred over time, and I think that happens. You know, maybe some of these practices start as simply being a means of a cultural identification. They're signifiers that you belong to this group. But then over time, it becomes, well, those people over there, they're obviously inferior to us because they don't wear blue shirts.
Break the cycle, Alvin.
Bam.
Be strong.
Anyway, you see this across the board, and especially with creationists, you'll see them do similar things where they have to start just by what Alvin's calling tradition, by scripture and things, by their theology. They literally have to deny reality. They have to deny the scientific facts. I keep saying reality as if I know what reality is. Like I'm meaning the scientific facts of the natural world.
Alvin, can I ask you a question? Is this in this club you have and these rituals and things you follow? How many things do you not follow? You don't follow all their rituals, do you?
He does, Bob.
Alvin?
I asked him this earlier, Bob.
What?
I asked him this earlier.
He might have gone AFK. He's muted himself.
What did he say earlier?
His
Brenda
girlfriend
knocked
might
him
have
back.
brushed up against him. He's gonna be gone for an hour or so.
A few hours. Yeah, Bob, I asked him this earlier. He doesn't wear like clothes with mixed fabrics. He doesn't do, like, he follows everything in the text, Old Testament and New Testament.
Probably everything except some of the violence, right?
Why?
He's a fucking madman.
Yeah,
So there's a bunch of the rituals and rules he doesn't follow. How does he choose them?
Preference. I'm guessing preference, tradition, and preference.
But he put so much emphasis on these traditions. Like these are the traditions that we follow because it's heritage. It's what set us apart. These traditions. They picked these. They wrote these down to specifically set everyone apart. So he should follow everyone, not just some of them, because then he's actually shitting on the people who wrote these. Heritage. His heritage, his traditions.
I try my best to follow all of them. I mean, that's the attempt to.
Which ones don't you follow?
No, I try to follow all of them. And which
ones don't you follow?
To the best of my ability. No,
But
there's no one I don't. No, I follow all of them.
What are all of them? Like,
yeah,
does it include like killing people if they work on the Sabbath and things like that?
Governments enforce laws. Citizens follow laws. There's no theocratic state of Israel to enforce capital punishment. I mean, murder is punishable by death in Texas, but if I knew somebody killed somebody, I can't go over there and kill them. I'll probably.
You can get your group of your congregation or whatever to enforce the law.
No, because
that would be the quote unquote government, right?
Theocratic Israelite kingdom and prophets to appoint judges to legislate the matters. Just like a judicial system here, then the capital punishment can't be carried out.
Wait a second. Are you saying that you're in favor of a theocracy?
No. Israelite theocracy, not here in America. The Torah was only for Israel.
What does that have to do with anything? Either you're in favor of it or not.
I'm not in favor. I'm specifically for Israel's theocracy. I'm not in favor for theocracy here.
You should. It's like a little bubble.
Why would it matter?
It would matter because Israel was promised to him, and
aren't we good enough?
No, I
want God's law to be like
in America.
You want God's law to be the standard, right? Why would you not want it in some places?
Because it's only specifically for the Israel. That's another thing. The Torah is specifically theocratic Israel's constitution.
So you want man's law, right, to supersede that of the Bible?
No, I'm talking about if Israel's theocracy was still in existence, I would be over there, whatever. But it no longer exists. And the theocracy in the Bible is specifically for Judah and Israel. It's not for America. It's not for Amsterdam. It's not for Egypt. It's specific for that region. So if somebody tried to, if somebody tried to implement Torah law in America, I would be against that because it wasn't even supposed to be set up over here. So I would vote against the theocracy.
So you have no problem with the laws themselves. You just have a problem with this, the outlines of the putting it into place.
What about the
You're
citizens?
fucked up, Alvin, man.
What about the citizens in this theocracy who are not members of the Israelite elite, or I don't know?
The chosen people.
You will be a part of it. It says you're supposed to treat the foreigner sojourning in your land as your brother.
No, but they're citizens, aren't they?
Yeah, well then technically if they're citizens, then they will be Israelites. Just like if you're a citizen of America.
Not. Suppose they're Christians. But they're
well,
not.
Are we?
I don't think he's advocating to invade somewhere and take over. I think he's
no. She's talking about if, like, say I was born and raised Christian in Israel.
But during the time the theocracy was at hand, there wasn't any Christians.
We're talking about now. We're not talking about the past.
So if theocratic Israel hypothetically existed now,
no.
Well,
no,
there is no.
Not if it happened. Like if you actually were to implement it now.
Yeah, how would you do it? Like, would you go and try to find some land and bring over all of the Israelites?
Yeah, like I would have to.
You wouldn't invade somewhere and try to take over, would you?
Yeah, I would have to go to Israel today militarily, destroy the Dome of the Rock, and build the temple on the Temple Mount, and then I don't think that's happening anytime soon.
Oh my.
But it should happen, right?
Well,
this is what you're pro, right?
No, I'm not pro that because the scriptures doesn't say you're supposed to invade Israel again militarily. It doesn't say that. It says.
So why? Well, then why do you follow these laws? I guess that would be the key question.
Because it was the contract given to the Israelites, even before they was in their sovereign state.
Hold on, but there's no Israel government. You're not there in Israel. Why are you here in America? What?
Because culturally, I am a descendant from those people from that sovereign state of Judah and Israel. So we still keep the laws. You have governmental laws, and then you have religious ceremonial laws that I'm pretty sure you would find ridiculous, but you know.
So back to the club thing. You're kind of like, this is the club. These are the club rules. We try to follow them if we can. Like, is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, we try our best to follow all of them.
About denying reality. Are you actually from Israel?
My lineage go. My parents, my great, 4 times great grandfather came from Ethiopia. So I'm like the 7th generation from my.
Yeah, but before that they came from somewhere else. After that they came from somewhere else.
That's as far as.
Why do you pick this arbitrary point to establish like this is like who I am or like this is like?
Because that's as far back as I can trace my lineage. So at least 7 generations we've been brought up in Mosaic law. Okay?
Why go as far back as you can? Why not?
Because the slavery thing happened. It's kind of hard to trace what.
No, but like, why not pick
goes back after that?
Why not just pick 2 generations ago and go with that?
Well, I'm just saying, based off the 7 generations is of no significance. I'm just saying it's been this way.
This is significant. That's what you've been citing, right? I mean,
what you're asking me? How do I know? I'm, or how did I come to the conclusion?
Black. You're black.
But that's fully.
Well,
that's fallacious reasoning.
Listen, here's the thing. When you ask,
that's fallacious reasoning just to say that.
Okay,
because so far back,
the argument.
That's how they must have been right. So I'm going to live my life that way now.
No, here's the thing. If you ask a person from Poland, listen, if you ask a person from Poland, which is not in Israel, and he says he's Jewish, you're not going to ask him how you know he's Jewish. You're just gonna say, oh, "Okay, you're Jewish."
Yeah,
okay. He would give a same answer. Hey, it's been in my family for generations. This is my lineage, even though he's from Poland or Russia.
Why wouldn't you ask him how he knows that?
Well, I mean, that's what it is. It's like they would give the same answer I give. So now we would then if we're gonna go that route, we then would say, well, how does anybody? My answer was that. Just like anybody else would say, it goes back generations. It's always been in my family, so I carry on the tradition.
Yeah, because
that's really an assertion, though, right?
Okay.
Yes, and I mean, if it would be the assertion that all Jews make from Russia, Poland, Morocco.
Yeah.
Spain.
But there's also there's less of an occurrence of like black Jews, right? It's the same thing with Chinese. They're Chinese Jews, right? They're Chinese.
Wait a minute.
What?
The first country mentioned in the Bible is Ethiopia.
Yeah, they do have a.
Okay, so what you're saying is even throughout the text, Jews and
what does that mean to
Ethiopians? I'm just simply saying that there has been trade involved talked with Ethiopian Jews going back.
Okay, well, I wish you all a very
3,500
good
years.
night and
Oh.
enjoy the rest of your Valentine's Day.
Good night,
man.
Sam.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. That's depressing. Tom, why didn't
What
you
you
go do
say?
anything?
What you say, Tom? I mean, I couldn't hear what you said.
He said it's Valentine's Day, and
Oh,
listen,
I don't really do. I don't do nothing on Valentine's Day.
I spent all.
Well,
my
I was
friends
gonna
over.
go out with a girl, but she's on her period.
Very funny. Yeah.
Yeah, I spent all.
That would
my
be
life
another
on my-
topic, though. I do find it interesting. Whenever I'm saying I'm a Jew, it's like an investigation thing. But like Bernie Sanders, somebody from Russia, you know, somebody from Spain, they say they're Jewish. There's no like.
Well,
sure.
the
investigation.
Ashkenazis can trace
It's
themselves
unusual.
back to Israel, can't they?
No, it wouldn't be okay. When you look in the biblical text, Europe is not mentioned at all in the Old Testament. When you look in the Old Testament, Moses had a Cushite wife. There's a trade with the Sabaean Empire that spread from Yemen to Ethiopia with the Queen of Sheba. So throughout the biblical text, Amos even compares the Israelites to Ethiopians, saying, "Are you not as the Ethiopians unto me, children of Israel?" So there's a far stronger connection with Israel and Ethiopia than Israel and Europe. We don't even see a European presence in the Bible till the New Testament. So it wouldn't be bizarre for there to be, especially in Ethiopia, Jews
Those
in
chosen
Ethiopia.
people wanted to be different, though, so maybe even their skin was.
Well, as far as I understand it, the early Judaism was evangelical in the way that it isn't now, and they did evangelize Ethiopia, and then they were occupied by Rome, and there was a diaspora where everybody just spread, and the Ashkenazis many of the people fled north, and that's how the Ashkenazi Jews trace their lineage back from people who fled the diaspora of
In 70 AD.
Yes.
300, actually, it was in 800 AD. 350 Jews spread out into Europe, and this is where you get all your Ashkenazi descendants. But when you look at Ethiopian Jews, they've been down there easily at least prior to the Maccabean period, because when the Jews went down there to talk to the Ethiopian Jews knew nothing about Hanukkah. They didn't know anything about Hanukkah, meaning that they had to have been down there before Hanukkah happened, previous to Hanukkah, or at least the Maccabean period. So we know Ethiopian Jews have been down there at least before 300 BC. And then when you look in the Bible and the relationship the Israelites have with the Jews, with the Ethiopians, even Moses' Ethiopian wife. Okay, so my claim to being a Jew is far more substantial.
And I'm an Ethiopian Jew are different claims.
What do you say?
There were Ethiopian Jews, and I'm an Ethiopian Jew, or I descend from an Ethiopian Jew, are different claims.
So my grandfather lied, my great grandfather lied, and they just made up this thing where their fathers and grandfathers claimed,
or they culturally appropriated something that's for some reason had a modern revival among African Americans and other Africans.
They lied about where they come from.
No, just think about it. Why is it that there's been more Black Jewish people come forward in the past 10 years than ever before? Did they all just?
I'm talking 7 generations, not 10 years.
You said they have to lie. I'm giving you a better plausible explanation. Did they all just forget they were Jewish?
No, there's a difference between everybody in America, every African American being a Jew, and specifically my family. The only reason I'm saying I'm a Jew is because even my great grandfather I could talk to is talking about his sins. Now it's either they're all lying.
His name I could talk to, or were you saying I could talk to?
No, when I talked to my great grandfather,
they could be lying, they could be mistaken, they could be passing.
It could be a lot of things. It could be a lot of things, and I could say the same thing for a Jewish guy coming from Russia.
You should,
but it's simply
why the fuck wouldn't you? Think about their migration patterns. Think about Jewish diaspora migration patterns. How the fuck do people know that they're Jewish? I just don't fucking understand. How are they tracing this back?
A DNA test. You can turn your DNA in and get the DNA test, and they'll tell you exactly where you come from. Like, Alvin, you can clear this up.
I get that part, right? But how they trace it beyond the fact that it's culturally passed down, how they really pin it down historically is baffling to me.
Well, I suppose at least in Europe, you could say that there was a strong incentive actually not to be Jewish, and to for Jewish families to convert. So if they're willing to admit they're Jewish, it seems like there would be a strong likelihood that that was the case.
Well,
yeah, I agree that you could form a likelihood, but I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, because they've been persecuted for hundreds of years. So a family that held on to,
and make it more absurd, hard to figure out.
well,
Yeah, like do you have things like that, Alvin? Do you have like things that have been passed down for, from the past 100 years about your like persecution, or things that your family great grandfathers dealt with as Jews?
At least as far as I can trace back within my lifetime, my grandfather, he lived to 98 years old. He was born in like in 1890, right? And he was observing Mosaic law, and that's as far back that I physically can talk to. And he talks about his great grandfather that was doing it, and he said that he came from Ethiopia, right? So, I mean, does that factually prove that I'm an Israelite? I mean, I guess you can call it a fact, but I'm not going to sit up here and call my predecessors liars. I mean,
that's not what nobody's saying. Though. I think that's a loaded, hot word. A liar. People are saying that they could be mistaken. They could have developed this belief over time. You can get this. You take a DNA test and you find out you're not Jewish. Right. I don't think they would think they were liars. It's just they were mistaken.
Or they could be telling the truth. I mean, at least that. But there is a clear distinction.
I think you are a black Israelite, if that's the term we're using. But I do believe that you can find this out definitively through a DNA test. It's easy
actually, you know what? I actually should do that. The DL thing. I guess it's a DNA test.
Yeah, he's gonna get it in about a few days.
I think I should do the DL thing.
Or have a hangout about it.
Actually,
he's gonna do it.
Actually, I should do that. Actually,
what would you do
live on air? He's gonna
to see what else. See what else is in there.
What would you do if you got a result you didn't really want to accept?
I mean, I probably would still carry on the tradition, because at that point, 7 generations. I mean, it's been in your family that long. I still would then be an inclusive part of the club, because even if genetically my DNA didn't trace to the Levant, citizens of Judah, it consisted of Egyptians, Hittites, Amorites, Arameans that became citizens of Israel. So even with the DNA analysis, I still could have been a citizen of Israel, considering Egypt.
So you're not willing to change anything unless it's like sort of like deductively proven that you like don't have,
But here's the thing.
It seems like every situation like that could be brought to you. That would be a counterexample. You would feel like, I could still be this.
The issue is that the Israelites weren't one like physical rape or race or phenotype. You know what I'm saying? So you would have some people that descend from Egypt that were living in Israel, and they were calling themselves Israelite. But if you took a DNA test, it would trace back to Egypt, and they probably wouldn't have that J marker, but they actually were Israelites because they were citizens of Israel and amalgamated into the culture. So
you're talking about like the difference between an ethnic Jew and an observing Jew?
See, that's the thing. The ethnic Jew, it kind of, some Jews have more of a similar trace than other, but several examples specifically in the Bible, if it's much like an American, it's like I'm an American, okay? Is there a physical feature or a DNA thing that makes me an American? Not really. It's similar to Israel. It's literally called the mixed multitude. So,
well, I disagree. I think something like Tay-Sachs disease, for instance, that only affect people who are who are ethnic Jews, because they have a trait that is just inherent in their DNA. So you would be able to determine these people because if they have these particular traits are Jews, and I think the same thing is true for Black Hebrew Israelites. But if you're talking about now it's a religion that anybody can join, that's different than your.
No, I'm talking about. I'm talking about 9th century BC, right? I'm not even talking about now. I'm talking about people that went into the land and became citizens. They're now, just like how I became a citizen of America, they then have became a citizen of Judah and are living in there. So they could call themselves a Jew, being that they're citizens of Judah, you know? And they could even call themselves a Jew, not even following the Bible or believing in Yahweh, just simply based off the fact they're living in the area. You know what I'm saying? So the only gene that that would come up that would be somewhat of a confirmation is that so-called Kohen gene, right? Where they say you're a descendant of Aaron, like there's an Aaron line or whatever, and they call it the Kohen gene that is consistent with some Jews, right? But then that would just be Jews that would be Levites, or at least from the tribe of Levi. You know, that would just be a representative of one tribe. So when it comes to determining if you're a Jew or not via DNA becomes somewhat problematic, because there wasn't no specific Jew gene. You just have that J marker, but then there's some, you know, Arabs with that J marker that aren't, you know, Jewish. So it's a little problematic, but I'll still take the test though. It would be interesting. Matter of fact, which one did you get, DL?
23andMe.
No, okay. I might get the National Geographic one.
National Geographic one.
The National Geographic one. That one's like $140. I think they go.
I don't know what the National Geographic one is. I know of Ancestry.com, 23andMe. Those are the only two ones I know.
Yeah, National Geographic got one that's like $143.
Well, it depends on what you want, right? I mean, if you want like more detailed on health stuff.
Yeah, you definitely might get that one.
But I'm under the impression that this would make a difference anyway, because you're saying that it's more of a nationalistic thing versus an ethnic.
Well, it just seems like you're saying it's just because it's been done for so long. I mean, he even says if the DNA test came back negative, he would just still do it anyways, right?
Yeah. Well, I will say this, multiple. If I had a J marker, the likelihood of me being a Jew would increase. Like if I put up there and it had the J haplogroup in there, then it wouldn't be, you know, that would be somewhat of a confirmation, right? But if I took
would you agree if you had the marker for Tay-Sachs disease? Would that would be definitive? There would be no question that you were Jewish.
Yeah, that would be one, having the J marker. But then let's say you don't have that. It's less likely, I'll even give you that, but still not impossible, considering you have Egypt ruling in Canaan for at least a little over 200 years after Akhenaten. So you have a lot of Egyptians living in the same area that the Israelites were living in, and a lot of them just got with the program and just, you know, stayed there. And then, you know, they're calling themselves Israelites because they live there. So, and then you also, even within the Bible, you have Uriah the Hittite. He's in David's army. So there's a Hittite living in the, you know, in the town. So I would say those things that you brought up would be more of a confirmation. But if those things aren't found in there, that still wouldn't rule it out. It would just mean that, you know, it wouldn't be more confirmed as if I did have those things. You know, it's kind of like I forget what tribe, but what's the African tribe that's subject to sickle cell? I think that's the Igbo, if I'm not mistaken. You know what I'm talking about, multiple?
Yeah. No, I definitely understand.
What tribe is that that's subject to sickle cell? I forget the.
Well, there are a couple of them. Well, let me take off this thing. I've got too much echo.
Mm-hmm.